A je to proto tam spíš se nám vlastně
Ne. Naše babi majú žiere poplatky. My som to nedala tiež.
Ale tady se s tím dá.
Je dobré. Ja to cítim dáčo ešte.
Je hrozně vedro, takže... Dobré. Celý někdy to nevím, právě to se může. Moji to já to mám. Říkal jsem zájem. Tady jsem byl a pak vyploupal, takový se tak Je to nocený dostavit, ideálně. Jo, ničejte. Můžete začít.
A tuto je, no, ten tuto.
Ale on tudy má nikdo chodit nebude, takže on to nebude.
Ano, to jedině já.
Ale to tak udělal pár. Fungovalo to. To fungovalo, aby to viděl, to viděl.
Jakože má být úplně vidně.
On je k dispozici. Páně, on udělal tak, jak je to...
Já jsem dělal schválně, tak jak to máme říkal, jak je zvyklý to udělat. On přijde ten Good morning, dear friends, please.
Evi.
Okay, if you want to sit, please. On the right. No,
So we managed to set up the live streaming at the end, so that's also positive news.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so good morning, ladies, gentlemen. Welcome to Prague. Welcome to the first ever Czech Republic conference, Union conference about jazz. It's my big pleasure to welcome all of you. I believe that it was fun and very nice time here. I will be sitting the majority of the time here. In case of any need, just tell me. For us, the most important thing that we feel comfortable, that we can listen to interesting subjects and discuss, of course. For myself, for example, I'm very eager to discuss, and because of the conventions, I think it's a very fantastic issue. In chess, we have a lot of very strong, clever, and successful women, and many of them are here. So we are very happy. My name is Peter Pist. I'm from the Czech Republic. And it's my pleasure to welcome here the chief of the conference, my friend Regina Pokorná-Pist. And for the welcome speech, we will ask Dana Radnicová and Eva Rakova to join us. Please, if you can, come. And I will. The first word I would like to give to Dana.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Peter. Regina, Eva, ladies and gentlemen, it is also my great pleasure to welcome you here today in this first, I hope, traditional Women in Chess conference organized by ECU, financed also partly by FIDE, so a collaboration of the organizers of the championship and the two major chess bodies here in this region. So every chess player, I guess, knows that in order to have a good game, you have to use all your pieces. I think it was Paul Murphy who said, first help your pieces, and then your pieces will help you. And the same goes for the life. To have a harmony in any area, you need to use the best out of it, which means you need to use not only men, but also the capacity of women. In the chess world, I read somewhere that it is easier to become the president of the United States rather than a world chess champion if you are a woman, because of the numbers. There are only 10% of a little bit more of the rated players. If you see the numbers of how many women are arbiters, trainers, and represented in other professions, it's too low. And we are striving to to do our best to increase the numbers, because chess also teaches that the quantity is not the quality, but in order to have the quality, you need to have a critical mass, right? So, and this is one of the events that is dedicated for empowering women, for exchanging of the views, experiences, and the stories, so that we, the leaders of the chess world, you are the leaders of the chess world, we are the leaders of the chess world, would better understand what the ways, what the moves we have to make to embrace women, to use the capacity of them for the diversity and harmony of the chess world. So I hope that we are going to have a successful day today, that we'll have a lot of interesting ideas, stories to take with us in our pocket, in our heads, in our hearts, and most of all, that we will be able to use them, because the leadership is not about making your position stronger and using the others to make it stronger. It is about giving to the others and helping and empowering the others. That's something that I truly believe in, and I hope we will show then a way in this mode. Thank you very much for being honored here to participate.
As usual, bravo, Dana. Thank you. I'm very impressed always by your speech. It's nice. Thank you very much. And now I will give a word to the boss of the Living Commission of FIDE, to our friend and I don't know, whoever.
Good morning, dear chess friends. Thank you for joining our conference today. It's a big pleasure for me to be here with you. Big thanks to Peter and Regina for making this possible for us, for their ideas and work to set it up. For me, as working for some years now as chair of FIDE Commission for Women's Chess, this has been an incredible journey, and I'm happy that today we can share some also our experiences, that I can also share our work with you, and you share your experience in your countries, in your chess world. And it is very important that we move forward together, because this topic is super important, and we believe that in the future we can involve many more women in chess world to the benefit of all. I also want to use this opportunity to thank Dana for great support for our commission as the managing director over the last 1.5 years, and it was a great contribution. Our work intensified, and we were able to do many more things thanks to her. So I would like to clap for her. And now I will give the word to organizers. But before that, I forgot to thank Czech Chess Federation and the organizers, other contacts, who also did a great job for preparing this nice place for us.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We, of course, thanks also to you for coming. I hope you will enjoy. Before I will give the word to Regina, I just want to, or maybe two things. I would prefer, if it's fine for you to find a place here, just come to us. I think we are just, I hope that
the best seats are still available.
The best seats are the most expensive seats. Free, I don't know. Welcome, of course. Good morning. One more important thing, organization. So we will have a break around 1.5 hours, and at that break, it's important that will come Mr. Lauschman, the assistant, and we will do the financial things, okay? About the accommodation, about the stipends, also will give. And so please, around 9:40 he will come, and he will be sitting on the left side, and we can do it, and then we have one day just enjoying this. So now, Regina, please.
Thank you. So from my side, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very happy that I see here also men faces because I was like, okay, let's see how many men pop up, but it's good to see that they don't ignore this important topic, this important women and girls issue that we face in chess. I'm not going to repeat my speech from yesterday. I know that not all of you were there, but I'm very happy to be here, and also for me kind of unusual to be here. We talked with Dana yesterday when we walked in the playing hall, and I was kind of happy I don't need to play the games because I don't know how would I do. But I really admire the girls and really respect the tournament. It's very difficult, and when I see it's very well organized. I will also tell you something about today's conference. And so we will have presentations, we will have roundtables, they are like aimed to a little bit of discussions, and we will have also workshops. At the end of each sessions, it's aimed so you can put your Q&A. So I will give you a space to ask questions because I truly believe there will be a lot of questions. So the speakers don't need to be stressed if I put them slot like 40, 30 minutes, that it's all just to speak. And I would prefer that we let the speakers to finish presentation, workshop, and then at the end we put the questions. We will be streaming this session. Finally, we managed to do it. So then we will also have it, we archive it, and I will try to put then all the material together. And if the speakers are fine with them, we will try to find a possibility how to share it then, the materials at the end with you. So from my side, once again, a big thank you to Dana, a big thank you to Eva and Zura, who is probably still sleeping. He wants to come in the morning. So like, no, don't put me to morning session. So he will come tomorrow also at the end. He said he will come today a little bit later for making this possible, because without financial support, it couldn't take place. And as Dana said, I hope maybe this is the beginning of some nice traditions and for the future. And I hope that speakers, the topics we chose, prominent speakers, will be of your interest, and that we will enjoy this 1.5 day together.
Thank you very much.
I would say that thank you, Dana, thank you, Peter. Maybe I will give you here the title. So just a short introduction. Eva is not only my long-time, very good friend. She's chairman of the Women's Commission for Chess. She's newly re-elected vice president of ECO. She's theater trainer, commentator. She's organizer. I don't know how she's doing it, all these things within 24 hours per day. And I'm really happy she managed to find her time, because Eva needs to leave today at the end of the day because she's going to a wedding to her niece, and she don't want to miss the wedding in Listopad, Slovakia. Yeah,
family wedding.
So thank you very much, Eva, for finding the time, and I now will give you the word. And as you said, you would like to start the. I will give you the word. And
yes. So I would like to present Year of the Woman in Chess, which was declared by FIDE, as you probably all know. This, I believe, is it's like the biggest achievement of our commission, and we wouldn't be able to make it, of course, with big support from the leadership, and we are very grateful to them that for acknowledgement that that women are important in chess, that we need to do more for them, and that we need to have some long-term plan. Year of the Woman, we all agree that it's not just 1 year. This is beginning of a movement. This needs to continue in future years. And fortunately, we do have the promise from our FIDE president that this will continue, and we need to work all together to improve the situation and boost not only participation of women in chess, but also to make sure that they are in leadership positions, that they are picked as arbiters, as trainers, as organizers, and also as heads of delegations, that they have motivation to work in their national federations and so on. So the support is very wide, not only for players, but for general chess community. Regarding the players, you probably also know that in recent years prizes for women increased significantly. So we are working in all, possibly in all areas of chess life. And as Dana also mentioned, that percentage is quite small. It's only about 10%, 10, 11, 12, you know, around that amount. From the video which I'm going to play for you, you will also learn that our commission is doing statistics this year. Also in some months, we believe that we will have some more concrete information about exact numbers, percentage of women in different areas of chess life. So we know where we stand, and we can improve it for the future, because it's very important, this kind of information to follow. So now I would like to Regina to play the video for us, which basically is the overview of everything which has been done this year. Before we start, I just would like to mention that how this idea came to life. In 2020, there was a congress in Abu Dhabi, and I met our dear member Carol Mayer, who works for US Chess Federation, and we discussed the situation in our commission and our activities. And she had this great idea: why don't we declare Year of the Woman? But it was during pandemics, so we didn't want to do it right away, since the chess world was dealing with other issues. So we had this plan to make it a little bit later, and finally we were successful this year. And it's very interesting for me to see that if I like to say that if you have a good idea, it has life of its own. You know that simply I'm even myself amazed how from this small discussion we are now here and we have this video to present. So I hope you will enjoy it. And this, as I mentioned, it's basically overview of all our work this year. So later, if you have any question about it, I will be happy to answer.
Unite our community. Over the last 2 years, we have connected with you and created a network across the globe of more than 1,000 student active members. share with you on a regular basis our ideas and events. We launched this year Women's Conference, which features the women participating in culture events. We launched this social media platforms and you can find regular updates and comments on Twitter, IG, a new tournament for women, the Queen's Festival. The Queen's Festival has attracted over 1,000 persons and included players from the federations worldwide since its launch last year. The Queen's Festival has proven now in its second year running to be very successful. The aim of the Queen's Festival is to help women of all levels constantly enjoy chess in a format that's most convenient and connect with the community. Feature stories of remarkable women in chess. For the year of the woman in chess, we have now featured 6 podcasts with remarkable women across the globe.
It's now only one.
One thing that we really about is positivity.
If I put some hours on chess, I would discover maybe one also be top 50 or top
And this is exactly what I say to women to go say women because the men which you present that and believe that you can do it. The men is for women check out leadership positions. I got that sometimes. So women in their 40s, 50s, 60s.
Never love the games.
Or it change it has been clear to us that our community needed exchange ideas and highlight things without issues and to get federations involved in hosting these forums. As a result, we activated exchange forums to tackle topics high and prioritize women interests. We approached such exchange forums in collaboration with topics of women participation in chess, statistics, and arson, hosted by the English and Norwegian federations respectively.
Yeah, the Women's Commission are ready to help to make sure that these reports are complete so that the kids have access to the Ethics Commission.
Now, the evolution of women participating in the last 10 years. One of the key projects for the Year of the Woman in Chess is the creation of statistics mapping out women participation in various aspects of chess and the evolution of women participation PhD student in physics at the University of Prague, spearheading this project, which will be completed over the next months. We are very excited to share these findings in the latter part of this year. These findings will also help us shape the objectives of the Commission for its checks over the years to come. Increase women participation, training centers for women who as part of the initiatives that the Legal Commission for Women's Chess has prepared for the Year of the Woman in Chess. Dr. Yana Kerr is offering a series of monthly workshops under the title Increase Your Inner Strength between February and February 2022. The aim of these workshops is to increase awareness know yourself better, understand your work, and learns useful attributes for increase. In cooperation with the Trainers Commission, we have also offered free places to attend the training workshop to teach on enemies of the cheating. Celebrating Women's Day and Ukraine Razor. The Legal Commission for Women's Chess joined forces with Chess to celebrate Women's Day with a number of series of tournaments live in Chess 24 and also to raise funds for those affected in the Ukraine conflict. We are very fortunate that this fundraiser was topped up by further donations by GM Music, proceeds of the training center, and by feeding. With this fundraising effort, we have been able to provide substantial financial support to 12 Ukrainian players to attend European Team Championship. Queen's Pavilion. As a celebration of women's achievement in chess, we are here today at Queen's Pavilion with Chess 24 our partner this year of the women. This is a great opportunity for us to meet a number of you. We are very excited to also welcome the winners into the festival here in Chennai at the Queen's Pavilion. We will also be announcing very shortly the winners of the Global Women's Awards. Let us celebrate, unite, and continue to make this a year of chess.
If you would like to say then a few more words, if not, then I will give space for questions. Or...
Yes, I just would like to mention that we have our special guest Lily here, who was contributed to the podcast that you saw on the video, and I would like to thank her personally and use this opportunity. And now, if you have any questions, I'm very happy to to answer.
Okay, it's often like this that there is some conference, people are shy maybe to ask questions, so I will start if you allow me. So, firstly, I need to say like a real big applause for the work that you have done, you and your team. And because I can compare it 20 years ago when I was top, there was nothing like okay, at that time was no internet, booming social media, but I remember just playing the tournaments. That was it, like basically for the women. And I especially appreciate the work that you have done, like also with the communication with the outside, like you're preparing all this layout. And this looks so much professional, also these videos. And I think this is also very important to send it outside that, hey, we are here and we know what we are doing. But you definitely had to come to overcome a lot of challenges. So what were the biggest challenges till now through this year?
for you and your team?
So the biggest challenge when we started, the biggest challenge and also the biggest opportunity that just like you mentioned, that there has not been anything like it before. So we were starting really from scratch. So which on one hand was challenging, but on the other hand, we were free to develop in the direction we felt is good. And we were very lucky to have people supporting us. First of all, of course, the FIDE leadership, because whatever you do, you cannot do it without such a support, yes? But then also our team, we had several active members in our commission from different continents, and so we were able to connect with the whole world this way. And additionally, we had several volunteers like Lily here, which I already mentioned, but we were lucky to find more people like her to contribute and to be passionate about the topic, and somehow things developed naturally. Maybe you noticed we also have these regular workshops with Jana Krivet, which was actually lucky coincidence. I was playing European Team Championship last year in Slovenia, and the organizers announced that Jana just published some book, which was related between chess and psychology. And we already, for some time in our commission, we discussed the topic of mental health or mental strength, because not only for chess, but you probably see that this is the big topic in sport in general. We have lots of stories, most notably maybe in tennis, yes, for tennis players, but it's true for all the active professional sportsmen and sportswomen who do face challenges while being actively involved in the career, and even more so after the career is finished. So this topic is like very much discussed, and we wanted to be also in and not behind other sports. So we were thinking how to tackle this topic, which is not much discussed yet, unfortunately, in the chess world. And this, when I heard before one of my games that Jana published the book, so immediately this idea came to mind, and now already like next Sunday there will be workshop number 7, and Jana has regular people who join the workshop. They ask questions, they are learning. We are also producing PDF materials from each workshop, and additionally we are recording them, and we have people coming to us and saying, I couldn't attend, please could you send me the recording. So this is already very active, and this is the first step. We do hope that also not only our commission, but the chess community as such will continue offering this kind of service and support to our community, because it's very important. We all know it is important, and we hope that this is like the first step we made, and others will follow as well. And in the future, there will be better support, not only for players, because also parents need support, yes, family members also, yes, and so on, and trainers, yes, and so we can best serve players, and especially professional players, which are under a lot of pressure, as we can also see here during this championship. And I like very much, Regina, that you mentioned the players, because we are here also thanks to them, yes, and they are the stars, even though they don't join us today here, because they have to, many of them, they have to rest and focus on their games. We know, being players ourselves, we know how difficult it is, and you cannot lose energy elsewhere, but we must always keep them in mind, because they are the biggest stars here, really, in this championship.
Questions?
So what goes next for the next year?
Exactly. Well, this is, I see that we now ended some chapter. Of course, the year is not finished. We still have plans for until the rest of the year. And I must say that luckily we succeeded to reach all the goals set up in the beginning of the year. But for future years, as I said, that support was promised to us, and this is very important because 1 year is really not enough. We all know, and this percentage which we mentioned, 10, 11, 12, and statistics are coming, so we will have better overview, but we already know where we stand more or less. This is something which maybe is not acknowledged so much, that having such small percentage is really difficult for us women. Yes, I don't want to sound like I'm whining or complaining, but actually the researchers suggest that to make real impact, you need 30% of people, some group of people in a community to make it easier for them to have real impact and influence. So for women being only 10, it is difficult, but with your support, and just like Regina mentioned, that it's very important that we see men here as well, because without support of men, we cannot get far. So we are in it all together. And I'm very positive and confident for the future years, because I see that when we started, what kind of support we are getting, not only from FIDE, but national federations come to us and they share their stories, and they are proud to mention that as part of this year, they are also doing their own activities. They are also supporting women in their community. And this is very rewarding to us, that we succeeded to inspire national federations, because this is another thing that no matter what FIDE does, without national federations, we cannot make real change. And national federations are getting involved, they are interested, they are supportive, and that's why I'm very confident for future years that we will succeed to make lasting change.
And maybe if you could name some projects that are planned for the rest of the year. Diana Krivets,
yes, the projects which were featured in the video, they are regular projects. That means every month we are doing in the podcast, the workshops, the Queen's Outpost. The Queen's Festival was like one-time tournament. We organized it always in June. It was mentioned that in the first 2 years we had over 1,000 participants from 90 countries, which is really impressive. And other projects involve cooperation with other FIDE commissions, which we closely cooperate with, like Trainers Commission, or Events Commission, or then Arbiters Commissions. And we are, until the end of the year, we already prepared several events. The first one will be in the middle of September for arbiters. Already we have around 20 female arbiters who signed up for the seminar, because we believe that education is the key, and or not only this year, but already we started in the past years cooperation with other FIDE commissions with the aim to help women with education in the area of arbiters, trainers, organizers, which I mentioned before, so they can participate in all aspects of chess life. And we offer this free education regularly already for several years, so we will continue also doing that.
Thank you. You have a question.
Can you share from your experiences over the last few years in the commission, some practical advice for local organisers or federations. What can they do to get more women and girls involved in chess?
Yes, this is a very typical question about more women in chess. Yes, more women and girls. And it's a correct question, but what we found out during our work that the first question should be to make women and girls who already are in chess more, to feel them more welcome, more comfortable, more respected. So this must be always the first step, because if you want to have more, you should be happy and grateful for what you have already. Yes, and this is very surprising, you know, that many women and especially titled players shared this experience with us, that sometimes this question, why aren't there more women, why aren't you stronger, this brings some negative feeling, you know, to us, like we are, it's a little bit like shaming, you know, why not more, why not better, you know, but we need to really start with preparing conditions for all the women and girls who are already there, and the numbers will grow naturally from there. This is what we strongly believe. And even if the numbers will not grow, then still it's important that our voices are heard, and that we make the impact in chess community. And this is like the number one priority in each federation, I believe, to make women and girls feel welcome. They can improve their conditions, also maybe in national teams, to make the gap between payments for national team smaller, and so on. Yes, so this is what we discovered in our work, that more focus should be in this area, and then growth will come naturally compared to trying to push for numbers and for strength.
Then I would have one more question. You mentioned that it's very important to cooperate with the federations, yeah, because this is like the growth of the success. So do you have some kind of concept, or how do you what's your idea, like the cooperations with the federations?
Yes.
Because let's say those people are also very busy. They have plenty other things to do, and let's put it that way, the women chess is not
on their minds
exactly
all
the
the time.
priority.
Yes.
Yeah?
This is actually a very good question, and everybody who contributes to work in FIDE knows that sending emails to federations is usually not the best way, because the responses are not in the amount which we wish. Yes, so if we share some information by email, then we don't always get the response we expect, and that's why we within the Year of the Woman, we also came up with this idea of reaching out to national federations and asking them to either create their own respective commission for women's chess, or dedicate or delegate one person for that purpose, you know. So our idea is to create a network, so when we reach out to federations through that network, we will get responses, because it will be people who care, who are there for that purpose, helping women in chess. So this will be another project which we need to finish before the end of the year, hopefully, to encourage and to make the federations cooperate in this way. Some federations already created the Commission for Women's Chess, or appointed a person who is responsible, but many more we still need to reach, and hopefully this year or in the coming time, you know, that we will succeed to build this network. So then sharing will be easy, and also to get the information through this network will be much easier, because this is a challenge for us, even when we organize events, we prepare things for women, but we need to get this information to them, which is not always easy. So this is like an excellent question, and this is one of the also key projects for us to, which seems simple, but it is not. So this is crucial to build that kind of network so we can easily share, and we hope that cooperation with national federations will improve in this way.
I have no question, but I want to share my experience in Belgian Chess Federation. Since February last year, I'm the president of the Belgian Chess Federation. And in the statutes of the federation, it is mentioned that in the board there can be a representative of the women chess in Belgium. And the last years, there was no women in the board, because we couldn't convince anyone of the women in Belgium. So it was my goal as new president of the Belgian Chess Federation to find women. And I had a lot of work in convincing women in Belgian chess to be part of the board. And after, let's say, last week, after more than 1.5 years, one of the women said, okay, I will do it. So what I mean is, there is still a lot of work to convince women to have their part in the chess community. To be convinced, and I think that Zurab yesterday mentioned that it has to do partially with confidence. I think Zurab is right. Just wanted to show you, to share with you that it's not so easy to convince women to have kind of leadership.
Yes, thank you for sharing, and I would maybe add that it has also to do with the idea of this 30%, which I mentioned. Yes, so being such minority as we are, it makes us feel a little bit uncomfortable. You know, it's nobody's fault. This is just a fact. So that's why we need a little bit more help from men to encourage us, to push us, and to make us feel welcome. This is what I was talking about. About creating those conditions, and things will happen naturally because you don't force. It's very difficult to force people. Yes, against their will. It's practically impossible. So the best is for women to feel like they want to join. Yes. So this is our biggest challenge and work, and congratulations that you succeeded in your country, and we need more men like you, so little by little we move forward.
Maybe I would add that, as you mentioned, it's very important to give them confidence, like confidence they can change something, they can move the things forward, you know, to give them some, I think, vision where they can go, you know, although they are like a small minority. And I would say this is also for women important to support them.
Yes, so maybe this confidence is not like because they lack it as such, but it's more difficult again because we are such a small percentage. Yes, so it's more difficult naturally for us to make the difference. And also, I would like to come back to that question about national federations, which we also discovered in our work over past years. That sometimes the problem with national federations is that they do support, they do have even some budget for women, and they have this willingness to support women, but it's often men who decide what the needs of women are, yes? And I see that it resonates, yes, with some. So even if the budget is small, it doesn't matter, you know, but give women this practice of thinking what is how to support, what is the best, you know. It's not so much about the amount of money, but about the competence we give to women, you know, to decide about themselves as compared to somebody else deciding for them. So this is another very important point. So
thank you very much, Eva.
So thank you.
And I'm very happy to see Elena. I already met her at the breakfast. And I had these things in my head. And when I was planning the conference, I really would love that one of the top players comes and speak about her successful chess life. And as I already had my initiative chess talk with Elena, and I know her also for some time. We shared once also room in Athens at the tournament, and I knew I wanted to have her. So I sent her email, message, and I said like, look, this is the idea. And she said, yeah, Regina, don't get me wrong, and but when I played the tournaments, I really cut the communications with the world. I fully understand and respect, and during my free day, I just sit in the bed and I can spend the whole day in the bed. What a luxury having a child at home is. I said, okay, don't worry, just think it over and let me know in a few days. And then she sent me a message and she said, I go for it, I do it. And I was so happy because Elena is for me really like fantastic chess role model. She's successful. She's really motivating. She's working so hard to achieve what she wants, and her strong will and charismatic,
Thank you.
and she just represents like really top female chess model for me. She's also multiply world champion, youth champion, exactly. She won her first Armenian Women Championship at the age of 15. At the age of 16, she became the Grandmaster. At the 2010 Men Grandmaster. And she won all possible European championships.
Yeah, we'll tell about
Women
it.
team, Blitz,
Yeah, we'll
Rapid.
tell
So don't
about
mess
it.
with her. Don't mess with her at the chess board. So, but I'm not going to steal any moment of your time.
Yeah, you see, I prepared a lot of things for
Yes,
you
and I
in order
said,
not to
stage is
forget.
yours. You prepared also
Yeah,
some pictures. I
Oh,
don't know
you're
which-
going to show my
Yes, which one you would like to
from
start?
childhood? I don't know.
So let's.
Okay,
you can
dear,
just switch
dear
between the
ladies and
pictures.
gentlemen, first of all, good morning. As already Regina said, yes, when I got offer from her to participate in this very important congress, I was thinking, oh, how it should be, because I'm playing tournament, and it's not a secret for you that chess players are less active during the tournament, a little bit more isolated. But then I thought, why not? Because maybe with my humble example, I can make one step forward, some kind to give it just a push for women's chess. So why not? Let's be less egoistic about my own chess, and let's share with my own experience. And I'm very, very thankful for you also, Peter, for such an event. So I will start with from the beginning, and I hope I will not bother you too long. I was about 5 years old when my father taught me to play chess. He did that in order to make a rival for him, because he was very big chess fan with a very solid chess level, about 2000 probably, yes. And I was very fast and very fast learner, fast catcher, I don't know how to say. And that point made my father, so he induced my father to make a crucial decision about my future profession. So he decided to make me a real professional chess player. From that moment, my not an easy life started. Honestly saying, I wasn't very happy with chess because, it's really very difficult game for kids. Instead of playing outside with other kids, you should train, work, play tournaments, etc. So, beside my from the other side, I had very good results in my age groups. I was winning under 8, 10, I don't know, don't remember, fulfilling some norms. I don't know just how to call, because it was like first rank, second rank. Before it was like that. Now it's with the ratings. Yeah? Yes, and at some point, of course, I realized that I have no other choice because my father was very persistent in his idea. Yeah, and I was proceeding with my chess working daily 6, 7, sometimes 8 hours. So you see how tough it was, yeah. Then, in fact, yeah, I have to mention that my father really he did a lot of work about my chess career. So he always was next to me, support me, criticize me, of course, and he was the main judge. And maybe in my youth chess, the real success came to me at the age of 13 when I won Soviet Union, still Soviet Union championships, girls under 18, and it was quite prestigious at that time because I was 13. And at the same year, I became first-time world champion under 14, and the next year under 16, by the way, in the Bratislava. Yes. And from 1992, I was involved in Armenian national team, and I took part in my first Olympiad, which was in Manila in 1992. So thus far, since that period, I have participated already in 14 Olympiads. And I'm not sure, but maybe that is kind of record in women's chess Olympiad history. We have to check it, because I played many games for my team. So later on, in 1994, I became women grandmaster, and at the age of 16. And of course, my first tournament holding that high title, I ruined it. Yeah. And at that time, I think that was my first bitter experience, as my self-esteem was very hard. Can you imagine? You're just newly born grandmaster with very high ambitions, and then you're ruined. Everybody beats you. It's really painful. Somehow I could recover because as my main judge in my father's face, as already mentioned, who was next to me and never allowed me to have my nose up. So he always brought me down. Then winning, as already Regina also said, many European medals from different age groups, 16, 18, 20, I don't remember even myself. And year by year, I was winning Armenian championship, women championship. In total, I became, I guess, 6-time Armenian champion. And what else? The significant moment and maybe determining moment in my career came to me in 2000, late in 2001, when I won first European Women Rapid Championship. I became first European Rapid Champion. Why it was determining and significant? Because before, in late 90s, after my Grandmaster norm, I didn't have real achievements. I didn't have real success. It was just an average player without any real future, in my opinion. And I was about to switch. I was thinking about to switch on other profession, because from the other side you don't have any real achievements, and you are very disappointed of chess. But from the other side, you are just became a woman first rapid champion. So what to do? I was thinking about this situation, and probably that was very determining moment in my chess life, because I thought if I won it, probably this is the sign not to switch off from your path, and probably I should go on my already chosen way. So I now, more than 20 years, I consider myself as a chess professional. Yes, because that success completely changed my attitude to chess, trainings, working, mental working, it's self-education, and so on, many factors. And of course, I was rewarded for it. I was rewarded because in 2003, I became European team champion. Yes, and I won international master among men title. Yes, in the same year, I also was nominated as the best athlete of the year in Armenia, which is very high achievement also. And by the president of Armenia, I was awarded with the state medal for high achievement and yeah, in chess. So during the following years, I had high performance in different tournaments, international tournaments, becoming men's grandmaster. It was in 2010. I had high results in first Women Grand Prix series, especially the one which took place in 2011, I guess in Doha. I shared first place. Also that year, I had another high result, and I was once more awarded by state medal, already a bit higher, by the president of Armenia. That time was Serge Sarkisyan, who is current Armenian Chess Federation president. Yes, therefore high achievements again. And along with all my good results, together with high results, my failures and catastrophic performances walk side by side. Yes, they didn't disappear anywhere. So I had to work hard to overcome all the failures, all the losses, and I think I managed it. And you know, there is a very famous saying by Nietzsche: "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." I think this is perfectly suited to my situation. I think I became stronger due to my failures, because I analyzed it, why it happened. I think I did the right conclusions out of it, and what's going on with my working, making new targets, and slowly moved on for my new achievements. And what else? Finally, probably the one of the important and very significant achievement in my chess career was last year when I became a European women champion. That happened last year, and the path to that title was very, very, very long and very, very difficult because, you know, I had all the medals from the European Championship, but that one was missed. And that was my dream to become European champion, because I want to fulfill all my European medals. Yes, at some point I thought maybe I should quit my idea, because I was very unlucky during the previous championships. I was very close every time, but never took a medal. I was very close. One part of the tournament, the second part tournament, I ruined it. I thought, oh, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's not yours. So just quit your idea and concentrate on something else. But last year that happened, and that success was very nicely met by our country, by my country, my federation, governments, and numerous of fans. I was already awarded by another president of Armenia, with already not a medal, but the order for services for the motherland, and again nominated in 10 best athletes of the year. And it's really very, very high achievement because our sport, especially wrestling, are very strong, and it's very difficult to compete with all those strong guys. Yes. So that is my chess life, and I'm still playing because I simply like it. I like the process of thinking. I like the process of analyzing. I like the process of fighting, not only with my opponent, but with my main opponent, who is I am. Always fight with myself. What I want to point out that is life of chess professional. It's not an easy one. It's full of fights, full of disasters, failures, sleepless nights. And the path towards up is very difficult. You can meet on your way thorns, stones, probably rocks even. But believe, if you choose that path and you don't afraid of losses, you don't afraid of difficulties, at the end of your way, the roses will be waiting for you. Believe me, it's works really. What else? I can say that every sportsman, doesn't matter you're a chess player, wrestler, boxer, doesn't matter. If you choose the professional life, you must dream high, work hard, believe in yourself, be confident, be dedicated, and you will succeed it by all means. That's for sure, and it's already approved. So that's all. Thank you for attention, and I wish you all of you good luck in your beginnings, and also you, Regina, because I see you are very happy with doing all this. Yeah, thank you very much once more, and enjoy your staying in Prague. Thank you, Peter, also.
Thank you very much, Elena. It was so much inspiring, at least for me. And for me, it's incredible to see how humble you are, you know, winning all these championships. And then you said at the beginning of 2000s, you were even thinking that you're like average player, you know?
Yeah, because I hadn't any achievement, and I said, okay, there are so many players like me.
No, you still had a like fantastic record, chess record behind you, like a young player, and just to think like this way, it shows that you're really like down to earth. And I think all these awards that you got from the president, it just shows like that what you are doing, it also pays off, you know, at the end.
That's why I say that every hard work is awarded by all means. Just, you know, just don't betray to your dream and go for it. Just, you know, clarify the situation for you, what you want really, and there is no limits for that.
Wonderful. I would now invite, and then we can do some questions and answers. I would invite, please, Eva to join us. And also, I saw Laura, because I thought that it would be nice to talk a bit about your also like chess life, like a show.
Congratulations! This was such inspirational presentation. I was sitting there listening to you, to your every word, and I got really inspired. I believe that others as well. So thank you for this.
And I would like to also introduce you, Laura. For whom you don't know, she's top Slovenian female player, woman grandmaster, international master. She's studying biochemistry in Ljubljana, and at the same time, she's ambassador for chess in Slovenia. So, ladies, it's not like coincidence that I invite you here, because for me, you represent each. I was thinking how to call it. Firstly, I wanted like role models, but I said, okay, that can put the pressure a little bit on you. So I said like, okay, story of chess in my life. And for me, Eva, you are just perfect example, like leader in the chess world, and a top player. And you, Laura, you represent the young generations. You belong to the one of the best. So if I start with you, so in your youth, you also belong to the top players, female players worldwide, and then you took a break because you got a child. And when we had our talk, you told me chess brings you back no matter what. Yeah,
Exactly. You
And-
cannot get away from chess, no matter how hard you try.
Exactly. And it did bring you back to chessboard, but also you picked up additional roles like we mentioned, yeah? And one of them is chairman of the Women's Commissions. So how much responsibility, or how does it feel to be a leader of this woman movement, and what kind of responsibility it brings for you along?
Well, particularly this position which you mentioned, it's really super responsible because we represent all the women, yes? So women of all backgrounds, all levels, all parts of chess, not only players, and question of women in chess is a little bit sensitive because there is always this nagging question of participation. You know, that people come to us, why so small percentage? You know, all these questions which I shared with you, the feelings that that we want to change the attitude, you know, towards us, because this, I don't know if you ladies also have the same perception that sometimes it feels like shaming, you know, why not more women, why not stronger women in chess, yes? And I know that many players have this problem, you know, and so we want to feel included, accepted, with unconditionally, yes, without those questions, as I explained. So this is like the biggest pressure on me personally, you know, because now that I represent all the women, so these points become stronger, you know, because they come to me all the time, and I feel even responsible for all of us, you know, and to answer. So this is like the biggest maybe challenge for me. On the other hand, it is also I have learned a lot, and it was very rewarding to connect with women around the world, you know, and I got to know them better because as professional chess player, your word is you have to focus more on your career. Yes, so now I have this opportunity to connect and to learn about the stories of my other colleagues, which each of them have inspiring and nice, challenging, and they had to tackle different difficulties, and so this my world widened a lot, you know, and I'm very grateful for having this opportunity to work as a chair of Commission for Women's Chess in FIDE. And another thing which this position brought to me, I understand more the other side, like organizers, for instance, yes, or maybe administration and in federation, that it's easy sometimes for us players to complain and to demand, but other people are also trying, yes, and it's not easy to prepare all the conditions for us which we need. So this brought some insight for me also about the other side, yes.
Možeš se posunout máš odraz tomto. To tam je.
Me at the age of 11, I think.
Now you're so comfortable. Maybe you stay here all day. Belong here on this spot.
And Laura, you decided to go for study for the university. So why did you decide to go this direction or not to devote your time purely to chess?
Yeah, actually, that's a question I often ask myself as well. Because I mean, I was like a big prodigy in Slovenia, and like I was one grandmaster, the fourth woman grandmaster in Slovenia overall. So I just like really love playing chess. I love competing. I love working. I love training. However, I just kind of felt this family pressure or just society pressure in general that I should have a piece of paper. And then after that, I can decide what I want to do with my life. So I decided I will go to study. And of course, because I was also a good student at high school, I decided, no, I want to study something very difficult. Maybe, achieve something right there. At the same time, play chess. I was very ambitious, but of course, it doesn't work like that because once you decide to participate in one hard field, it's impossible then to work very hard on another field. Uh, so yeah, I decided to go to studies, but I have not got the full-time studies, which also might be my mistake in the beginning, because then I was doing two things part-time, and you cannot be very successful when you do two very hard things part-time. So right now, what my situation is I'm kind of getting this piece of paper. I do love biochemistry. It's very interesting studies, like science of the future. There's new things discovered every day. However, I just realized that during my studies, I loved chess so much that it's just part of me. And I can never go away from it, even if I tried, like to say, okay, I'm taking this semester off chess, just to like be successful in my university. But it just doesn't work. Like it always comes back to chess. So right now, I just say that chess is a very, very nice hobby of mine. And then after I finish my studies, yeah, I still have to decide what I have to do with my life. Yeah, just like we said, that we move you no matter what.
No matter what, you can't really avoid. My favorite athlete is Rafael Nadal. I really admire his determination, his strong will, stamina, and his working ethic and attitude. And I will just, he once said, even if I have already peaked, I have to believe I can improve. I wake up every morning and go to practice with the illusion that I'm going to get better that day. What, Elena, motivates you to wake up every morning, grab the chessboard, sit and train? After so many years and just after so much you have achieved?
If we talk about my present situation, present moment, what has motivated me is just it's never enough for me what I have. I always want to improve myself. I always want to try something more hard for me, and I'm very curious whether I do that or not. Probably that is the most motivated thing. I just want to improve myself.
I don't know if there are any questions from the public that I prepared for you. And if you wish to succeed, you must brave the risk of failure, Garry Kasparov said.
Sure.
So, my question is, what were your biggest chess fears, challenges in all of you in all these years?
Oh, probably in my youth it was the fear of losses, probably in the key moments. But now with so much experience, I don't afraid of it. I can handle it very easily.
But you have worked hard on it to
That's
come
true.
to this.
That's
to
true.
this
That's true. It didn't came easy.
For me, because I have never been at the same level yet, so it's slightly different experience. But I must say that losing it's very painful still. I cannot say that I'm over it, So unfortunately, still some work to be done.
Especially in decisive games when when the game it's important for you.
Laura, you're still very young, but I believe you have some maybe just fears.
I very much relate to what Elena said. I am not experienced, that's why I'm still like, there's so many stressful situations for me, just especially when there's like very big, like last year I also had a very deciding game at the European Championship, decided if I was like in top 10 and then went to a World Cup and everything and like so much pressure I put on myself, and I lost the game and I lost everything. So also for me, like basically it's me who is the one that's putting the limits on myself. And it's like, yeah, chess is a very psychological game, obviously, and this affects all like your results or your mood and everything. So I feel like just putting pressure on yourself and like limiting yourself.
And do you try to work on that, like maybe with some mental coach, or just
Yeah.
try to find you yourself the way how to deal with it?
I did try psychologists just to get over these things. Not only this, there were many other factors, of course. But you know, in Slovenia, we don't have a lot of experienced people who understand chess players. I feel like we're special. You know, like it's hard to explain. I tried to explain to him I lost a game because I made one blunder, which was never supposed to happen. He was like, "It's one move." Anyway, so it's like maybe I was not lucky enough to have the one that understood me, but I think if I work maybe a different one or more, it could potentially help. Otherwise, you know, you just have to work on yourself.
Yeah, so this is a very important point that it's even hard to find a professional who could really help, because this experience is so special. So maybe in FIDE also next task is to to work on that, to help players in such situations. Yes.
Yeah, but I find it very important. This it's not only about women; it's also about men. They
Of
also
course.
with the
I
mental
think
coaches.
in such situations you should have worked over yourself,
Yeah, it's not
because you have to analyze why it happened, and you have to just count on yourself only, because nobody will understand you.
Yeah.
This is something like ladies, I pick up you three because for me you represent really like your role models for me. And yes, of course.
Yes. Elena, I found it very interesting that you said that it took a while for you to recognize that chess has become your profession, and only then you acknowledged what the mental work profession means. So, could you a bit expand what happened? I mean, what was the critical moment when you decided and when you accepted that it is your profession and started to consider it being that? And what has changed since then? Did you change your routines, or it was only the perception? So how did it change?
Yeah, that happened after when I won Rapid Championship. Yes, that was crucial moment, because why it happened? Because I was thinking a lot. I like to think. I was thinking a lot. I was analyzing, and why I choose to stay in chess, because I simply liked it. I understood that chess is what I want to do more than the other thing. And of course, I started to work with self-education in order to avoid all such problems. And so, you know, just I really very satisfied with doing that job. I like to work. I like to work hard. I don't afraid of any difficulties. And probably that point makes, I don't know, was just kind of push for me, yes, to go farther, not to stop. I think maybe that was the main point. That it was all the time, all the situation in my life when I had to choose, and choose was completely different ways. It was a challenge for me, you know, and that's what I liked. That's what I liked. I liked to learn myself, doing some researches inside of me, and it's I don't know. Maybe it's very individual, but someone can do it, someone can't do it. But I really enjoy this process of researching, probably.
Elena, it seems to me that your biggest message is for women and girls who want to follow your path is to believe in yourself and to rely on yourself in the first place.
Sure,
Yes?
of course, of course. Just don't be afraid of difficulties. You will meet it, of course, and you have to handle it somehow.
Yeah, I would also mention, like Laura said, that this social pressure to go to get education, get the paper, yes. I must say that I can relate with other young players. You are not the only one, obviously, and it is very difficult. You really need to make up your mind, because to go and study and come back to chess, it does slow you down, yes? Especially if you want to reach very, very top level. Yes? Education obviously is very important, but, and it is a tough challenge, because nobody will tell you that you succeed in this way of professional. What if you don't? Yes, so, and that's this kind of fear which people have, which is completely logical, yes, and especially from family members and so on. So this is a very typical situation you are facing, and I know other players who face the same.
You know, chess is a very, let's say, egoistic sport. It's really like that, because it wants you fully involved in it. If you will be not fully dedicated, then you will be average. If you're okay with it, okay, then go on with it. But if you want to succeed, to reach high level, to reach high achievement, then you have to be fully in it.
One question, but before, please.
Elena mentioned that her father was a chess fanatic.
Very big chess fan.
I wanted to ask you, what about you? How did you start? Because as I understood, Elena, you started at the age of 3.
No, 4.5, about 5.
Okay, it was the same for me. I had 2 uncles chess fans. So I think that family, most of for the women, is the key to start chess and
That's true.
continue chess, because you had a supportive environment, which is not easily for the other girls. For example, if you're somebody meeting chess later in your life, it's not so easy to go in such high level. I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking Eva and Laura just to have the.
Yeah, I also had support in the family. In fact, I learned how to play by watching my parents, but they were not very good players. They really just accidentally at some point picked this game to pass their time, And when I was 5, I was watching them play and starting advising them, and they were very surprised that I know that. Yes, and then they understood I must have talent, and took me to some local chess club. My older brother actually took me, and I was very happy because once a week I didn't have to sleep in kindergarten, so it was my favorite thing. But it was not a very good environment for a young girl, because most of the people there were older men, and all of them were men actually. And back then it was still possible to smoke, so they were just smoking, Yeah, so, but from there then my parents found another club for me, which was more suitable for kids. There were more children, and there were regular trainings, but they had to take me on a bus regularly. It was not in my hometown, but about 1 hour away. So they had to sacrifice right from the start. And yes, without their support, I wouldn't be here for sure. Yes, because there is no way for a little girl to to do things on her own. So this was, in my case, it was 100% crucial, and the biggest single factor in my chess development.
Yeah, and for me, also, I did start a little bit late. I was around 8 years old. I was But actually, my grandfather kind of showed me what chess was, yeah. But he was very modern. He showed me a computer.
Next generation.
Yeah. That my primary school had a chess teacher who was geography teaching chess in school for free time. And he had this like a lot of the students, and I just jumped there and started learning from him. And without that, we didn't have a club in Ljubljana. There was no club at all, for example, in the capital city of Slovenia. No chess club at all. Nowhere to learn. Then when I wanted to improve my level, I had to go also to another city from, even though I was living in the capital, I had to go to a different one to kind of start going to national championships. So I think the problem today is that, for example, this primary school chapter is gone. They're not making them anymore just because schools are not making effort to pay teachers or giving time or space to teachers. So I think I was very lucky to be part of that, and I just hope that that's why I'm trying to be an ambassador of chess in Slovenia, just to hope that we can get back to chess in schools because it's very important. Otherwise, just parents have to sacrifice themselves so much, and they cannot do it all the time. For chess, I was doing dance in also another city, and they had to cancel it at some point because they were driving me 3 times a week, and it was too much for them. Yeah. So it's just so much sacrifice parents have to make to involve their child into any sport, and that's why it's very important to have chess in university and in your school and your district and so on. So hopefully that will improve.
And now you described your childhood, and Elena, I'm sure she will agree with me that the young generation has it so different now with online teaching. You don't need to go anywhere, and you can get really high class, high level chess lessons. Not to mention all the videos and yes, which was completely absent in the past. And during my childhood, okay, we didn't. I don't even remember having chess days. It was much later. And in order to really train, you need to find somebody in your area who was good, you know. And the next grandmaster was maybe 400 kilometers away. So it was really different, completely different time from now. So younger generation has much better chances of developing their talents when they find out they have them. In the past, I'm sure that many talented girls and boys did not continue because of the circumstances. Yes.
Yeah. In our period, we were just lack of the information.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's almost the time of the break, but just a question which is always I'm thinking about because I can see you really love chess and you are deeply in. And one thing what it can be the finance, but still I'm thinking what's the most important because for example my experience with the chess, the women in chess, they play, and it's 15 years, they stop. Don't care. Absolutely. I cannot imagine. For me, it's and for you, of course, it's your life. And I just want to think, I want to be of course. And I don't know if it's parents, if it's bad coaches, for example, what we have, maybe not, of course, I don't know. Then the other thing would be, for example, we are missing is role models. So maybe if you had some role models, so if you can give us advice or what's your opinion was why the other people, other girls, other women are not so deeply in. Why? Because if you like sport, for example, you just make sport from your childhood till your old age, and you just run every day. Millions of people in Czech Republic are doing this, and they like it and they do it. But then the people, and mostly the women, are easily, after 10 years with the grandmaster, after winning many championships, they are easily ready to stop. So this is my question. If you
know, in my case, my parents, my father, from the very beginning, probably he saw that talent in me, and he didn't stop. He pushed hard. I wasn't happy with that. I really wasn't happy because I really didn't like chess. But he was also unstoppable. He was also unstoppable. But probably he saw that talent in me. And my advice for the parents: if you see that your kid is really involved in chess, really like it, just do everything for that, for his future, her future, doesn't matter boy or girl. Just support it and don't pay attention on what's going on around you, your family, your kids. Just do your job. I think it starts from the parents first. Really, the parents should know what they want. In my case, my father really knew what he wants.
Did you have any role model in your?
No, I hadn't. No, I hadn't.
And did you have some excellent
Okay, during my chess life, of course, I had several coaches, and probably the one which was very important for me, from whom I took a lot, even my chess attitude, it was Igor Zaitsev, the famous Igor Zaitsev, who was Anatoly Karpov's second during his match against Karchnoy. I took a lot from him, and probably I learned from him this kind of analytic way of thinking. But from the other side, I didn't have any role model. No.
You know, your question, I believe that it's a little bit more difficult for us to answer, because we are here in Dana and we achieved great, quite high level in chess, and that shows that naturally we were born with this big fighting spirit.
Yeah, that's
true.
true.
And obviously not everybody has it, because if you have it, you will not quit. There is no way. And when you quit, you come back. Even in my case, when I stopped, I still played Olympiad in Chennai. Yes, and it's in you. I almost believe that you are like born with it, and not many women are that way. So it's like difficult for us to answer your question, because we are different in this.
I think the
way.
parents should
Yes?
should do it. They should discover it. This fighting spirit. I don't know, just this talent.
And generally, it seems men have it more. It seems, yes, by practical. It doesn't have to be bad. Maybe it's okay, and that's why I prefer to focus on quality of our conditions in chess world more than on the quantity, because quantity we can influence, but you cannot drag people by force. Yes, but we are here. There are many women who are here already. So let's start with us.
Yeah, the quantity gives the quality.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah. But you cannot force it.
Yeah, of course you can't force it.
Denise?
Yeah, like in Austria, we have the unofficial, I call it unofficial theory, that it needs 3 girls that they a chess and the dog quit. For example, we had one for Austria, good girl, and then she quit with like 14 years old. And I had the feeling that she didn't really have friends in this chess community. So what are your experiences?
Yes, well, for me, I grew up with other kids, and mostly boys, actually. And I was lucky enough to have a very good group of young people since when I was 8. I joined a club which was like what I mentioned, 1 hour away from my hometown. And we would, back then, we lived still in Czechoslovakia, and we would regularly come also here to Prague for like league, some kind of league for young people. So we were lucky that this existed. And for me, I became friends with those boys, and we grew up together, so I felt very comfortable in the environment. So, but maybe other girls have different experience.
Maybe
they
Laura,
can
you
share,
can
yes.
share.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm just very introverted, so for me, it's not a big problem if I'm not necessarily talking to people. Just it's completely fine by me. But yes, for some girls, I did some research, and apparently girls are much more extroverted than boys. So maybe that's also a reason why when we play chess tournaments, it's better that we're in a group, feel more comfortable, talk. If you feel bad, talk or get ice cream or something. You know?
It helps.
Yeah, it helps. So yeah, so better ice cream. Yeah, I think it actually has something to do with it. Just I'm not the right person that should be talking about it. Just because I actually started going to chess instead of other sports because it was more of an isolated sport. Yeah, that's why I kind of stayed in it because I just love, like for example, I never like going outside and playing with my friends. They were just like it was just so it took so much energy out of me, but that's just typical of being an introvert, I guess. So it's fine. But also, I would just like to say something on the Peter's question before. I never became a professional chess player, so maybe like why did I not become one? I did not quit, but I did not become one. It's also like money, you know? Like what's better to have a degree or master's and then have a job which pays very normal money, or just play chess and just live like as a woman, just live barely through, maybe survive. Like if you're a smart person, you're gonna go to studies, get normal money, or maybe even great money. Yeah? And that's also one reason why I did not decide to go to professional career because I was scared about my future, of course. And I didn't know how women chess was improving in general because back then, so I did not have any expectations. So that was one of the reasons. But of course, like everything's an aspect. I had also great coaches that motivated me. They told me stories during car games. It was very fun for me to listen to. I had also great supporting community, like also great friends. It was all good, and that's also the reason why I stayed in chess. But also everything's very important.
You know what? Together with Eva, we were born in a little bit different periods.
Yes.
Less computers, and we could communicate with each other because we didn't have any social media. And so my advice: just leave your phone behind, and yes, spend more time with your colleagues. Yes, playing chess, not by a computer, but with moves. And then you can open yourself.
Thank you very much, ladies. And Laura will be holding later also a session.
Yeah.
You.
Yes.
No, please go ahead. We have still space for one question.
Do you prefer individual competition or team competition?
If you prefer individual or team competition.
Oh, for me, I prefer individual because you are responsible only for yourself. But
when we speak about egoistic,
yeah, because the competition takes more from you. Because you know the every your move, wrong move, can affect on your team, and it takes a little bit more from you. Yeah, but okay, for me it's not a problem to play in the team competition. It's another story which is also very interesting with own psychology, with inner details, which is also very interesting for me. So that's all.
So we will have now a small break. After the coffee break, we will come back with. It's let's say the 5 past.
Tak nochmal? Board member of just for association. Vice president.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So,
From here.
so let me please introduce our next guest speaker, Lily Hunt from Germany. She is Vice President of Chess Sport Associations. It's relatively newly established sport associations, and what they do is they connect chess with some other sport. And now in August, they organized, it was World Tennis Championship in Vienna. Unfortunately, I couldn't take part, but I think it was a real big success. Lily is also, as Eva mentioned, she's working like a volunteer and holding the podcast for FIDE Women in Chess, and I listened to a couple of them, and really, I think you're doing very good job. And also, she's organizing international events for girls and women in Europe. And for today's session, she prepared a workshop. She will be speaking about new approaches in to report about women in chess. I'm really looking forward to listening to your workshop. So please.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah, I'm going to be a bit more interactive, hopefully, so we can have this a bit more workshop style and learn a little bit from other countries. But basically, we're going to talk a little bit about like innovative approaches and how reporting in chess kind of developed the last few years, and I'll give you some of my ideas. So first of all, I'm just going to introduce myself real quickly because if I look around, I don't know any of you. So I guess it's going to be the same the other way around. I'm actually not, chess is not my profession. I'm a biochemist by training. I'm originally from Germany, but I lived in the UK now for 10 years. Studied biochemistry there and then did my doctoral studies in cell biology. I'm going into consulting now. Now, what's my expertise in chess, or why should you be interested in what I'm saying? So I've been involved in the German Women's Committee since 2014. So I've been there for a long time, seeing and how women's chess and especially girls' chess developed in Germany, because it's kind of split in two federations. We have one for the adults and one for the young people. So I was in the youth federation, and yeah, I've been doing that for a long time. And then in between, I also was a member of the Public Relations Commission. So basically there I learned some things about like social media, but also we designed some advertising material. And I did that. And then I was also the vice president of that federation for 2 years. So I had a bit of a broader field away from just the girls' chess stuff, and was involved in all kinds of things. And then last year, as mentioned, we started this new federation, this Chess Sports Association, in which we had this idea to combine chess with other sports. So chess tennis, chess badminton, just try around with new concepts. We also have events like chess and wine, even though wine doesn't officially classify as a sport, but just to try new things out. And internationally, some people might know me a bit because, as I said, I was involved in the podcast, and I also organized the European Girls and Women's Chess Weekend in 2021, which was kind of an online tournament during the Corona times, in which like quite a few of the countries in mostly Central Europe, I guess, participated. And one of the topics that we discuss more often in our commission, and which I put a lot of time in and thought in the last few years, is which issues I see in reporting about females in chess. So basically, we see now a lot of like news coverage and stuff, and a lot of that's improved, and we have a lot more coverage, but I still think there are some issues that I stumble over every now and then, and of course this is very country dependent. But it's something that we very often don't even think about. So I think this is a good chance to use this as a networking event, maybe to turn to the person next to you, introduce you, and maybe discuss quickly, like 2 minutes, what you think might be issues we have, or if you think there are any issues in reporting about women's chess, or if you think all goes smooth, and then maybe we can get some ideas, and after that I can tell you a little bit what I think, what are the challenges we have at the moment, and how I think we could tackle them. But I'd just like to give you, as I said, 2 minutes to meet the person next to you, discuss quickly if you think there are any issues in reporting about women's chess, whether it's like the amount of coverage or how something is covered. So yeah, just do that now if you want to, and then we can get some ideas, and then I can continue. No one's talking. Yeah, I already.
Yeah. No.
Time to let them speak, see if they have similar issues than I do. Okay, I'm gonna interrupt you guys here. I don't know if anyone has any ideas to share before I spoiler my ideas and influence you. So if you have anything you find there might be issues or something you want to let us know about, and I'd be interested to hear your ideas. Otherwise, I'll go through my ideas and you can always pop in your ideas. Okay, in that case, I'll start going through what I think are a few of the issues about reporting about females in chess. Yeah, sure.
But from the perspective of Peter, and person who has been trying to think how to tackle the issues, and also prepare some reporting about female chess. As for the quantitative data, I think it is only recently when we as an organization have started to consciously accumulate the data, the share of women not only among the chess players, rated, non-rated in the countries at the different levels, continental, worldwide. But also within other professions, trainers, arbiters, organizers, etc. So we are at very early stage. So quantitative data still need to be accumulated so that to make some analysis. As for the qualitative, again, for example, it was Peter who mentioned, everybody knows empirically that girls play till 12, 14, 15, and then they quit. So something needs to be done. And we as the International Chess Federation would be willing to create some policies. But then again, to tackle an issue, you have to understand the reasons why it happens so. And here, there's totally a lack of any kind of qualitative analysis and research. Given that the world is so diverse, the reasons behind it even more so might be different. What is the reason in Europe doesn't necessarily work in the other continents, which means different policies should be there. So we don't have any qualitative data as well, research, analysis would be needed. So these are two first things that come to the mind from the practical experience.
Yeah, it's one of the things that will also pop up later on because, I'll be speaking mostly about like actually the media coverage on how females are, like which reports we have and that kind of things. And it's true that there's a lot of data lacking and that there is a difference in different countries, and with reporting and problems in language, for example, we also have the issue that some of it is very language dependent, right? So some languages gender, some don't gender. So there are very specific problems. But I still think there's some information, at least on the reporting part, available from the sports federations, not just from chess, which we can maybe make some use of.
From my side, it would be what I observed is that you come, to these informations about women, it's first time, network that you build. If you're outside this network, it's like the things doesn't exist, I miss a little bit more percent of the women on the social media, and a lot of times it happened to me. I forwarded something to some friends because I thought, okay, this would be interesting, this event or that. And they said like, Regina, how did you come to this? And I don't know that something like this is happening. So this is for me, I think, I see see it also like one of the biggest issues, more visibility, more presence of what women are doing, you know? Like all the great things that Eva was mentioning, like also the pavilion. I didn't read about it almost not at all. Dana didn't would post some photos on Facebook, like from that I wouldn't really, I would completely miss it that such great things really happened there.
Yeah, it's a good point. So we're going to go a little bit through issues similar to that, like lack of visibility, which I see some bigger, some smaller in how we read or hear about women in chess at the moment. So it's a bit of a depressing start, not too much. And then after that, we go into all the big things we can change, and it'll be much more like positive. But basically, one of the issues I still see about reporting about female events or female chess events is that there is still less coverage. I think like both the national federations, the FIDE, also the chess websites did a lot of like good work actually in tackling this. So there is much more about that. But then, for example, in the few occasions or in the occasions when, for example, we leave this chess bubble and it goes to newspapers and stuff like that, they still cover much more of the male events, right? So like the World Championships and there like the female events are less present. So I think we still have to get a little bit more of this reporting about female events out there. And there is, again, as I said, some data, not so much from chess, but I think we can learn from other sports because a lot of these problems we have in chess, that we have a low percentage of female players or lower coverage, is actually something that we're not alone with. That is actually the majority of the sports because nearly all sports are male dominated for whatever reason. And the good news is that there's some really nice data out there. So for example, this is data from YouGov. It's a very big institute that does research on all kinds of topics, but here they did a research on trying to find out why actually people watch less female sports, right? And what's very interesting is that the data was collected over 13 countries and it's a really big sample size. It's several million people that were like questioned in this surveys. And what's super interesting is that if we look at it, that we see that the main points that people answer why they don't actually watch female sports is not because of the quality, because we can see that's quite low, that like the sport is like slower or whatever. But it's mostly just because they don't have the coverage they want, they can't watch it anywhere, they don't have a team they identify with, they don't have a sports person they identify with. And this is really interesting and exciting news, right? Because if this would be true, then this means if we kind of provide this, right, and we provide this coverage, there is a big market for people to actually listen and watch these things. So as I said, this is by no means connected to chess, but it's from sports, and I think we can draw conclusions from that maybe. I think what we also still see quite often, and what I see quite often in my women's federation, is if there is simultaneous events of open sections and women's sections, that the classical setup of a report is that the open sections are described first and then the women's sections are at the bottom. And I think this is something that's super easy to change, right? We can just switch it up, do it like one way around the other day and the other way around the other day. It's just something we have to kind of have in the back of our mind and maybe switch it up every now and then. A mistake that also still happens regularly that we see is that open sections are actually mislabeled as male tournaments. So this is a recent example from Twitter, actually, so not an official report, but people still talk about the British Man Championship. And this is someone I was actually very interested and very positive about sports, and this still happens, right? This still even happens to me that if I don't pay attention, I call it like the male championship and the female championships. And it's just something that we have to pay attention to and actually start changing. And maybe even like if we see something like this happen, call it out, but call it out in a friendly way, because as I said, like I'm sure like even during this presentation it will happen to me that I call it a male competition, and I would still say I very strongly support the idea of trying to like get the right language for this on. What I see also very often, even though I have no data on it, is that there's a very disproportional photo to text ratio. So sometimes what like the women reporting lacks in text about results, they have in additional photos. And this is something that I guess we also have to question in how we want to portray females in chess, right? Because in the end, the people that play here, they're incredibly strong players, and we should also write about their successes and show their games and then have match analyses rather than just like photos of people being pretty in a way. And this is also, again, so there's actually data that photos are partly chosen on aesthetics rather than athleticism or sporting performance. This is, again, something that's quite common to a lot of sports, so this is not a chess-specific thing. I can say, for example, in Germany, things also changed a little bit now, but it used to be quite common. For example, we had the Olympiad, and the German team was playing the Polish team, and then the photo was of a pretty, I don't know, like pretty woman from France, you know, that was not in any way mentioned in the text, or she was not in any way connected to the competition, and it's the photos that were chosen. It's something we have to be a bit careful about, I think, and pay attention to. So it's something that I think. Also, how female successes are framed is still something that, like, I think we sometimes have to still think about. So basically, we saw this also now at the Olympiad again. What was quite common, or what, like, I guess there's quite an active chess Twitter bubble. And for example, what we saw quite commonly during this Olympiad is that Olivia Kilobaza from Poland played a very strong tournament, and she was very often called the female Gukesh. And that's like the question, like, is that what we kind of want, right? Like, and this was meant in a very nice way as well, because he's a very strong player, right? And it's a way to kind of try and complement her performance, but maybe these people don't need to be compared to a male player because their performance alone is already pretty outstanding.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Who posted?
It doesn't really matter. But there was quite an active Twitter debate. It's not just one person that posted it, so I copied one out. But there was actually quite a lot of like comparisons like this from different places, and there was a lot of debate going on because some people say this is a compliment, right, and some people say it's not. And I don't, as I said, I think a lot of these things are meant very nicely, but we just have to like question whether this is what we want. And like some people, as I said, like among the males and females, there's always both opinions. Some people are very positive about these things and they think it's a very good thing, and other people are more critical about this. What I also stumble onto, and maybe we can discuss this later, because I also don't actually know how to handle this and I don't have a solution, but what I see quite often is a difference in questions asked to females compared to males in interviews. So basically what we see very often if we watch the interviews of chess players, but what we always hear also in my podcast, I always ask female chess players about family, how they kind of handle, you know, like family life and their chess career. And this is something we hear very rarely asked to males, right? And this is like a complicated topic because to me, at least, these are questions that are quite interested, right? This is like, I kind of admire that the women do that, but at the same time, so I think I want this information and I think it's quite cool, but I still think it's problematic that these are questions that females have to answer to, whereas males have not. And I don't know what's a good way forward with these things. Sometimes I think we should just start asking males the same questions, because I think, you know, in that way we can ask females and there's still no discrimination between the genders. Yeah, then language use when reporting about women's sport is also an interesting one. So some other data from another study again. So this is again from sports. This is a study from 2016 that was published, and basically they analyzed, again, this is very language specific. So this was done in the English language, and basically what they did is they compared like the dictionary use and then how often like words are used there, compared to like how often it is used in a sport context and how often it is used in the 2016 Olympics. And what is used here quite often is that they claim, but as I said, this is a language thing, so I'm not a native speaker. I very often, for example, for men, there's always the description man, and boys is used very little, the same as for gentlemen. And if we look at the language used for women in sport, they are over proportionally called girls. So more than in sport context, they're more called girls, even if they're grown-up women, compared to in everyday language. So like, it's something where people ask, and for example, this is something where language gets quite complicated, because I, for example, always call people girls in sports events, right? So like when I'm in a team sport or something like this. So again, I don't want to say we shouldn't use these words, but it's just something we have to start thinking about a little bit, what we actually want to do. But what's also very interesting is that not just the terms used for women are different, but also the terms we use when we talk about women. So for example, what they found out in English is that if they look at sports and which terms go together, then women usually clinch titles, whereas men claim titles. So it's quite interesting, this unconscious. And like, you know, I don't think anyone is sitting there evilly deciding on these terms, but it's something if you don't pay attention to, this naturally happens to us. And what's also quite often the case is that successes of female athletes were shown to be more often attributed to the coaches or the male partners. So this is also quite common. Again, it's something I don't know how to deal with, because for example, especially in chess, we have a lot of like, you know, very good chess couples, and of course they're going to help each other prepare. So I think it's like a common question, but it's still very one-directional, which is partly because the males is very often in these couples the stronger. But like, I think we still have to find a way to at least not stop asking these questions, but think about ways where we can still ask these questions, or at least be conscious. Maybe ask like one of the male players how his partner helped him prepare for the tournament, or which role she played during the tournament, or something like this, right? So yeah, these are some of the differences. And what I also think what we really, really need in reporting about females in chess is more stringent control over the comment section. So what we have very often, my experience from working in the German Chess Federation, whenever we post something about female chess events, that's not the post where we get the most likes, but for sure that's when people comment. That's when we get most controversial ideas where people are unhappy about female tournaments taking place. And really often when these things are posted, people, like the process stops with the posting, right? So people post something and then it's there in the comment section can get quite nasty. And this was, for example, especially the case also about like more delicate topics, which we now had about like harassment and stuff, that a lot of the big websites put articles up about these things and it was very good, but then the comment section was kind of a bit of the Wild West, right? So everyone could comment there, and I think we kind of, it would be good, I don't know what's the right way, because you can put in insane amounts of time in like fighting trolls online, right? And it's like a way that makes you really unhappy in life, but I still think that's something we have to think about when we report about women in sports. And maybe, you know, if you're a website or a national federation or something, you don't have to answer to every comment, but maybe if there is a sexist comment, if you take a stand on it, I think that shows already quite a lot. So yeah, these are a bit of the negatives. That said, I think we're actually at quite a good stage about female reporting, and now we're going to talk a little bit about why I think we should all care about like how we report about females in chess. So first of all, out of pure egoistic reasons. Again, this is from the same YouGov study I showed before. So this looks at sport, and it basically gendered. So on the right, you see what males watch, and on the left, you see what females watch. And you can see on the right that a lot of males watch male sport, much more than female sports, for example. And you can actually see that the percentage of people like watching females or women's sports is actually not that different. But what we have is we have a massive bar of females that don't watch any sport at all. And I actually think at the moment we have male reporting for a male audience. And we have a massive audience, like women, that don't watch any sport. And if we maybe change the reporting, they'd be more interested in watching. And also what's true is that at the non-professional level, so at the amateur level, this is like, I guess, like American system based, so at the at the university sports level, actually female and male sports are much more watched in equal amounts, especially by women, compared to like professional sports, where then people really diverge to like watching the male versions. So yeah, as I said, this is the one we saw before, and as I said, what's very positive, or what makes me very positive about this, is that there is the reason that people don't watch female sports is literally just because there's no opportunities, or less opportunities, or less good quality opportunities to watch it. So we can really change something if we change our reporting, and I think that's quite a nice background to work with, because you really think you can change something with what you do. So yeah, I think it's like time to change the narrative, and I think we're in an exciting time, because there's so much stuff that popped up, like Twitch, like podcasts, all these things, that anyways, a lot of the reporting has to change, because there's a lot of new forms of reporting, you know, that we have to jump onto. So I think it's a good time to actually go into that. And this one I just put in because it's also quite interesting for two reasons. So this actually shows why people become interested in sports, and it shows that the most important thing is literally these big sporting events. And this shows us that how important these events are, like the European Championship, which we have here, and that we give good coverage of them. And the other thing we saw is maybe what we saw before, that a lot of people actually get into it through family, right? So not just in the sport itself, but even in watching sport. So it shows, for example, that parents are more interested to watch a sport their child is playing or something like this. So for the reporting, we can quickly discuss different forms, because I mean, like, there's different medias we can discuss. So short reports, this includes newspapers, newsletters, websites. So I guess that's still one of the main or most common forms of reporting. But then there's also books. I want to show you some interesting stuff about coaching material. And then we can discuss quickly about streaming and podcasts, movies and social media. So short reports, newspapers, newsletters, websites, as I said, we already have gone a long way. And I think, like, especially the big websites and the news federations, they post a lot of things now in equal amounts, or try to. But a lot of these problems I mentioned before, for example, more photos, or photos of women unconnected to the report, all these kind of things, are issues that exist that we don't really think about much. And I think here would be a good starting point for us to start analyzing which issues exist. I showed you what I think mine are. You might agree or disagree with some of them, or take some of them home, or realize, okay, maybe our federation is also trapping into this mistake, but like in this we're doing quite fine. So maybe, like, I think it's interesting for people to analyze this. I think it's interesting to get female opinions on this, because the same way we have a very male-dominated players community, we also have a very male-dominated community in writing reports, all this kind of stuff, just because everything is currently quite like that. So like maybe try and get some females in the process. And as I said, I'm a big fan because we do have so little data, because we are so niche, to use knowledge from other sports maybe as a starting point. And of course we have to be careful because we have different conditions, but maybe it's still a better starting point than no starting point. And I think, as I said, raise the topic with federations, with the chess websites, if you see anything is like bothering you. And I think for me personally, I think it would be really cool if, for example, the big like FIDE or whatever could have some guidelines or like a checklist on how to tackle problems, or maybe like what to look over before publishing an article. But as I said, again, there are super positive changes. So for example, ChessBase has like an author now, Tatiana Flores, and she posts, for example, these portraits of female players. I think they're quite good. So these ones here, the screenshots are in German, but they're also existing in English. I'm not sure what other languages she speaks a lot, but I think they're at least always in German and English. So I think that's something really cool that we can kind of, take lead from. And for example, they're also super interested. So like Tatiana is super open. So if you say, okay, this would be a player that's like super interesting in my country, or I don't know, like, you know, this would be really cool if it would be featured, because we don't know all the players, and they're super interesting players, not just the top players, but players that do something really interesting on the side or have interesting professions or something like this. So if you have any people which you think that would be really cool to have features there, then do get involved. And as I said, drop me a message or drop Tatiana a message, and I'm sure she'll be really happy to go that direction. Another form are books. So I just like to mention Chess Queens really quickly, because I think it's a really cool book that came out by Jennifer Shahade. So it's basically a book in which she tells her story as a player and like a top chess player, but she also talks a lot about other chess players, so female players and their journey, and it's quite a historical thing. I thought it was quite a good book to get an overview of like the top players, or like some of the top players and some of their ideas. And as I said, a lot of like contradictory ideas, because we all have like different ideas. And maybe just to show this, to play the Caro-Kann, like to show how important these role models are, or how these books and something can also make a difference. So this is a book I got as a gift from my coach when I was 13, which was dedicated by Jovanka, and I kept it very dearly. And I found it actually again now when I was back home in visiting my parents in my room. So I think it would be really cool if we could, like, for example, in these books, or for example, if we talk about tactics, you know, I think there's still very often, if we look at tactics and stuff, they come from male games, and we can just put a focus on, because there are also so many high quality female games, if we do tactics, or if we do a book with tactics or something like this, to include some of these games too, because I think that's really making a difference. On that note, what I'd also like to introduce, because it's also not my project, but I think it's quite cool, there is an organization in Germany, and they said they found out that in a lot of the teaching materials for very small kids, that generally, or also, for example, all the certificates, it's always male comics or cartoons or something like this. And generally, if there's females in there, they're somewhere at the back, they're the ones asking, like, can you explain the game to me? There's sometimes, like, you know, like half these things where they say, oh, I'm not sure I can do this. So it's this organization that set out, and they said, okay, we want to make coaching materials for girls, where the girls are actually the active part, right? And they tried to make it very diverse. And as I said, they have these coaching materials. Again, it's in German, but they're more than happy to collaborate with people to get this translated. And once it's done, you can order them, for example, in German now for €3 a piece. And as I said, for the very, very beginners. But I think I personally think it's a very cool project, and the animations are pretty cool. So it's something which I think I never realized as a girl that there is no girls in there, but maybe subconsciously it's still good to have some more active girls in the coaching materials, as I said, on the certificates, all these kind of things.
It's very lovely. I have it at home, and I try to teach my daughter.
Yeah,
yeah. It's working the best, but I noticed that when I practice her, she has more confidence to stay with me and to do something about it.
Yeah, as I said, I think, like, you know, there's so much good coaching material for kids out there and able to order now, but they also said if there's any country that wants to translate this in another language, they're more than happy. So they're also non-profit, they got this funded. And if there is any interest, I think it's something maybe one can work with. I think another very interesting and exciting thing that came up about reporting is actually streaming, because what we see with beginners, right, and they still have very successful streams, and it's a lot about like the entertainment, and it's just a different way. I have to say it's not really my world to watch, but I still think they reach a different audience, you know, and I think that's something that's very interesting and it's really rewarding. And I think especially also for professional chess players that don't want to live purely off chess, it was also another alternative. Of course, it's also not so easy to live off that, and you have to make the thing. But I still think it's something that's really cool. And I think what's really cool is that if it's in a place, then you can kind of stream even from individual tournaments. So it just gives even like club levels or something like this the opportunity to kind of have a live coverage of their events or online tournaments, especially if you don't need like the special boards and stuff like this. And because we thought this was quite interesting, but I still remember when someone asked me to do the first stream, I always get asked to do things that I really don't want to do. I'm really bad at saying no. I was absolutely terrified because I already hate speaking in front of people, and then you have all the technical stuff and stuff like that, and I thought it was quite intimidating. So in a very selfish way, I organized a session with Andy Rex. So she's a French, very strong French player, but she also streamed, and she actually, during this ECU weekend, this European Girls and Women's Chess Weekend, she actually gave a workshop on how to stream and how to use the software, and people could ask any questions. And I thought it was quite cool because, you know, first of all, you meet a really good streamer, and like streaming at the beginning is also a lot about like having, it's easier to stream when you have someone else on the stream, because then you don't have to make the conversation all alone, especially if you don't have a chat. So it was a great way for people to meet others, and as I said, like to get a first kind of start into how to stream and kind of like lose a little bit the fear. What we also had during this time, which I thought was quite useful, we had a contact person in our federation from the Public Relations Commission that was just very good with all this technical stuff. And they recorded a video on how to set stuff up, which was quite useful. But they were also kind of the people of contact in terms of like, if something went wrong, you could always ask them. And I know, for example, for the Austrians, I at least offered to them to get in contact with them if they had any questions in setting up their stuff at the beginning. And I think that's just quite useful. And as I said, like, the good thing about streaming at the beginning is that no one watches your streams at the beginning. So it's not bad if something goes wrong. No one sees apart from yourself, but it's still quite daunting. But I think that's something where we just have to consider, like, maybe, you know, the best form of reporting is not that we report everything ourselves, but that, for example, we offer the support or workshop on how to set up your own podcast, or how to write reports, or how to, and kind of like have like a spreading of the skills like this. And yeah, like in terms of streaming, what I also think is quite cool, or what would be quite important, is that if national federations or if clubs or whatever do stream, it would be quite nice to have what we also see now, I guess, like a lot of female commentators. Yeah, another form which we took, which I guess we just jumped onto the hype, is podcasts. So basically what's lacking to me, you know, the thing is, like, I'm not a strong player. So I know there are a lot of like strong females and they all know each other. But if you're not going to these tournaments yourself, like, they're quite far away for you because you don't really know anything. And a lot of them don't have any Wikipedia pages. Super difficult to find a role model if you have nothing but the games. You know, there's no books around them, no movies around them. You don't really know who they are. So I think the idea with the podcast was to basically kind of two things. So first of all, give a chance for the women to be seen, because they deserve to be seen. You know, they're top players and they deserve to tell their story. And on the other hand, we're hoping to kind of make them a bit more known like this, you know, to the girls, so they can identify more with them, or women as well. And as I said, like, I guess like with podcasts again and chess, we're not by ourselves. It's just like a generally like a massively growing thing at the moment. So as a part of the Year of the Women in Chess, we kind of set this up. The advantage of a podcast is also that it's extremely cheap to do. It's basically free. All you need is like someone motivated to do it. And again, like, you know, like, we lacked the expertise at the beginning, but for example, how we started this is because there's a German chess podcast, and he was more than happy to help us out. And he's actually still doing all the cutting and stuff like this. And again, there's so many people out there. If you say, okay, this is something that, I don't know, you know, like these podcasts in English, still a lot of people rather listen to stuff in their national language. So if you want to make 1 or 2 or 3 episodes in your national language, just to showcase someone for a special event, or if someone wins like a big title or something like this, then you just can get in contact. And I'm sure I can get you in contact with someone that shows you how to use the software, and so you can set up your own podcast. Another podcast that's very recommendable, and actually much older than ours, is Ladies Night from US Chess. So US Chess does a lot of amazing work in girls' chess, and this is done by Jennifer Shahade. So she runs several podcasts. Be careful, like, to choose the right one, because otherwise you're going to listen to poker. Because I didn't know at the beginning she had several, and I was very confused. But yeah, she has like 45 episodes. She mostly invites female guests, but she also has like males that are in the area that just have like interesting things to tell. And yeah, they're a bit shorter, but I think she covers a super interesting range of people. Like, pretty much everyone that's on her podcast I've never heard about. But I think they're really people that are super interesting, and she has a very good feeling for finding interesting people from all kinds of countries, because, like, for example, I'm very focused on Central Europe because this is where my connections are, you know, and like, as soon as we get out of that fear, really often I don't know people anymore, but she really brings people in that are super inspiring from all over the place. Yeah, and then maybe to films. Of course, everyone knew about or knows about the Queen's Gambit, and that did like a lot for women's chess and getting girls and stuff interested. And of course, I'm not saying now we all have to start making our own movies and films because that's a bit unrealistic. But what I think we can do for sure, again, what Chess US did, for example, they invited Ann Taylor, so the actress, to one of their sessions with the girls. So she gave a little like talk there, which I thought was quite cool. And I think Austria set up like this Queen's Gambit night, like kind of based on that. So I'm sure you're going to hear more about that. A bit of a less known chess perk is Glory to the Queen. I'm not even sure who heard of it before. So it's basically a documentary that came out that looked at the 4 Georgian players and follows them during their life. And it's really cool. It exists in, well, it's with subtitles because a lot of the material is like original photographic material, right? So it's like in the native language, but it's all subtitled. It exists in German and English. And it's super cool and inspiring because, for example, I didn't know a lot of these things because I feel like I'm quite young, you know, I didn't grow up through these generations. So already they're like a bit more distant for me, but it was really cool to see. And again, it's pretty cool because it's like filmed by a pretty female team. And it was a female director. And we, for example, invited her to the opening event for the online weekend, and we could ask her all kind of questions there, and she's super approachable. And so I thought that was pretty cool. And she was also on Jennifer Shahada's podcast, like the latest episode, but I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet. But I totally recommend watching it. It's pretty cool. And as I said, I'm not saying for our media work we should make our own films or movies, but kind of work with that and work with what we have and kind of like invite the directors or stream these movies, you know, as a, I don't know if you have an event, like as a side program one evening, have a movie night with Glory to the Queen or something like that. I think there are options that we have. One chess movie I also want to show you if it works. It doesn't seem like it will. Maybe. No, it's fine. We can play it at the end though. Oh. Oh, it's it doesn't matter. I tried it. It's fine. Maybe because maybe it's fine. I'm going to show you this at the end because I also think it's quite cool. This is again like the thing about that you don't have to make everything yourself, but there's basically an animated movie, like a short film that's made with our language, so it can be used in any country, and it's just to promote females in chess. So this can be used by any federation or whatever if you want to use it. And they also have other ones actually which are not for females in chess, but telling the story of chess, how it was founded, or I'm not sure if founded is the right word in English, but anyways, how it started. And this as well, as I said, this can be used in any country because it's specifically made without any speaking in it. And it's a really nice way if you just want to promote females in chess or if you want something for your social media to use. So yeah, this is a bit what I think, what is my idea about reporting in chess and what novel ways we can use and what there is. And yeah, I'm not sure if you again want to discuss a little bit among yourself. We don't have that much time left, but basically maybe discuss what is holding us back at the moment. So for example, what you would think would be like pushing us forward and like how to change reporting, whether it is kind of like guidelines or whether it's, I don't know, like just learning about these things, or whether it's like workshops on how to do certain things, on how to write reports, what to pay attention to. It's something we can maybe discuss. I can show you my points nevertheless. I think there is first of all a lack of consciousness of the problem. So we really have to start paying attention because it's these subtle things, right? And then keep the conversation going and collaborate with other sports. Because as I said, this is something, again, in German language, which we have even outside sport at the moment. So we just try to make a more gender correct language. There's people that are very pro, there's people that are very against it. And but it's at least something we have to discuss. And at least in Germany, it's something even if we don't want to discuss, we'll be forced to discuss it at the moment because that's just where we're moving in Germany as a society. As I said, sometimes I think it's this lack of skill or lack of confidence. So maybe there would be some workshops which would be helpful. As I said, like if you know people that want to go into streaming or they'd be interested to start a podcast, or I don't know, like start a YouTube channel or something like this. If it's something like that's purely skill based, then I guess like the right way forward would be again to do some workshops, to collaborate with other sports. So the idea for me with the Women's Chess podcast actually came because we have a conference like this every year in Germany, so a female chess conference where we exchange ideas. And because we realized, okay, pretty much every sport has the same problem we have, we always invite one person from another sport every year. So we had someone from rugby there, we had someone from cycling there, we had someone from table tennis there. And for example, the idea with the podcast came because the Cycling Society actually started a podcast to showcase their females. And this is kind of like, we didn't even come up with this idea. We just saw, okay, this is a great idea from someone else, and why shouldn't we implement this, right? Yeah, and then I think, in my opinion, as I said, I'm always super happy to have allies. And as I said, I'm not saying like males can't do proper reporting about females, but I still think in the same way we want to increase females in terms of chess players. I think it would also be nice to have more females in the reporting, so get more females involved in these topics, get more females to write reports for the chess websites or for the federation. And maybe also, again, get like more non-chess players involved, because in the end, just because I'm a good chess player, it doesn't mean I'm going to write good reports, right? Or just because I'm a good chess player, it doesn't mean I'm gonna do good podcasts, because it's a very different skill set, right? You have to interview people. So I think like getting the expertise or something from people around might be sometimes nice, to invite someone from another sport to give a workshop, or someone from politics, or as I said, like was also very male dominated. It's like the STEM field. They're all fighting kind of the same fights we're fighting at the moment. So I think there's a lot of expertise out there. So yeah, this was a bit what I had prepared. I think it's also nearly lunchtime, so I don't know if I want to keep you guys any longer, but maybe just some food for thought. So these are some of the things I generally still think about. So as I said, guidelines and checklists for writing articles, or like generally reporting of women in chess. I think it's something, it would be good to get a conversation going. And then, as I said, doing the interviews, right? If anyone has any, especially with the podcast, I know nothing about interviewing, and I really often question what are the right questions to ask, and what should you ask, and how should you deal with delicate topics, these kind of things. So I think it would also be good to have a bigger group discuss these things, rather than just me making decisions on what's a good question to ask. So if you have any ideas on, as I said, like, should we ask people about like children or family and all these kind of things?
I have a question, because I see that in your report. I know this is completely unromantic, realistic, down to earth. What about betting? Because most of sports get a very big share, media share, because of betting, and because of, let's say, journalists who write statistics for betting. Of course, in chess, we have betting. In Greece, for example, our federation got a sponsorship for our main betting company for our national teams, which is actually, quite good. And I was very curious, because if we were into the market of betting, as a sport, we would attract actually fans. We would attract a bigger audience, because somebody was going to watch us all the time. And this also supports sports tourism, because, okay, it's good to report, it's good to, but if nobody knows our players, okay, I know the best chess players, men and female, but our audience doesn't. Even parents or our bigger society and community, most of the times they know only the local, for example, athletes, if they know them, okay? I think maybe the problem is somewhere there, where it's thinking too much, in a romantic way.
Yeah. I have to say, I mean, it's a super interesting point. I never thought about betting. It's true that it's like actually like a no, it's super good, because it brings like a new angle to it, right? So I live in the UK, as I said, for a long time. UK is very gambling pro.
Me too. And online betting.
Yeah, so I know in Germany, like I know in the UK, you could for sure bet on the World Championship games for the males. How many people actually do that, and which tournaments you can bet on beside that, I have not the slightest clue. But it'd be interesting to look into.
Well, best players in the Olympics, because I'm just looking for that.
Yeah.
Research.
Yeah, it'd be super interesting. And then maybe like to promote, I guess it's like a narrow edge, because you have to be a bit careful, because I guess like it's also like not the most well viewed thing for something.
It is maybe
kind of sensitive topic.
Yeah, it is.
Because
So
also you don't want to support like
You don't want to young, but you know, as
kids to go
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just to be interested in chess because of the betting, because of the money.
it's not of the kids, you know, it's just for the grown-ups.
But you cannot really like filter it. I don't know. This is.
I think, I mean, if you go through the betting,
I understand your point fully, but I think this is really like, let's say, kind of sensitive.
I think it's super sensitive, but I think that means we still have to discuss it, and then we can come to whichever conclusion we want and be like, okay, we'd rather not get involved in it.
They have like you can bet on different tournaments or on the games, on the results of the games, or I don't know what, because I know like just players they do that.
You know, we accepted sponsorship from a betting company. That's why I mentioned it. So, you know, it's but it's reality. So
Yeah. I think it's really, as I said, it's super interesting. That's why these conferences are good. It's something I never had on my mind, but totally will think about.
And also, I need to say that you, from my point of view, you really pointed out very important things regarding the reporting. And when we started our initiative with Austria, the first thing I said to the girls, what we need to do is firstly, we need to write articles about ourselves. I don't want anybody, no other man to write about women topic. So we basically, what we did is we share. Each of us is responsible for some area in this student writing article about it. We managed to get a blog on our website. So now the status is that we have more female-related articles than men-related articles, and the feedback it's very much appreciated.
Yeah.
The men community they say like so much cool stuff is going on in the women's world, and they of course they wouldn't know it. Because general secretary doesn't have time to post all the things.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think it's again a mix. So you need people to write the article. You always need also the backup from your national federation or whatever to publish it. So I know that for us, this sometimes is a fight that everything gets published, but a lot of things get published in a place where they will never be seen. And first of all, that's very sad. And second of all, it really takes away the motivation of people to write articles, right? Because if I write an article, but it never makes it to the start page or it never even gets a link anywhere, it's a bit complicated. But I still think, yeah, like the reporting for sure. And as I said, like this is true for the writing articles, but also, as I said, for commentating. There's a lot of things I didn't touch on today, which I guess we should also discuss, but it's really not my expertise. There's this whole like Instagram, should we go on TikTok, this kind of stuff where I'm absolutely, I already feel like I'm too old for this, so you really need like even young girls to take this over, I don't know, or maybe like other people that are more keen, but it's something that I think we have to do because, this is just how a lot of stuff is like advertised at the moment, and we need to find a good way to do that. But it's also something that we always struggle to find people with because a lot of the people that volunteer, it's not actually their kind of preferred way or medium to advertise something by uploading TikTok videos. But in the end, like if we say we want to grow from the base and we want to grow from like the small kids onwards, then for sure we have to start thinking about these things.
Maybe the last point from my side is that I don't think it's not really connected to reporter, but it's even in Austria in our it's one club, and I noticed it also in the other clubs, is that if you enter a club, you see the pictures of all world champions, but you don't see their women world champions. And I was like, I noticed it already like 3 clubs for clubs. So why there is no single woman hanging here? Just a man, all the world champions, but you don't see a woman here, So maybe we can start from this little one, to start make difference, like to point out, hey guys, come on.
Yeah, and it's not meant in a evil way. They always had them up this way, and so far no one cares about it. But this is the thing where we really have to start saying, okay, maybe we should change something, and maybe we should, put some. But again, this is not chess specific. Like in my university, like all the halls only have like the old male founders, and they all have now contemporary exhibition with the females. So again, this is something that we have everywhere in all the areas now. And I think sometimes we get too drawn up in this chess world because it's already so much work. But I think sometimes we would save some work if we wouldn't try to like reinvent everything ourselves, but just check what other sports are doing or where reporting works well, and kind of like get ideas or get the expertise from there. Yeah.
Is there any questions? If not, then I would say like, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then we make now a lunch break, and we are back at, I think, in 1.5.
Just please for us.
Exactly 1.5
second.
hour. Mhm.
Yeah. This is just for you, just a small present from
Oh.
our women commission.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Also,
Oh.
can I ask Dana and Eva? We have a small present
Oh, wow.
from Lenka, who's chairman of our commission. She prepared, and she's coming in the afternoon, and so you will meet her. And so she prepared a small present for you, if I can.
Great.
Thank you for her. Thank you very much. Regina, if you want to speak, so we will meet 1:30.
Yeah,
According to the program, and 1:30 we will start again. If you wish, if you have the ticket, and you are for the first time, so as it's breakfast in the first part, there is a lunch. You just need the ticket for the lunch. So let's make a picture now. You want to dance? So can we make a picture for everyone to do it now? But we have so.
You guide us.
Okay, what I put, or I just close it, or I put from there. What shall I put something in the background?
Perfect.
This one, or the logo?
Yes.
So here somewhere. So let's go for lunch. So let's go make a picture.
Jean-Michel.
Good up. Make a picture.
A bit closer. Yeah. Zip line.
I want to touch
Moment, I will.
environment. No, you have to say.
If we get chairs and somebody sits, it works perfectly. Enough.
Depends how many chairs. Yes. So, only we need to do that.
Thank you. Enjoy meal.
So part of the reporting on female events, yes?
Vale, lo foto, vale? No. Eu pensei, eu estou muito
so long. It was kind of short, but yeah, the schedule is a little bit tight. And my honor to welcome our next speaker, Mariana. And it was kind of fun because she wasn't on my speaker list originally, but I had some slot free. And she sent me a message when she's saying, no, Regina, I really like the idea of the conference. I really like the program. I would like to attend. And then we started to chat, and she was telling me what she's doing. And I said, like, you're so inspirational. Wouldn't like to get this slot and to and to present it and to the audience. And she said, like, yes, why not? And then we discussed it with father, and I told her, and also we discussed the issues with the leaderships, women in the chat. And I said, like, I had this idea also, and I said, I would like to join also that session. So Mariana will then also join the session with Anna and Eva later on when we speak about the leadership. But firstly, she will introduce her successful project Kaisa, Say Yes to Chess, especially to girls. And she's also woman FIDE and also a board member of the Greek Chess Federation.
Yeah.
Please welcome, and stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Regina. I wasn't supposed to speak today. I was only supposed to come here for vacation. After the first league, I promised my husband to have vacation where I said, what about Prague? We can join, for example, the women's conference. He said, why? He said, because baby steps, women need to be promoted and we need to support that. I contacted Regina. She said, how come? And I said, okay, I want to see what others have to say about women in chess. And we exchanged some opinions, and here I am. So it may sound funny, but I'm not a professional player. Many in Greece say I am. I still play for the first league. I'm a chair of my club, one of the most historical ones in Greece. It's like the third club in Greece, founded like back in the 50s. And, maybe I must start from the beginning and give you the background. So, I was introduced into chess from my uncles. Actually, I feel privileged if I compare myself to the other stories that we heard, because one of my uncles is actually an international master, and the other one was an international master in correspondent chess. So we understand that from my birth, I play chess. I adore chess. Chess is my life, but I love it. I don't compete. I don't care if I do 0 out of 7. I'm not afraid of the loss. That was always the point. So, as Laura said, there comes a time that you need a paper. And that paper was my bachelor in social anthropology. I wanted to join military. My mom was scared to death. Well, I left chess. I was playing just for my team. I became a woman FIDE master. The title came to me once the federation called me. They say, you're a FIDE master. I didn't even know why I was a FIDE master. Then I obtained one norm as a woman international master. I didn't even know about it because I didn't care about the titles. I just cared for the game. That was what thrilled me as a girl. So I pursued a career in digital marketing for many years in multiple companies. I just reached head of advertising, head of digital marketing and marketing. I was relocated in various cities, Romania, Russia, Poland, Albania, and finally I reached Cyprus. I love Cyprus. So pandemic came. I decided to quit from my job and started my own business. So business was founded March of 2020. And 11th of March, everything was closed due to pandemic and I couldn't work. What to do? All my attention got to chess. So we created an initiative called Let's Play Chess Online. And all my force got back into chess. And this is how an idea come with another one company. And we decided to, let's say, experiment in Cyprus. Why in Cyprus? Because Cyprus had nothing to do with chess, and especially with women in chess. So I had the business background in marketing. I knew what is education. I knew how to treat kids. I was a chair in my club, so I had to do with youngsters, females, males, everything. I was a woman FIDE master in Cyprus. There are no titled women in Cyprus. There are barely men titled, two or three. I was a professional and I knew how to treat everyone, parents, players, kids. Problem was, one of the weaknesses was the huge amount of research and development, because that was not Greece. Okay, in Greece I knew the standards, in Cyprus I didn't. I was not a local player, I was a foreigner, okay? And that was an individual initiative. And why do I actually added that? Because I had an injury this year. I had a double ankle fracture and I suffered for 3 months because I had to run the whole project while being injured. You cannot stand the pain. So the opportunity was that we have a high niche market in a small country, an innovative idea, expansion opportunity, because we want to relocate and create the same project in Greece and probably in some other countries if there are opportunity, you know, to join some other initiative. And of course, we had small competition, and yeah, that's all. I said that it is a small country. And okay, probably there's another one opportunity, the fact that I speak all 3 languages that are spoken in Cyprus: Russian, English, and Greek. So I'm fluent in all 3 languages. The threats were that in Cyprus there is a lot of time and kids have a lot of options, you know, football, basketball, you know, chess is not such a popular sport. And the local federation wasn't supportive. And of course I had to invest in all of this project, you know. I actually suffered the first year. Let's talk about chess as activity. Everyone starts chess as an activity, you know, in schools. I heard many of you were talking about how you have 1 hour and 1 hour per week, kids joining sections in schools or after class activities. So same thing was in Cyprus. Chess was barely, let's say, an activity, and I had to team up with an educational institution and suggest them to start chess. So they said, why not? Try it. Okay, you have tabula rasa, carte blanche, go ahead. And I did it. We have 1 time per week. You can see that we have 4 groups, 3 to 4 year old, 5 year old, 6 year old, 7 year old. And all groups were of 12 people, and boys, girls were equally divided. So we have girls and boys. Problem was that 1 hour is not suitable for such age ranges, you know. No 3 year old or 4 year old or 5 year old can stand 1 hour of chess, okay? And 1 time per week was not enough. You all know kids get sick, they're miss for weeks, they come back after 3 weeks, so everything was confused. and the system was not working. In September of 2020, we decided to launch an experimental preschool program because I was convinced that if girls have, let's say, their first meet with chess in an early age, they will definitely love it. The problem is that they get to know chess around 6 or 7 year old when they're already into, I don't know, dancing, ballet, gymnastics, or whatever each country has, volleyball, basketball, etc. So we set up a curriculum which had English, theatrical game, mental calculation, brain fitness, Greek dance, chess, and ICT, everything around chess. Okay? Of course, one of our first obstacles was that girls were not attracted to chess. They didn't know what chess is. And pandemic made the problem worse because nobody was teaching girls chess. The opportunity here came because the Cypriot anti-COVID protocol allowed only to preschools to resume their program. They were not in distance education. They were actually over the board. We actually scheduled a plan, hired personnel. You can see the personnel. It's an English teacher, Greek teacher, Russian teacher, chess instructor, mathematician, child psychologist, Pilates instructor, which was doing the dance training, drama teacher. These are actually subjects that are both interesting boys and girls. And the goal was a holistic education, okay, to cultivate a developing child's physical, emotional, moral, psychological, and spiritual attributes. And what is that? We know that our education says kids have special things that they need to know. There are letters, numbers, direction, and all that can go through chess because we have everything like that in chess. Our trainers were ready, because they are teachers, to nurture our students with varying educational levels and learning capabilities. And that was actually our strength that made everything that came after that possible. You can see some pictures of what we're doing with our children and how chess messages are getting into their subconscious through our program. That is our year 1 admissions. We had 2 age groups, 3 and 4 year old. 3-year-olds are less than the 4-year-olds. And we named them with chess categories, candidates and masters. In total, we have 24 children, 13 boys, 11 girls. Okay, that has to do with our admissions, as I said. We try to keep a balanced, let's say, ratio. And as I said, we had to face a lot of problems at the beginning. Traditional training was not a choice, you know. That was something that we had to forget from the beginning. 12 preschoolers in a classroom, discipline, chess, rules, utopia, you know, forget about it. Chess terminology, it's a foreign language. Pieces, they were meant, you know, flying all over the place, lying on the floor. And we have to adjust to our new, let's say, an environmental schedule. So we tried and bring new educational tools. And what do I try to say with this? We brought tablets, we brought books, we brought online apps. All parents were hesitant at the beginning. They were saying they're 4-year-olds, they're 3-year-olds, this will not work. And right now, all of our kids are solving exercises. Can you imagine a 5-year-old solving exercises at stepping stones 1 or 2? No, I can show you pictures of that. Can you imagine boys and girls of 4-year-old calling Jose Raul Capablanca or watching the Chennai opening and say, oh my God, that's Vichy. I actually lived that, I have it on video, you know, or know who's Judith Polgar, or having a kid playing simultaneous exhibition with Natalia Zhukova coming back and telling me, why don't we learn about women champions? Okay, we know all the men. And I was like, why not? So I think it was when we were learning the Chinese champions, but we managed that as well. You understand that history, the history of chess and all of this storytelling made them connect with the sport. It made their reality. And that is when our girls got the initiative, you know, they find a way to love our sport. You have our schedule here. We do 30 minutes almost every day. We have a tournament at the end of the week. And we also have after school chess training. At the beginning, no one was interested in the after school, you know, nobody. I think only one boy was. And then this happened. And this is girls, 3, 4, 5, 6-year-old playing chess, learning chess, doing chess on regular basis. There are girls that they're telling me all the time, can we play a game? Can we continue? Can we go abroad? Is there a championship? And how can we become better? And they train all the time. So these are the numbers, and you can compare Greece with Cyprus. Of course, if I do it with population, you understand that Greece's population is 10 times bigger than Cyprus. But still, the numbers of Cyprus are much lower than the Greek ones. And the title one female was actually obtained her title now in Chennai. And because you probably don't know it, this is the first time that Cyprus flew to an Olympiad with a female team. And it was accomplished in the year of the female. Thank you, Peter, for that. I'm sorry. I was very emotional on that because I was telling them, come on, guys, you need to have a national women's team. You cannot do it without a women national team. It's, you know, it's your role model. It's the ones that your players will be looking and try to become like this one. You understand that active players, women players in Cyprus right now are 16, okay? 16 active players, female players, in contrary of 129 male players. And in our school, 24 girls play chess right now, 24 from age 5 to age 9. You understand that there is a problem. I understood that there is a problem, okay? And we try to fix it. So here, you will see what happened when we tried to extend our program into a training academy, you know, from the preschool schedule to the chess sport. First year, 2020, we had nothing. 5 girls engaged into chess. 2021, 24 girls. And there were, it was, you know, word of mouth. Moms were happy, girls were happy, and the goal was reached. Actually, in 2022, we expect 35 girls in September, just for the training program, because the preschool has 24. I think we have 12 girls this year. And okay, there is something next also coming. Our program extended. We decided to add year 1 into our experiment. we got permission from Ministry of Education to extend our program by year 4. We only accept kids from our preschool, so that we will want to see what will happen in our next years, how they will, especially girls, how they will reach chess accomplishments. Right now, in year 2022, our girl won the Open Championship. Under 8, she will play in Batumi in the girls section, but there are no girls section championship, nationals championships in Cyprus, so she plays in the open category and she won the open category. And there was no cup for that, so she had to receive the girls cup, although she won the open category, which we found completely unfair. But what to do? There was a cup which says boys category, girls category. Hopefully she does her best in Batumi, in Georgia. Our next steps is to participate and collaborate with other places. We already are in negotiations with Greece to create a youth chess camp in Crete next Easter. We organize standard time tournaments. We want to have guest trainers and guest players. And also, we want to create workshops for parents. And why is that? We learn from our audience. This is something very, very basic in marketing, you know? You must always listen to your audience. And right now, our audience are not the children. Our audience is the question that I did to our ladies, are the parents. If you bring mothers into the sport, and that was actually a very good idea, I was inspired from our Greek federation, who makes all the mothers arbiters, you know? So while the kid is playing, mom is an arbiter. And that's very good because she understands the rules. She gets into the sport. And I made it, actually, I got it a little bit further. Learn mothers to play chess. Teach them, you know? Make them know the rules. Do you know why? We play an individual sport, you know? If the girl can play a chess game with her mother or her father or her grandmother or grandparent, you know, the bond is getting closer. And we need that because if we have that strong bond, they will never let chess. Never, ever, you know? And it's very vital to have these kids into the sport. My mothers also, my clients always say, you know, my girl comes back home, she wants to play a chess game. I say, and you don't like it? Yes, I like it, but you know, it gets tiring. My girl comes to home and she wants to checkmate me all the time. And okay, teach me a way so I don't get checkmated. Okay, that's good. But all of this need time, guys. I understand that it is very difficult for a trainer to have all that much energy and time to consume on parents that, I don't know, kids, grandparents, probably officials, federation, etc. But it has to be done. Otherwise, we're going always to be behind. We need to bring fathers, mothers, everyone, brothers, siblings, I don't know, uncles, into our game because it's a fascinating game and everyone can play it. That's the good with chess, you know? Before flying here, a teammate of me gave me a present, okay? And it says, make sport everyone's game. I will rephrase it, make chess everyone's game. That's our goal. That's why we're here. It's not only about the girls, but, you know, in chess, queen is the strongest piece. And we are queens, come on. So we just need to acknowledge it, you know. It was like Zurab said, we don't acknowledge it. It's about the confidence. Acknowledge it and everything will be fine. So, there was the final, I don't know why the final page is not here. I want to thank you. I hope you liked the presentation. Hopefully next year we will have even better results to bring you and actually prove that girls rule our game. And Who knows? Maybe we'll have two champions, Cyprus champions next year, and maybe we can do the same project in Greece as well. Thank you so much for your time.
I feel anxious. I will give now space for questions.
We organized for the first time individual championship of ESNA. European Foundation.
Maybe
Can you be a little bit louder? Yes.
Championship for women for Small Nation.
For Small Nation, they will organize in Monaco. The Cyprus belongs to this.
I'm not a Cyprus
She's from
player. I'm a Greek player, and
but for the girls, maybe.
Yes, the girls. Why not? Why not? Clearly, this. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
But you have also like okay, the majority of the girls there are like smaller girls, but there are also like what is the
imagine that even in the Olympiad right now there was only one woman playing. All the rest, the other three girls, they were under 14.
Yeah,
and they're like champions in their age group. I think the one is champion under 14. No, two are playing under 14, and one was playing under 12, yeah, or under 16, something like that.
So I understand that your approach was to propose an interdisciplinary study course using also modern technologies for the very young age of the kids. So could you share us who and how did you develop this study program, or did you borrow it from somewhere? What was your approach? And if you did develop it yourself, how did you make the educational authorities to approve it, given that chess is probably not the most traditional part of the...
That was actually the good thing with Cyprus. Cyprus has a lot of, let's say, private educational institutions, and they allow it up to the year 4. That's why we extended our program up to year 4. After that, then you need to switch into an English learning, let's say, program. As I said, the chess part was completely mine, okay? But we have a very good staff, which is approved by the Ministry of Education. We have teachers, we have who are responsible for the everyday curriculum that has to do with the learning, let's say, part. But if you go to Cyprus, if you visit any preschool, they do 1/10 of our subjects. So our kids are overqualified. They're speaking 3 languages. In other preschools, they don't even manage Greek. They only speak English. And they are not learning mathematics. So the Ministry of Education is not so strict for the curriculum as far as you can, let's say, as far as the kids can enter year 1 in private schools. But that is the good with Cyprus. You know, they're not so strict. They have a flexible, for example, in Greece, this would be impossible, you know, without a strict program that will be admitted into the Ministry of Education. Cyprus is not, and that was why the opportunity was so good to try and experiment on that. But as I said, we have a psychologist on our team who is preparing the review of the project, which will be published, I think, in 2 years, not now. We want to reach year 2 and see our results. That's why when I was hesitant to, you know, actually show all of this, but it's not, I think it's nice, you know, we just need to share the information, and maybe there are more colleagues and more, let's say, people who can participate into our project.
And how many people altogether are involved?
We are around 10 people.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, we have a lot of teachers because
But in this area, 10 people.
yes, we are 10 people. Everyone has a chair. I mean, you cannot, for example, we couldn't do anything without our drama teacher. You know, he does almost everything, and he's a male. He's not female. Okay, yeah, we have like theatrics, we have songs, we everything chess based.
You need to give me some tricks to to teach my daughter how to speak.
You know, I have so much videos, you know, and photos to share that.
Because as you mentioned, like
Yeah.
5 years old to spend 1 hour, it's impossible. 15 minutes, 20, and I'm grateful
Yeah,
for that.
you must hear girls shouting, you know, this kind of military stuff, you know, la 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 la, la. And it's very funny. In almost all languages, we have them in Greek, Russian, and English. So,
Maria, I would say in your last phrase that we have to acknowledge that the queen is the strongest piece in the world.
yes.
Okay, I would make a joke. Is this a hidden threat to the kings?
No, 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 no.
No.
But, you know, it says behind every man, strong
Coming
woman.
back, this is,
Yes.
you know, because, I mean, it was some theory that is not political correct game because the white are playing always better. So now, you know, we can turn this and can say that chess is progressive, okay, because the queen is the strongest piece on the board.
You know, I think chess, you know, chess is actually a very, how can I say, there is a righteousness into chess because you can be promoted and pawn can become a queen, it can become a knight, it can become a bishop, it can become whatever it wants. And we have that chance. You only have to play good and you have to accept the consequences. The problem is that we try to make a very big fuss out of a win and, you know, try to somehow criminalize the loss. But if we understand that every loss is a winning situation because you have to correct your mistakes, we will probably realize that chess is in everything. Chess is in our works. You know, in my business, I was called the 7 moves forward because no matter what happened, I always had a solution. I never panicked. And that is because of chess. You know, I was not such a good player, but I was very good as an executive, you know, director. And that's good. That is something that I truly believe if I didn't engage into chess from a young age, I couldn't manage it. You know, chess is everything. And right now, this is another project that we ran. We actually train trainers of other sports. I have in Limassol, we have Apollon Limassol, who is the champion of the Cypriot Football League. The trainer of the youngsters, the under 18 team, is I trained him because he finds it fascinating that chess may help him in a football because the chessboard is the football field. It's the same. You have a goalkeeper and you are promoted. Same thing, I have the trainer of a volleyball team. And we cooperate into finding ways of training that can apply in all sports. And it's the way that we see it. You know, the spectrum is quite wide. The problem is that mostly of the time we're stuck into chess. You know, if you are not a grandmaster, I also felt that I'm not a grandmaster. You know, I'm not good for chess. But then I realized, try to take all of your background and place it into chess, and then magic may happen. You know.
But chess world needs people like you. You know?
I don't know if they
For
need.
what you do, you don't need to be the grandmaster. You need to have patience.
That's
you
what I
know,
say.
patience.
I'm chess
You need
enthusiast.
to,
You know.
Yes, and
I'm
you
a maniac.
give that, you know, father to other kids. You
I
know?
feel more anxious about this project than telling metrics about Roy or SEO, you know, it's a funny thing. So that was it. If any questions.
No questions, then thank you very much. Okay, and I.
Just small present. And the present maybe will be given by our chief. I will introduce you the first ever chief of our Women Commission of Czech Republic, Ursula. So she can stand. So I will do it. And the rest I will already. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So it's really a big honor to welcome our next guest. I don't need to introduce Dana, and if somebody doesn't know Dana, then has a real issue. Please. So, when I was thinking like what Dana could do, of course, the first thing that comes to your mind is to speak about the leadership, because there is no better example being like a top leader in chess and outside chess. And it's really my pleasure that you agreed, and you will now you will tell us a little bit about your experience.
Thank you, Regina. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience coming back after the lunch and still sitting in the full pack as it was in the morning. That's already a quality sign for the conference itself. Thank you for all the speakers that were here in the morning, keeping the attention strong. Yes, it is my great privilege to be here, part of this conference. I see it as our even duty to share our experiences if we have some. And today it's quite funny. When I was trying to make the first title, I was thinking, which hat should I put it on in the chess or in the chess world? Which crown should I put it on? Yes, so if I'm talking about the leadership and representing the chess world, because even in the chess world, I've been privileged and blessed to hold various or several leadership positions, starting from being a woman chess grandmaster. I think that's already a sign of being a strong and dedicated person, yeah, who has proved herself in your life. I'm the managing director, deputy chair of the management board, but also the ECU deputy president since a month or so. So these are various positions in the chess world. But I've had, as Regina said, quite an extensive leadership experience also outside the chess world, in parallel to the chess world or prior to it. And my presentation will be partly sharing my own experience, so what challenges I've seen being a woman leader, then also making a picture of what I see from my position in FIDE, how the chess world looks like in female leadership, and then probably considering also and giving some elements that chess has given to me that has always helped me to be in the leader. Probably that some of those might be useful to you as well. So starting from the very beginning, I come from Latvia, from Kuldiga, a tiny whiny place. It's less than 10,000 inhabitants in Kuldiga and less than 2 million people in our country, but it is a country with strong chess traditions. So there is already some preconditions for me going into chess. And the city, the town itself, it also had a chess club where me being a girl, I was once again privileged. I was not unique there. I would say that there were probably even more girls than boys going in for chess. So I never had these issues of being somehow lonely or under the pressure that probably chess is not my sports. And I believe just because of these coincidences, lucky ones, I have gone into chess, and chess has created me as the personality and as a future leader as well. And what is special about my country, why I wanted to mention it, it is within the context of this topic, it is a country where it's said that 52% of the leading or leadership positions are held by women. Of course, if we dig deeper, then we would see some discrepancies with just, the superficial data of Latvia being the women-driven country, because If you would look at the private business, you would see that still the very top positions are still held by men. And then the second tier management positions where the most of the work lies is delivered by women. But still, I mean, I think the overall environment, the surroundings where you are born, where you are proceeding with your career path, it does influence on career opportunities. And yes, so here are some pictures of my chess career. A long time ago, this was the age when I met Regina, Julia, other players as the competitors and as the lifetime friends, actually, yes. But as I said, I think chess, and this is how why I truly believe that chess in education is one of the key elements if we think of the future kids' development of giving about giving the future skills like complex problem solving, like understanding the cause and the consequence, like working ethics, like really appreciating the ability to appreciate the high or wide area or wide spectrum of emotions, starting from the sweet taste of the victory until dealing with the very harsh sorrow and harsh feelings of a lost game. So this is the complex that gives good grounds for every kid to succeed in every area of the life, and to succeed also in the career ladder and to become good leaders. And as I said, I've been privileged in holding various positions before I joined FIDE last year. 10 years I've been spending in the national politics, since 2011 being the member of the parliament, and so holding very man-like positions in the government, being the Minister of Economic Affairs, the second lady in the whole history of the Latvian independence, Minister of Finance, also only the second lady holding this position. And this also shows that, you know, in politics and in various disciplines, there are some presumptions or, you know, judgments of what fits women and what does not. Yes, for example, even in our government, when I look back, I would see that out of 13 ministers, normally there are plus minus 3 ladies. But what positions those normally are? It's healthcare, it's education, it's culture. Those are the ones that are normally somehow trusted to ladies. Not finance, not economics, not defense, not interior affairs, you know, which are considered to be male professions. And these are the challenges, I think, that are still existing, that we have to break the stereotypes, what is fit to women and what is not. And why I'm mentioning this, because I think one of the aspects why we see such a low share of the women in chess, it is because their parents, the girls' parents, think that chess is not for the girls. And it's sometimes difficult for us to consider how could that be, but we have to remember that we come from Europe, where, you know, the equality level is quite high, you know, and we are quite open, and it's not a big problem for the girls to go in for ice hockey or whatever, you know, typically male-dominated areas. But the world is not only Europe; it's very diverse. And if we consider consider regions like Far East, even Africa, yes, many countries. In many countries, you would see that the very first and important task is actually to convince the family members, the parents, that chess is there for the girls. So, and this is how you give actually the chance to open the doors for the young girl to enter this beautiful world. But not only about chess; it's about general perception that this way you can open the door for them to excel, succeed, become the future leaders. So, what are the trends in the global world outside of the chess? We could say that the role becomes more feminine. One of the last surveys or research that includes many top corporations and companies show that last year it was a record high share of the ladies holding the top leading positions. Because more and more the businesses do understand that using all the pieces gives some benefit. Yes, so that diversity brings also financial benefits. So it's also approved, already empirically proved that those companies, those businesses, those organizations that accommodate women bring in the diversity and become better in the problem solving, and thus how they also give create additional preconditions for innovation and for generating more income, more profit as well. As I said, sometimes with only purely the superficial data of the share of women in leadership positions is not enough. You have to dig deeper. And then what I was happy to see is that there's also this trend changing, that women are not holding only the HR positions in the management. They are already starting to occupy the finance, the managing positions, managing director positions. So one of those probably it's me as well, holding the managing director position in 2021. But this is the trend that I appreciate a lot, and this is something that we should encourage. But what is also interesting, that if we think that we are the center of the world and the best performers worldwide here in Europe, the data shows that it's not the case. Intuitively, that we would think like it should be the case. US, Europe, but you see that even African continent, if you look at the data, does outperform Europe. So advantages of female leadership, there are very many reasons why to accommodate ladies, but I would just mention 4 of those. More diverse problem solving, I already mentioned that. When there is a monolithous team, people who all think the same, who have the same experiences, capabilities, it is all fine, and probably these kind of organizations are easier to be managed in the calm situations, when there is no problems, no crisis, no challenges. But whenever there are crises and challenges appearing, then the lack of diversity in different experiences becomes your weakness. And the quality of the decision-making process then decreases notably. And just to mention, or give you one example from my political experience, I also have seen how the policy-making process, how the decision-making process, for example, in the parliament has improved while having more women on board. The share of the women has lately notably increased in our parliament as well. So just one example, for example, there was a discussion about young boys using the hunting guns. So as long as it was only men involved in the discussion, it was an easy decision to be made. Of course, they have to use the guns because they're men. They have to grow up. They have to become the potential defenders of the country. They have to know already since their childhood how to use the gun. But then, and it would have been easily passed through this decision. But then, in some of the commissions, somehow it appeared that women also became the part of this decision, and new aspects came to the table, like the emotional intelligence and the development level of a teenager. So such aspects were considered, that not all of the young men are already ready to behave responsibly, especially in this transitional age. Yes, that probably some supervision mechanisms should be introduced. Yes, that men are not only the soldiers. Yes, that's not their only function to be grown up like the macho men. They need additional aspects of their education and their personalities. So at the end of the day, the decision was the same, to allow to use the hunting guns, but the decision was much better weighed and the additional control mechanisms were introduced. So this is, you know, a very radical example, but there's so many everyday decisions. What I see and observe also in our work, even in FIDE, that I see that having this sometimes clash of opinions, of experiences and attitudes brings us to better decisions. It was Aristotle who already said that, you know, the truth is born in discussions, yes, sometimes fights. So it's nothing new, but sometimes we forget about that, to embrace different opinions and experiences. Women are more tend to incline for the collaboration. That's also when there are some crisis management and conflict situations that sometimes proves to be the best approach, rather than just, you know, stubbornly keeping to your own track to find some alternative solutions. There are various research analyses made on the differences between the men and women, and it's interesting that, of course, in average, the man's brain is by 10% bigger than women's brain, but doesn't mean that that's by 10% better. The function is a bit different. The men are said to be better oriented to the mathematical, precise task execution. They're better in time, in estimating the time and space, while ladies are better in intuitive decisions and multitasking. So adding these elements together makes you stronger. And when we come to the collaboration, multitasking and taking care about various interests, putting them together, is sometimes a very strong feature of the leader. Women are more concerned about employee engagement. Yes, in team building, that's probably that probably explains why among the leadership, the ladies are those who deal with human resources in the companies. They're just, you know, sometimes better fit to that. They take care about the team not being overloaded and given their own experiences about trying to balance the work and private life. Yes, so these aspects that if we don't have women in the decision-making processes, sometimes the organizations fail to follow. And yes, there's always business as well. Improved financial performance. Last year, McKinsey's research was made that shows that companies with 30% more women executives are more likely to perform by 10 to 30% better. So that's an argument if you need something in your pocket for your bosses as well, why more women have to be accommodated. So how does FIDE look like? So you know that we have 199 federations worldwide. How many lady presidents are there? 10. Okay, a few of them are here in the picture, but it's only 10. So it's not too big of a number. So starting from the bottom, from the federations, which are our main stakeholders, to the very top, I mean, there is still a lot of space to improve. If you look at the organization itself, FIDE, as well, I mean, the numbers, nevertheless, the policies have improved. And this was probably the first, I think, yes, this was the first elections a few weeks ago that was held in Chennai, that actually then the quota, the female quota for the management, for the council members was introduced. And that's something that is, I'm not a great believer in setting the quotas, but sometimes in such organizations where where the share of women and representation of women is very low, and the overall context and environment is not encouraging getting more women on board, we need these artificial elements, and they might help. And we see that it takes, and it will take, a lot of effort from us as well to not to forget to include women in the responsible positions. As for the FIDE commissions, we have 20 commissions, only 3 chairs are ladies among them. FIDE management board, 3 out of 11, and one is doubling. FIDE treasurer, Zhu Cheng, is a member of the council, and then in parallel, also the member of the management board. FIDE council as well, 3 out of 15. So it's still far to have a full-fledged balance in the decision-making process, but that's a good start. That I see that in our work, more and more men listen to the initiatives of coming from the ladies, because as we already discussed, not always the quantity is the quality, and it's important that those women representing the gender in their positions are strong enough and vocal enough to convey their message and to be able to break the glass ceiling that is still there. I sometimes use this example that a woman in the leading position is like a nebula, like a supernova. She has to expel so much of an energy, yes, that would have a potential of creating the new universe. But what she should be very careful about it is not to become a supernova that is expanding the universe, still burning herself. Yes, so, and this is our task, our leaders' task, to help those women who have a lot of energy and who can be the leaders and bring the flagship initiatives and accommodate other women as well, not to allow them to burn themselves, to support them and encourage. Being a leader, a woman leader, is a difficult task, yes, especially in a male-dominated world. I have such experience in politics, which is a male-dominated world. Chess is not different, somehow easier still, but not different. And just to share some of the biases and some of the challenges the woman leader has to face. There's a lot of prejudice regarding the female leaders compared to men. The video there, it is Finnish. You probably have heard about this case. Yes, the Finnish Prime Minister Sanna Marin, that who was dancing in some private party, and this video was published, and then a huge debate started whether it's appropriate if you're a woman at such a high position. Yes, I mean, if you are holding a position, you do not fully belong to yourself. And this is one side effect or side defect that you have to count on. I mean, you do not belong only to yourself. You represent your institution, you represent sometimes your country. Yes, you represent the position, and you cannot do whatever you wish. This is something that you have to deal with. But on the other hand, what is also observed in nowadays, that still, there is the vanity fair or double standards from the society, judging the men leaders and the women leaders. Yes, and women leaders are always judged by their hair, whether it's appropriate. The men's hairdress is not discussed that much. Dresses, manicures, appearances, and such things that are never there, the topic of the discussion when there is a man leader. People also tend to judge women more by their character features. You would never hear, or hardly ever hear, people judging about some leader or politician or whatever, business leader, telling that this guy, this manager, this politician is high-minded or hysteric, or whatever other attributes you would hear. But you would quite often hear these judgments, emotional ones, attributed to women. And the judgments on the private life are quite harsh, and sometimes it's also, it's a pity that they're more vulnerable because your political competitors or your whatever competitors may misuse this perception of the society. Yes, I have also my own experience where I was, so fond of part of the society really supporting Prime Minister of Finland, because I have similar experience. This picture is actually me dancing, which was released when at the moment when I was trying, as Minister of Finance, I was trying to fight against the microcredits, not against the business form as such, but against the irresponsible way they were giving out the credits with huge percent rates, and that led to the disasters in many families. Yes. So when we were trying to restrict their business models, introduce more control and sustainability, so such kind of a material was just released, claiming that I have some affair with one of my advisors, and I'm spending the nightlife, instead of doing business during my business trips, I'm doing some nightlife, and they were using some old video. Yes, just something that would never be an argument if it was a man, or even if such information would have been released or published, nobody would really care so much. So what? That's the private life. But if you are a women leader, you would still have to encounter with a lot of criticism coming from the society. There are much more, the society is much more demanding regarding women trying to balance their professional and family life. For example, I have 4 kids, and I've quite often heard this, comment. So 4 kids, probably because you're working so much, they have not been taken care of. Yes, you would never or hardly ever hear if any man leader being approached by somebody and telling, so what does your family say that you are working so hard, yes, and so much. There is this presumption that if a woman has kids, then either she's failing in the work or she doesn't take care about the kids. The idea that women are still multifunctional and can do all and can have a full support from the family and it's somehow balanced sometimes doesn't strike the bite of the people. Yes. So this is one aspect that has to be considered, which is changing in Europe. The perception is also changing somehow by giving more rights to men to take care about the kids. The perception that it's also partly their responsibility improves, and that's also decreases the biased attitudes to women trying to balance their life. Yes. So if you're a woman leader, it's not only women leader, but also a women leader. It's really a durability check, not only for you yourself, but for your family and your close ones as well. Because if you are a leader, you will have to take decisions. And not all the decisions that are necessary ones are pleasant ones, or easy ones, or nice ones. And especially if you want to change something, to implement some reforms, there always will be some losers. You would step onto the tail of somebody, yes, and that can get some counter reactions. This is another example from my own experience when we were cleaning our banking sector from the black money that was fled through our country, making our banking system and the country itself vulnerable. Then such campaigns started. I mean, this was the poster that was published on every bus stop in the city. One morning we were driving to the school, to the kindergarten with my kids, and my kids were, "Oh, mommy, it's you there, posters." But the translation of the text is how to steal 400 million. Who does participate? And then a flood of press releases and articles. And again some information about some romantic relationships and whatever. Yes. So your family, your surrounding people have to be very supportive and very durable if you want to be a leader who acts, who is not just sitting and waiting while the time passes, But I'm a true believer, if you are blessed and you have got the mandate and time, you are there to deliver. Yes, so, and that always has some side effects. So this is one aspect, yes, that we have to work not only with the women themselves, but with their family members as well to be sustainable. Yes, and then these elements are probably not 100 typical for the chess world, but in general, you would see some traces of that in the chess world as well. And then, as I said, if you have get the mandate and time, especially if you are a woman, I see that it is our obligation to help other women as well, to encourage them, which is not true in politics. Quite often you would see that the harshest opponents, the harshest critics, it's another woman. Yes, it's another woman. It's also in statistics. You would see that a woman politician would get the support mainly among men, better educated women, or elderly ladies. But it's not common that you would get a high support among, ladies of your same age who consider you being competitors. And this is a pity, yes, because if we want our voice to be heard and policies implemented in a way that is needed for the women, we just somehow need to support the strongest ones who have to be in the front, and then probably pull the others behind them. I truly like this quote of Madeleine Albright. There is a special place in hell for women who don't help other women. This is something that I remind myself as well quite often. Yes, that it's one of the duties that I have to follow. And by helping each other, we can succeed and do a lot of things. And just one of the recent examples, I think, I don't know whether all of you recognize these two wonderful ladies, but you should know them by face. Susan Mungave is the president of Malawi Chess Federation. In Chennai, she was elected as the zonal president, the only zonal president, female zonal president in the African continent. And Bissau Bank is the first ever continental president in Africa, female president. And I believe that they are the ones who actually succeeded because they helped a lot each other. They really supported the candidacies of the other ladies since the very first day, and did it openly, straightforwardly, regardless, and not listening to all the arguments. So, Africa is not a continent that would support a female president. I mean, that's a wasted time. They went on, and they went on being stronger by the fact that they were supporting each other till the very last day. They were spending nights together in Chennai, discussing the topicalities, discussing also intrigues and helping to get the votes for each other. And that's how you get the result. Chepisa was elected by 29 votes in Africa, and that's her main message. I mean, that she said, she considers that that's one of the most important victories of hers during this whole process, that we can see that there are 28, one was lady, voted for her, 28 he for she in the continent, in the very male-dominated continent, who were ready to change their mindset and to elect a woman. Yes. So, and then last but not least, some elements that chess has given to me, and that has helped me to become, I hope, a better leader in the chess world and outside of it. That's the very practical tools. Talent to work. No, there's, unfortunately, this is the understanding that we have to tell the kids since their very first attempts to succeed in any area. There's no easy way to success. You cannot go around the mountain. You will have to climb it, as Elina was also saying. Yes, if you want to succeed, it's going to be a very difficult and harsh way uphill, but it's also very rewarding. But it always implies a lot of work. Sometimes, quite often, I'm asked, what's more important, the talent or work? My answer is that the best talent is actually the ability to work a lot. So, especially for a woman leader. Preparation. So, your strength is not about having your million of the strong sides. It is being able to avoid your weaknesses. So, and that's also something that probably comes more natural for the chess player, that we always analyze our games. We always try to find the faults, and not only the lost games, because everybody learns from the lost games, from the failures. I think if you have had good trainers, they always go through also the victories, because no game is perfect. There's always a mistake, and to be able to look at the situation with a critical eyes, even if you are under this huge impression of the victory, that's a great task, and that helps a lot in other areas as well. Smart use of resources. I mean, you are a very bad general if you order if you are a very bad king if you order the general to become a seagull. That's not a problem of the general that he or she doesn't turn into the seagull. That's a problem of you being a bad leader if you ask from the people to execute the things that are not theirs. Yes, you have to be able to understand what is the role of each piece of each person, and use the maximum regarding the capabilities and interests and of the people. And actually, one important thing is actually to ask your people, what is that you want to do in 5 years' time? What is that motivates you? Because people are different. Some are motivated by bigger salaries. Many are motivated by a chance to climb the career ladder. Many are motivated by having nice environment, and working conditions. So the motivational elements are very different. So it's, for you being a leader, it's better to understand what exactly would fit for you. And the fact alone that you would approach your people and ask is already gives already a true benefit, because most of them are quite surprised that you're interested in them. And if they see that you're interested in them, they are much more in favor of following you and helping you. You are not the only one in the game. This is also something that chess teaches, that whatever your plans are, you can make the best calculations, but you always have to count on your opponent's mindset. So not always it would be an opponent, but what is important to understand that we do not live in the isolated world. Being a leader means that you are part of a team. You have to count on you are part of the society. Being a politician, a leader, you have to understand that politics is the game with the society, yes, where you have to take into consideration their mindset, their expectations, their perceptions. Yes. Decision making, chess very well trains us to make the decisions. There are so many people in many areas now, where in politics as well, yes, that and so many ideas in the air that never are implemented, because people do not dare to take the decisions. Chess trains us very well. I mean, every move is a decision-making process. You analyze, you calculate, you try to remember. Sometimes you rely on your intuition, but then you have to make the move because the time is limited. Yes, and that helps a lot in various aspects of life. Understanding that if you want to excel, if you want to be a leader, you have to take brave decisions, and also be ready to take responsibility about your decisions. This is the cause and the consequence. As Margaret Thatcher was saying, that do not follow the crowd, let the crowd follow you. But then again, there are some nuances that I have considered, that the first reaction of normally is, if somebody is telling you that, oh, you have to be brave, is not to go along the stream, but to go against it. My trick is not to do that, because that normally means that you are becoming destructive. You're destroying something. You're going against somebody or something. It's much more productive and sustainable to create your own stream and then try to engage people who would follow you. And to remember that life is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And here is the place where the fair play principles come in. If you don't follow the fair play principle, you can win a game, but you would most probably fail to win the tournament. Even if you win a tournament, you would never become the world chess champion. Yes. Fair play matters and is the best investment, especially if you are a leader in business and politics. If you want to succeed in a longer term, you rely on relationship with other people, and you have to build the trust. And once you have lost the trust, it's very difficult to revive it. For me, rituals also help because this is something that I find useful, because the highest the level in sports, in politics, in business, the more talented and strong people you encounter. And if you want to be better, it's not only about your professional preparation level, because all of you most probably will be the people who have dedicated your life to the matter. Yes, but it's about your motivation at this very game or at this very project for this very task. Well, you will excel. Yes, and rituals help to get this motivation. I could tell you my secret secret elements, but I think everyone has some. Yes, and what is important, I think, whatever you do, do it with passion. That makes the difference. There are two similar singers, probably technically at the same level, but one we would call a charismatic person. The other one, okay, he or she is okay. I think this passion is something that makes the difference. People feel that if you like the work or not. Learn from the best. I mean, don't be afraid to have your authorities and take something from her. Judith Polgar is one of the authorities for me, not because she's been one of the best or the best chess player in the history, but for me, she is the authority because she knows that there is this energy conservation law, that if you have got something from the world, you have to give it back. And she's my authority because of what she's doing now. She's she's the lady who will have the special place in the paradise, because she takes a lot of and she spends a lot of efforts to encourage the young girls to help other women to get into chess and stay there. So this is my role model. But I also have role models in everyday life. I mean, these are only few of the pictures of the leaders in the chess world that I have learned from, I have been inspired from, and I will continue to get the little things and use it as an armory in my professional life. Not forgetting that each of us needs some point of reference, one stable point. If you have one stable point, you can turn the world around. You have to find your own one, whether it's your job, whether it's your passion, whether it's whatever. But if you're spending a lot of your energy, you have to charge yourself. You have to have your back. You have to feel that whatever happens with me, there will be something that I can step on and get back. For me, it's my family, but it can be whatever you find in your life, the stable point. And then if you find your unique formula, you will reach the goals others only think of, and will be self-confident enough to help the other ladies. So that's it.
Thank you very much for a very inspirational and also personal insight into your life. And if we have still some time left, so maybe Eva can join us and Mariana just to speak about the leadership. Evie? I really like the quotation about the woman in hell.
I'm afraid.
That you mentioned about kids, and they say when you have kids, you don't have, and you're in politics, you don't have enough time for your kids. It's vice versa. If you don't have kids, you work too much. That's why you don't have kids.
It's always wrong. And connecting a little bit to this quotation, it is said that one of the problems that there are not so many women leaders is that they lack key role models, and it's easier to climb mountains if somebody has done it before you. So, did you have your main kind of mentor at the beginning, and do you think now? 10 years later, when you started your leaderships, would you do something differently? And also, you, Abby, you're running like family business, so you can also a little bit compare. And you coming like also huge. You had been head of marketing communications. So had you ladies kind of mentor in your life at the beginning, and would you do something differently?
I wouldn't do anything differently because I think that all the failures are also part of the victory. Sometimes we feel that failures are something very damaging, yes, and something controversial to a successful person. But it's not the case. I think that every failure makes us a stronger personality, so we have to embrace those as well. As for the mentors, one thing that I think that is a flaw of the strong women, we are afraid to ask for the help because we think that, okay, if we are there, we have to do everything ourselves, and that would be a sign of weakness to ask for help. But this is something that I would encourage us and every strong woman to do. Don't be afraid to accept and ask for help from your family, from your colleagues, from your bosses, if there are some, because that's needed. I mean, otherwise you would fail to balance everything, or you will burn out at some point. In my childhood, I've been lucky. I mean, I have not had some famous role models, but I had my coaches, and my coaches were people, men, by the way. Like you had your Plachetka, yes, I had my Victors and Agnes, yes. So they were the people who loved chess, and they wanted to support me fully without asking anything back. I mean, they were, one of my coaches even sold their forests to get money so that I could go to the European Chess Championship. Yes, so these are the things these are the things. I mean, you cannot pay back. You can only pay back by the same attitude and by helping somebody the same way. Yes.
Maybe you
my experience. I already shared with you that I grew up with boys. Yes, so my team, I had another female teammate, but in the club, like big majority were boys. And also the fact that I was quite good even for Slovak standards. In my best in the rating list, I don't know, first 10, also among men at some point. So I never perceived my position like I'm a woman and it's something different. The same in the family business which you mentioned. And in my family, I was always taken as an equal. So paradoxically, only when I started to work for FIDE Commission, I started you had an issue. And here I want to mention something which Dana mentioned. Yes, in our community we also need not to become this supernovas, which is a wonderful comparison. We do need this support network, yes, which still is a little bit missing because also partly because this is a new situation that there are more and more women in leadership position in FIDE, in commissions and so on. So people still need to adjust, and we need to find the right balance and to get this right kind of support. So we don't feel like members of our commission that we are suddenly responsible for not enough participation, which comes to us often, yes, and sometimes some random suggestions what we should do without really knowing the problem, which we know over some years. So this we see that some changes in this direction should happen, and I'm sure will happen now with the right attitude. And so this is like my experience that before, which I didn't have, but also partly because Dana also very correctly mentioned that the world is very diverse, and now that I see also we are working with countries in Africa, in other also in other continents, and we see these challenges which we didn't think about yet, because to us some things are natural, but it's not everywhere the same in the world. So this is like also eye-opening for me personally and for other members, and we are going through these challenges, and we know that they do exist.
Mariana, you are also board member of the Greek Federation. You started this successful project, and before working very successfully for the multinational companies, did you have in your life kind of a mentor that
Actually, I was blessed because I had a lot of mentors. My two uncles, as I said, they were professional chess players and trainers, and they never restricted me, you know. I could do whatever I want. There was no 6 hour training. I wanted to train, I trained. I wanted to play, I played. And I remember my uncle saying, you know, every tournament is a training session. It doesn't matter. You don't need to have a cup, you know, after the tournament. So I had that in mind, and everything was a battle, you know. You just need to reach, you need to evolve each step, baby steps, you know, step by step. And at some time, you know, I followed my business career. I realized that my club, which was dearest to my heart, it was the women board for my club, didn't do the right thing for the players. So this is how it came. I wanted to become chair of my club to make things better. Then somebody told me, you know, you must be in the Attica Union. Attica is the biggest region. I said, I don't want to, but you have to. But nobody will vote me, and I get it. I don't know how I got voted. Then the federation thing. I think I was like the last participation a week before the elections. I didn't call any, and somehow I get elected. And while I was traveling Greece, because I participate in tournaments, everyone was telling me, but you are Mariana. And I said, so what? You do things for chess, you know, you do them voluntarily. You do it because you love chess. That's what we want in chess. And I think that if all of us, you know, do something small, everyone will appreciate that. That's why women can do that, because we're sentimental, you know. If something is deep in your heart, it's just like love, you know. We cannot do anything else more than share, you know. It's that passion, that enthusiasm, you know. And no matter what, even if somebody wants to stop, you don't care because you love it and you continue. It's like mother's love, you know. It's tough love, but you continue. And men, sorry for that. Men,
you are checking how many men are
here. If it wasn't my husband, he was the one who said, "What again? Why again?" And yeah, he was my stepping stone, you know. He was the rock behind all of this. And you know, it's good to admit it. Okay, we all need somebody to stand by us when somebody is discriminating us or pulling us down. We need to get the strength and come back and fight for the right. And actually, you know, I told you, we need to be sincere. For example, I admire Dana. When I first met her, I was like, you know, heart running from my face. I was looking at her and I said, I'm so glad that I met you. When I met Judith, it was the same thing. I was like blushing and I was like, you're my role model. And we need to say that. We need to share that love. Eva, I met you like in Women's Commission. You can, Sonja Johnson, you know, I heard her fiery speech on the first online workshop. Oh my God, she loves chess. Oh my God, everyone must listen to this woman, you know. But who knows Sonja Johnson? We're talking about her because we care about chess. That are the role models that we need to get out. Dana, Eva, Anja, and all the rest of the women chess players, chess executives.
Nice work.
You have now really opportunity. You need to ask these great exceptional ladies any question. If not, I would have maybe last one before the break because I read some articles and I can so just to come to point why there are not so many women in chess leadership because we have confidence, but the good news is since women are now as well as more educated than men in the workforce, little can stand in the way of their rise to leadership positions. More organizations are now looking to women to provide valuable leadership qualities related to communication, which is an essential component of successful business practice. Communication is just one soft skill that bolsters professional emotional intelligence. Other components of emotional intelligence included critical thinking, positive work ethic, strength in working with others. Emotional intelligence ultimately leads to better decision making, which is a key skill for a leader. The step of analyzing, planning, and then acting amount to a tactical, emotional, intelligent approaches that produce thoughtful results. So when we look at these qualities like critical thinking, decisions making process, analyzing, planning, is that not all related to chess? That we women have these these skills. So why still there are so little women in leadership positions in chess?
Because men claim the titles and
women claim
them. Yes. So this is also one thing that I have noticed. Where's yes, noticed in my professional career that even if the women are excelling with their education, with their experience, with their capabilities, they always question themselves. Men hardly ever do. They come and take. Yes, so if there's some position, they come with much bigger self-confidence than women. I don't know what is that, but I think this is one thing that we, and this is our responsibility. Not all of ladies have this inborn fighting spirit. Yes, and students and women who want to leadership positions should not just wait for appointments to be put there, but should present themselves and prove competence. Not all of them dare to do that. But if we see the potential in the ladies, we have to encourage and we have to support and help them. That's why I'm telling that it's our duty.
But to be fair, it's even more difficult in an environment where it's so few women, yes? So our challenge is even bigger in chess community because of the really small percentage.
I always compare chess with politics. Okay, so realize when women get in politics, and this is the same as women get in chess, you know? When women start to vote, it's the same thing. So in a male-dominant sector, chess, because we have like world champions since the 18th century, but women's champions, you know, after the Veramenchik, 1938, I think. So you understand the gap, and you understand why we're behind in executive places, because when there are 30 men, it's quite uncommon for them to vote or support a woman. Sorry for that, but it's something that I face all the time. And I hate the phrase, I know best, or I know what is better for you. No, I know for you, okay? And the good thing is when everyone starts to listen the one who's next to them. You know, if we start to listen what women need, if we start to have open negotiations, open discussions with all the chess players, we will face their problems. We don't. And now I'm speaking like Greek, for example, federation. For example, I'm a member of the, the only woman now that we have 2 members, we don't even know. I don't know that the women's commissions want somebody, you know, to address as the chair of the Women's Commission of its national local federation. You know, that's not good. I'm standing here and I don't even know it. You know? I don't even know that such thing exists. when it was the Queen's Festival, I was the one who wrote to the Federation and I said, why guys, you don't advertise it? There are girls that want to play there. Why not? Because we think that if it's not an official over-the-board championship, it doesn't matter. And that is the problem. Everything matters. You know, from the smallest things, we come to the great result. We need to somehow acknowledge it.
And most importantly, we need the girls and women decide if it matters. Yes?
Thank you. Thank you very much, then ladies.
I have something for you ladies. It was manufactured in Thessaloniki. I'm sorry, it was meant to be a little bit different. This is Queen for Queen. It is 3D printed, created and designed by a woman, master Zeta Grazia. She's in the club of Todoros. And Rainbow presents that chess doesn't care about gender, color, or anything. That's why I asked for Rainbow. That you like them.
We would have now a little bit delay, but we will make a break till 3:30, and then we have 2 more sessions for today.
Thank you and enjoy the break.
Why?
Prague, you know, and that for me it's very, very, you know, yeah, because it's 3D and you don't know how to successfully. Yeah. 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 But continue.
About this connection, we will realize that maybe the next work.
Why do you throw this word?
Velmi inspirativní, hlavně Dana, jako božela, já jsem ani nevěděla, že byla ministryní financí. Mně překvapilo, že byla tak úspěšná, že se dostala.
Yes, we will be sending emails to all federations.
Že já se taky angažuji v politice.
Make them answer. Just collect the names. It's not only in your federation, it's in general. You know, it's very difficult. So that's why we need to go one by one and push.
in chess, we don't connect to federation, but we connect to people like you in each country who care, you know, and then when there is a tournament, and cannot answer because change part.
Really?
They didn't accept it, you know. Girls, 24 girls are playing, they cannot. They don't register them, you know. You know, it's like, but the kids, but they say, for me, is the trainer, the national women's team. No, come on. No, no, because they don't accept, if you don't have a sacred, they don't allow you to play. So they prefer to send particular old girls. And then, no, they're psychology. And when I say you don't know. You want to take that place. You don't want to take that place. Come on, guys. They need to train them. You don't train them. And you send them there. Yeah, that's
Ich habe meinen Gast Business-Ziel. 45 Minuten. Ja, ich kann es auch so schneller machen.
Okay, so please take a seat. Thank you very much.
Um 16 Uhr meinst du?
Okay.
Okay. Mit Fragen.
Ja.
Okay.
Ja,
du musst nicht so.
Nein, ich denke, es würden halt eh schon so viele Fragen.
So welcome to our last session. We have last three speakers, and the first one will be introduced by Regina.
So it's my very pleasure to welcome my teammate from Austria, Dennis Tüpel. She is woman FIDE master. She's the chairman of the Women's Commission for Chess in Austria, and she's also finishing her study in master degree in psychology. So Dennis will be talking today about the gender gap, and I think this is a topic that interests many people, not only female but also men. And I'm quite curious about why do I play chess badly?
Thank you, Regina, for the introduction. Yeah, welcome to my presentation about the gender gap. And I would like to give you insights from science and from experience. So, Regina already introduced myself. I just want to say a few more words. I'm currently living in Graz in Austria and also studying there. And I'm happy that also my master thesis will also be about a chess-related topic. And somehow I also have to finance my studies, so I also give chess lessons to mostly youth chess players and children. So what can you expect for the next 30 minutes? First of all, I want to give you a short introduction. I think you're all very well aware of the statistics in chess, and then we will go into the content. I will give you some insights from biological, psychological, social, historical factors, and then to say a few words about communication, role models, and at the end there will be some time for your questions or discussions. So, there are like two gaps. The one is the participation gap, which means that there are only 11% women in chess. We already heard about it today. And the second one is the so-called performance gap, which means that at the moment in the top 100, there is only one woman who is Hu Yifan. And these gaps, they are connected. So you can explain the performance gap to partly with the participation gap. And you could also say that because they are less elite women chess players, there are less role models, and therefore there are less women in general playing chess. So, on what I want to show you now, what are the other explanations? Before I start, I would like to say that it's from a very general perspective. So, for example, men are on average taller than women, but it doesn't mean that a woman can't be taller than a man. So it's very from a high level perspective. And the data are from interviews with top players, but also from
non-scientific surveys and on from science, from studies. So let's start with biological factors. Therefore, I would like to refer to Dr. Markus Kunze. He's a neuroscientist from Vienna, from Austria. And he made some research regarding the gender gap for the Women's and Girls Congress back in 2020, which was held in Austria. And the first question he asked was, are there differences between male and female brains? And we already heard today that on average the male brains are bigger than female brains. And there found some evidence that women are better in memory, in verbal abilities, and also in social skills. And regarding men, they are better in mathematics and in spatial ability tasks. Then he has a thesis about testosterone. I think we are aware of that the level of testosterone is higher in men than in women, of course, in average again. And testosterone has an impact on aggressive behavior. So in special situations, it can increase, for example, the aggressive behavior. It's, for example, according to science, if a man wins, then the testosterone level increases, and if someone loses, the testosterone level decreases. And there is also the so-called winner effect, which means that the likelihood after a win is higher for a next win. Also, men enjoy winning more than women. It has also to do something with the reward system, with dopamine. And they also enjoy competition more, they are more competitive, and they are more willing to attend a competition. And if we say, okay, that's everything correct, they enjoy winning more, they enjoy it more to attend to a competition, they are more competitive, then you can ask the question, do female chess players need other training incentives if they have to spend more effort into chess? But the case is not that clear. Barry Heimer, who wrote an article on Chessable, he said that regarding this biological thesis, but overwhelmingly it relies on opinion, common sense, and naturalistic observation, and is largely dismissive of the prevailing evidence from meta-studies that there tend to be greater intellectual differences evident within gender groupings than between them. So that means if we have these two groups, one of women, one of men, there has been found differences between these groups, but there are also strong inter-individual differences within the groups. Last but not least, we know there's the menstruation in female bodies, and this can also have an impact on the playing, especially for professional chess players, that there are hormonal changes in their body every month. And the second one is, of course, the pregnancy. In an interview, for example, of Judith Polgar, there she said that when she gave birth to her children, her priorities changed, and she couldn't reach the strength after giving birth that she had before. And here is some statistics. It's from Dr. Smerden. Here you can see on the left side there are the ratings of men with children and without children, which are quite similar. And on the right side there are the curves of ratings of female with children and female with no children. And this is a smaller, so there's a drop after giving birth. Then I would like to continue with psychological factors. I think we heard already a lot today. First of all, I want to introduce you a study from Chessity, which is an online chess learning platform, and they asked the question, do girls and boys learn chess in a different way? And they collected data from 350 schools, which are having chess classes on a regular basis. And the results were that there are no differences in learning, but there are different processes of learning the game of chess. And they found that the boys preferred playing actively and competitively, and girls preferred non-competitive puzzle games and also social interaction in games. Stereotype threat. The definition of Dr. Smerden is that's where minorities underperform solely because they're aware of a stereotype that people of their group do worse. So we have this minority of women in chess. Minorities could be, for example, also other nationalities, specific people of specific age groups, and so on and so on. But here in chess, we are addressing the women's minority. And there were two studies, one from Roth-Gerber and Wolfsiefer, and one from Smerden and colleagues. And the first one, they examined the players of US youth tournaments, and they found out that girls lost more often when playing against boys than they had expected because of their rating. And the same finding was found from Smerden et al. They examined 8 billion games from the FIDA database, and they also found that female chess players lost more often when playing against men. And of course, depending on their ratings. And it's also, they also found that it's even larger, the stereotype threat, if there are short time constraints, so in rapid and blitz games. Attribution of failure and success. If girls succeed, they tend to make external factors responsible for this. For example, they say they won because their opponent had a bad day. And of course, that's like very general and on average. And they tend to attribute failure internal. That means, okay, they lost because they didn't have the knowledge, didn't know how the end game was played and so on. And in case of boys, it's the other way around. So they say, for example, for success, they won because they played such a good game, and they lost because they had bad luck, for example. Then I would like to show you a survey of GM Tatchev, and he questioned GM players mostly. For example, there were the Music sisters, and they, on the gender gap, and they said that women, so the coach is more important for women, and they need more praise, and that also the emotions are more important for women, and that they tend to concrete cognitive processing, and they also tend to use familiar motifs in chess positions, even if they don't fit the position. And there was also one quotation from Michael Gurevich, and he said, "Women players are mostly worried about what the coaches will say after game. Men usually are just upset to lose." What about social factors? Therefore, I would like to quote Reshma Soyani first. She is the founder of a coding program, and she said, "We are raising our girls to be perfect, and we are raising our boys to be brave. We have to socialize our girls to be comfortable with imperfection." And in this regard, the quotation of Laszlo Polgar must not be missing. Geniuses are made, not born. So I think you all are aware of the Polgar experiment. And yeah, it says like that It's not biology, it comes from the culture, from outside, from the society. And if the environment fits, then everybody can become a genius. The higher the goal, the higher you reach. It means that if you set higher goals, you probably have also higher performances. And Judith Polgar said that I always hated the idea of separate women's tournaments. It is like admitting that we are weaker than men. And what she also addresses is that if a woman only plays in women's tournaments, then she can't get stronger than like the average than when she plays in open tournaments when they are stronger players because there are also men playing. And the same is, for example, with titles. Men will always try to get an iron GM, and for women, there are girls, there are also other titles they can achieve. And of course, regarding to this quotation, the higher the goal, the higher you reach. If you set your goal lower, like you want to become a WGM, instead of you want to becoming a GM, then your performance will be lower. What about historical factors? The game of chess was, from a historical point of view, a man's game. And there is also, they play professionally chess for 100 years. And the first women tournaments with good prize money were first organized in the 1980s. And there were also some not so nice quotations by some chess players back then. For example, Garry Kasparov said before his game against Judith Polgar that she has fantastic chess talent, but she is, after all, a woman, and it all comes down to the imperfection of the feminine psyche. And there were also some other quotations, which I think that you probably know a few. And yeah, but what it's to say from a historical point of view, that it gets better. There are more and more GMs, also female GMs, who held the open title. We already heard something about communication today from Lily regarding media, and it's not only about how to report about women, it's also how to communicate. For example, there's the phrase "playing like a girl," and when I remember my youth and my brother, he loves to play soccer, and whenever he played badly, my father said something like, "You're playing like a girl." And we already heard during these days the importance of self-confidence. And if you always hear this phrase, it doesn't really has a positive impact on you as a woman. And there are also some other things regarding communication. We heard about also gender sensible communication and so on. Also regarding role models, we already heard something. So it's very important to have role models, and the better the role model, if you can identify with the person. So for example, if I'm a woman, I can better identify with another woman. Here's a nice example from an Austrian girl, and she was asked, who are the role models, your role models in chess? And she said that these are her 3 coaches, and 2 of them are women. Yeah, so these were some insights from experiences of the top players, mostly from some scientific point of view. And I would like to say that I don't really know if there's if this is more true or another theory is more true, but I think that in every theory there's a little bit of truth in it. And I thought about it and I reflected it, and I could name at least a few situations about all these theories. When I heard, for example, about this testosterone, that men are more competitive, I thought of a situation where I played tennis with a friend, and we always play until 21 points, and then it was like 22, 23, 24, and I was like, okay, I'm exhausted, let's make a draw, it's fine for me, it was fun. And he said like, no, 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 I want to win this, I want to win this. And I played tennis because it was fun for me, I wanted to move my body, but he had this competitive attitude that he wanted to win this. And there are also some other situations from my chess life, and I'm pretty sure that you have yours as well. And I think the most important thing is that you are aware of these theories. So what can make an influence on this gender gap, and that whatever, if you're a coach, if you're a politician in chess federation or something, that you're aware of it, and if you make some decisions, that you have it in your mind, and that you try to think of it regarding some decisions. So even if women think and compete differently, we can attain the same achievements as men, be it in science, art, or chess, contributed Polga. And with this quotation, I would like to end my input, my presentation. And now there is, I guess, enough time for questions, for experience you want to share, for any notes that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. I can completely agree with some parts, like why do I play chess verse now? I understand because I have 2 kids and my ratings really dropped hugely. But I wanted to share one anecdote with a friend, with a good friend, Grandmaster. And so we play a tournament, he comes and he says like, yeah, Regina, we need to go further out. I was like, wait a minute, I need to prepare. You need to run, you're not prepared. I said, I need to put my shoes, I need to choose the handbag, what I put inside, and I need to match my shirt. He said, Regina, now I understand why women play worse than men. So this is also maybe one of the reasons that ladies don't put can get distracted also with other things.
Yeah, in this regard, I can also share one quotation of Elisabeth Peetz. She said in an interview, and she said like that boys and men, they can focus on only one thing, but that women can't do this. And also there I found myself again, because my boyfriend is a professional poker player and he spends hours with this, and I'm like, no, I need to do this. I can't spend all my time for only one hobby.
Yeah, this multitasking is like super thing, but it's actually not very good for your brain. Yeah, and this I also discovered for myself, that I started to forgetting the things. I get really very fast distracted. So I really like put focus that when I do something, I'm not doing like 5 things I try not to do. It's not always possible, but I try to control it. So any questions you have now too? Yes?
So I want to bring up a table that wasn't mentioned in your presentation. So I had an interview with the national women's team trainer in Greece, and I asked him why women don't play as well as men. What was his opinion? He said menstruation, like immediately. And I can tell you that the female team sent me messages in tones. You won't imagine what they were telling me. So I saw that you had 2 sides of the story, menstruation and pregnancy. And there was a huge gap skipped, infertility. And this is a subject that matters women. Men are usually not so, for example, I cannot imagine men so much affected by that, because they don't overdo hormones, they don't overdo miscarriages. So imagine that, and the psychological impact on a woman's such a, let's say, procedure, because that is the toughest of them all. And it is the tough because no man is interested in that. Okay, this is like something discussed only in the close group of women, and like, but it's very serious, and we don't address it. And it's a psychological impact, which especially in Europe, because the age factor of women giving birth is raising, and probably you know there are many reviews, many studies on that, makes it even more difficult in chess and the sports in general. So I would like you at some point to add it in your
Thank you.
research.
Thank you very much. I will.
But I really appreciated that you put these biological factors and that we openly speak about it, because this is the truth. This is the yes, but I think it's also underestimated.
I got a question because you said that there's this performance gap and then a participation gap. And I think there's some indication that if you close the participation gap, you will automatically also like get better performances. Is there any indication that it's also works the other way around? That if you try to close the performance gap and get stronger players, that is also like increased participation?
I don't know about it, so I have to say I can say I saw a lot of studies and so on, but I never. It was the other way around, as you already mentioned, but I never saw it the other way.
Yeah, me neither. It would be interesting, right? Because I mean, like in the end, we want to close both, right? The performance gap and the participation gap. There's only one way to close both at the same time. It seems like a logical approach to put more resources there. But I also don't know if I just don't know anyway. I think the other way around, because I haven't deep enough.
It's probably, yeah. And it's a very complex topic, yeah. Also, I personally, I think that there are a lot of factors playing a role, and also, as we heard, the world is very diverse. So it's not said that it counts for every part of the continent.
I just wanted to ask you if this Dr. Smurden that you quoted a few times, this is the Austrian Grandmaster David Smurden?
No, from Australia he is, I guess.
Yeah,
I think, yeah, he's from
Australia.
Yes, he had this.
Is it him?
Yes, yeah, from Australia.
Because I remember him as a teenager, as he must be, I don't know, in his late 30s now or something like that.
Yeah, he made some.
I know he studied psychology.
She's a professor at the University of
Economics. Yeah.
He beat me once.
She remembers. Yeah, but he had this FIDE forum, which was like also about the gender gap, but from a very scientific point of view, and it's recorded on YouTube, so you can watch it. I highly recommend it. So this was more like also from more of the experience, and I didn't want to repeat the scientific theories of Dr. Smerdon, so I tried also to introduce you to some interviews, to some opinions of players and so on. But I recommend it to watch.
Well, it's a fairly complicated issue when you look at what you presented. Looks at some parts of it, like locally, they've only recently discovered that women menstruate, top athletes, and that it actually affects performances. Which means, as a top athlete in like handball, football, whatever, you have quite strict dietary stuff to go through to be able to perform athletes. They set a program for you and exercise and stuff. And they only recently figured out that has to change for 1 week a month to be able for the player to perform at the same level, because the way you use your calories change due to the hormone changes. Which can explain why so many women in top athletes actually lose the menstruation and therefore other problems there. Which is a huge issue because it affects the whole body and the mind. I would assume that this would also in some way be applicable to chess, even though it's not the same physical. And I'm a bit nerdy, and I'm wondering about the statistics you presented, because it shows a dip in rating as women have children, so it's also connected to age. as we stated before, women are motivated most by the social part more than the active part. And the rating and the talk, you said that earlier, especially girls when they're starting into it. And when you hit a certain age, I don't know what age the kids that these women are. I have teenagers, which is where I start finding my life again. Finding motivation to actually excel in my own life. Right, and I'm at that point where it totally dips in age. So could it be also that part of the reason why it's dipped is because other aspects in the women's lives are actually more motivating than being excellent chess players? I'm just asking because it depends on what they are trying to mention. So other than
this data is not connected by following the rating of people over time. Is this connected by following how the rating of women change over time, or do they look at the ratings of different women at different age groups? You know what I mean?
Yes, second one.
Then I guess like the fact is that, for example, like you could just have like less, well, not less people play, but I for example, you wouldn't see like a rating of an individual.
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
Because I think for that would be, for example, interesting to see if you have a mother, if the rating dips and then at some point goes up again. But then you would have to look at the person. Yeah, but I mean, like, I didn't read the paper, but I assume just because the data is not old that you probably didn't put that so long ago.
I'm wondering where I would, if I started playing like professional chess now, I'm not saying I could, but if I did, where I would end up on that statistics over time.
That's interesting.
Because my kids are not hindered with this. No, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
And just remember in which rooms Lafnos kids entered when they were playing at the same time with Grishu at the European Championship online at hers. Yeah. So there you understand who has the burden on his back. Yeah, this is real. They were playing and the mama, it was in Katerina's room, not
But sorry, I have to ask again because I think we're still missing the graph. Because if we would look at different time categories instead of following times, then we wouldn't have a mother's line for 15-year-olds. It'd be super unlikely, right?
It's like between 15 and 25. Yeah, it's very. It's not exactly 15. I think it's between 15 and 25, like the age for the first child, children. Yeah.
And I also wanted to say that regarding menstruation, I found one study where they, I think they examined cognitive abilities, and they had like two studies. The first one, they found out that the menstruation had a negative impact on cognitive abilities, but in the second one, it was not replicated. So there has to be research done.
But you know, I'm not saying it's not a factor to correct that.
Yeah.
Having children in getting pregnant and having children for 7 years. I'm just curious about the statistics.
Yeah, and I can also, I would suggest that I can send you this. It's publicly published, and also how many females took part.
We have also here female chess players with the kids, so they can. Olina, maybe you can say if it is true, because for myself it's really perfectly. Since I got the children, I completely dropped out. It's just exactly. I don't have the energy. My focus is everywhere, almost not at the chessboard, and I get tired very fast. Yes, but
one child situation if a woman has 4 children.
But did you notice like a difference, like the drop of your chess strength since your daughter?
Yeah, there was some drop, but I have huge family support, so I can. I went back to school.
Thank you.
And we have also Julia. She has 2 daughters.
more than 100 points. And I've got 3 children, and it's even worse.
I stopped with me too. But I think Dana, she managed perfectly, yeah?
No, I even improved my rating while I was expecting.
Okay, so there is still some hope.
I got some jumps, you know. But in general, it's not because of kids. It's because that was my choice to do other things in the life. Yes. And Kaisa is a very jealous lady. If you don't devote 100% of your attention,
You will feel it. Some more questions? If not, then thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lenny?
Thank you. And small present from our
Thank you very
federation.
much.
Thank you very much.
And we already had Laura in the morning. And I'm quite curious what she's going to present, because we heard that, I know this quotation from you did that women shouldn't play just the female girls tournament. And Laura, she's going to tell us exactly the opposite. And it will be
Of course, I was
interesting to hear her point of view on this. Topic. Thank you. We'll need that.
That's that boy.
Hi, hello. Just first of all, like I said, that was very interesting presentation. I really wished I could have seen it all. I was a bit late. But I'm actually very interested in like psychology in general. It was my second option of studies besides biochemistry. So that's why I'm gonna connect a little bit of everything in my presentation. So my name is Laura. I come from Slovenia. I'm one Grandmaster, International Master in chess. I also participate in this tournament. And yeah, I am a student of biochemistry in Ljubljana. And today I will talk, about a very interesting topic, and that's why I think we actually do need women tournaments and women titles in chess, at least for the time being, or for now until things are clear. So when I was 14, I won youth category in World Championship. So that's how basically I knew that, you know, maybe I could play chess eventually, like for life, that maybe this could be my thing or profession later. And I also I was thrown out to be done these interviews as a 14-year-old girl. And of course, first thing they asked me, so is chess a game? You know, is it a sport? No, it's not a sport, right? You don't train chess. So of course, that was the first thing I had to be dealt with when I was 14. Like I had to prove everyone that chess is a sport. And okay, through the years, I managed to do that. And I hope in Slovenia people do believe that chess is a sport. But then, like when they stopped asking that, they started asking, okay, but you compete in women category. Why is there women category in chess? Isn't chess sport of the brain? You know, isn't man and woman brain the same? Why do you divide them? And of course, you know, I was like 16, 17, first time I got asked this question, and I actually never thought about it because I was just dealing with a question, you know, why is chess a sport, and the reasons behind it, and I was doing research mostly on that. And when I was asked this question, I didn't know what to answer, so just the first thing, just to have an answer, I said, well, I guess, you know, there's some difference in the brain, you know. It doesn't mean that we are worse or like stupid. Maybe there's just some difference that affects us playing chess differently. Of course, I hadn't done my research, so I was just basically bluffing. Just like, I don't know, I was just thinking out loud at that point. And then I came home and I started doing maybe some research, you know, what is actually the reason that there is women category in chess? And of course, then, you know, as Denise said, there's historical facts, like women started playing chess much later than men. First woman was accepted to chess club much later than men. And there was first women world championship much later than men. And also, of course, because of the average ratings of women around 50 years ago, there were only 1% of women in chess, other were men. But because they made a statistic, we were worse by 200 ELO rating points. which, okay, makes sense, and we got our titles. But today there's different, right? There's 20% of women in chess, still not a lot, but it's improving. Yet we still are not achieving what we're supposed to achieve, because the statistics is not really on our side. There's only one woman in top 100 open in general, but there's 20% of women in chess. So like if we were equally as strong, there should be, like at least 15, 20 women there, yeah? So I started thinking it's not just statistics, maybe there are different factors. And yeah, so for example, we talked about menstruation, so these are hormone levels. This could affect women performing differently than men, just because of how these hormones, or more like we have, like compared to men, much more release of different hormones or less of other ones. So it could affect our performance. And of course, there are also cultural expectations. I'm lucky to kind of talk to another woman grandmaster. She's a doctor in psychology, Jana Krivet. She also made a lot of interviews from that, because she was also asked these questions all the time, and we just don't know what to answer and what are the reasons, because we actually don't have any researchers. We don't know what could be the reason that women are actually performing slightly worse than men. So she said there could be cultural expectations. Like, woman is supposed to become a mother. Woman is supposed to work as equally as men these days and take care of children and take off everything of the house and cleaning and so on. So it could just be different social steps. Okay, so of course, these were just my thoughts, thought processes. What could all be the reasons? And then I did some research. So I don't know if Denise did mention this. He did, I guess. There was an online, like they did the research long ago, actually, and they made an online chess tournament. And they put together, I think, 42 players, half men, half women. And they didn't know who they're playing. So they didn't know their gender. And they just played like randomly, like we play on the internet today. And they performed equally as good as men. But after they put like the genders publicly, so they knew who they're playing, women performed worse than men. So for example, this is a very interesting study that maybe we could like do again if it's actually true, because now I think that time when they made the study, there were like 10% of women in chess or something like that. So now there's more, maybe we could do something like that again. So for example, that's a very interesting study that could actually prove that we do perform equally. However, we are scared, we're not confident, we get some psychological scareness or something. And so also then I did some biochemical research. Well, okay, I just read some papers on how actually biological differences are in women and men. And first thing I read was there's no difference in brain between men and women. However, that is not completely true. There are hormone levels differences, and that do affect the brain. For example, they did not make study on chess players or athletes, but they did make studies that, for example, some diseases, brain diseases, affect men differently than they affect women, just because of the hormones or some other chemicals in our brain. So if there is a difference and different diseases, that could also mean there are some different factors in brain as well. And also there's a big like psychological thing, I think. So I just like checked that, for example, women in general, compared to men, have much lower self-esteem than men. So that, for example, confidence could be very important in playing chess. From experience, I can tell that sometimes when Denise said that, yeah, men play to win, I sometimes feel like I just play not to lose when I play a stronger opponent, which is different psychological approach and much worse one, because then you are already preparing, if I lose, it's okay. No, it's not okay. You should come prepared
be confident, you're gonna win. If you lose, it's okay. Then you face the loss. But face it later, not before. So confidence could be also an issue. And of course, the strong women that are coming today from all over the world, I feel like I just feel the presence is much stronger. For example, the talented Indian women today that are beating all these strong grandmasters in these opens. I feel like they elude much more confidence than what we used to, or I used to. Well, yeah. So not only that, there's also psychological research on cognitive abilities in men and women. I don't know if that affects necessarily chess, but there is research done that, for example, women, when they're remembering or learning, we use both parts of the brains at the same time, while men usually just use one part of the brain. I mean, this is like some research that should be done. I'm just saying that there are many differences in women and men that could, be the factor of why we are performing worse. However, from a different point of view, I started believing that if there are 50% of women in chess, so 50-50, I started to believe that we could actually be equally as strong. If we, of course, socially accepted that chess could be equal, that we are as strong and maybe we could even be better. But of course, this is something that we cannot prove because there's only 20% of women in chess and others are men. So this research could only be done later, yeah. And also, I feel like, yeah, when women chess is improving, we have these conferences, we have so many tournaments, women chess is improving, and I hope we will achieve that one day. So I kind of wanted to share my story as a young girl. I do come from a new generation of chess, but I still feel like I was, part of this traditional, you're a girl, why are you playing chess? And so I come from a family. I have two little brothers. One is 2 years younger than me, and of course my father, he put us both in the chess. He just put me next to my brother, like, okay, just go there. You have to do something in your life. And I became better than him. And then he started pushing my brother, work harder, play harder. And I was like, and he still couldn't beat me. So then my father was really confused, like, wait, girl is playing chess. But yeah, basically it was very interesting because I did prove at that point that, okay, I mean, I was 8 years old. I didn't care about gender. Girl, to me, it was all the same. I didn't care if I played a man or a girl or a little boy. It was, I played to win, this innocent young life. Then I came to big tournaments. I was like, okay, now I'm playing very strong players. I don't know if I have any chances. So basically my mindset changed through the years, but in a negative way. So I do believe if women women need more emotional support. Also, women are, in general, psychologically much, much more emotional than men. It's proven research. So yeah, we might need much more support, much more people believing in us that could maybe help us improve. Yeah, so I did love playing chess because I was an introvert. So maybe if I was more extroverted or more social, I would actually never be playing chess today. I could never be here, actually. So this is also a different factor because there were not a lot of girls in chess. Yeah, so if I was very extroverted and I wanted to go to a chess tournament just to be with my friends, I could not really do that, I guess. There's maybe 1-2 girls, and even if they quit, then what I would do, I would be alone. So that's also could be a big factor in me continuing my chess career. But yeah, another thing, in Slovenia, we only had 3 women grandmasters. And my father always told me, wow, they're amazing. She's a woman grandmaster. Like, if you ever reach that, you're a genius, yeah? And that's exactly what Denise was talking about, If I, from the beginning, had my goal settled, I want to be the best. I want to be the grandmaster. Maybe, I could be the one. But honestly, I just worked all my life just to be a woman grandmaster. because that was the highest title we had in Slovenia for women, you know. And I worked and I became woman international master. It was wow. And then I became woman grandmaster. It was wow. My goal is complete, you know. I can quit chess now. And even only then, when I became woman grandmaster, I started kind of thinking, you know, but why could I not go higher? Why am I giving myself the limit of becoming a woman grandmaster? Aren't they higher titles? Do I believe I cannot reach them? I guess I did believe that, yeah. But I just really, like, then my coach started asking me, do you want to be stronger? Do you think you can be stronger? I said, yeah, I think I can. And he said, okay, we'll work on that. And I did. And I worked and I became the first international master in Slovenia. And I hope that the next generation of girls believe that not only they can become women grandmaster, but they can become international master and hopefully grandmaster. So basically motivation for other girls, it's very important. Yeah, of course, when I was a little girl and I sat down to my opponent, who was usually like 40-year-old man, I always like heard these sayings like, oh, a little girl is playing against me. You want to resign now, little girl? Like this kind of talk down that no like girl wants to hear. Some girls take it as motivation. I did. I was like thinking, why are you talking to me? Yeah? Like I just want to beat you. But some girls could take that as, you know, I don't want to be part of that environment. This is just negative. I don't want to hear these things. I want to hear, I'm nice, I'm good, you know, I dance well or something like that. So this is something negative in the chess world that I experienced. But of course, luckily I was motivated by beating male opponents. Like I said, I did not care, women, men, because there were so little girls when I was younger playing chess. I just like, if I even played a woman, it was so I was pretty happy to reach very high standard in my school, and also I was the best in my district, and yeah, I was just really motivated, but not by gender differences at all. This was not what I was thinking. I only started thinking that because yeah, of the questions I got by the interviewer a few times. So yeah, then I started thinking, you know, why do we need women category? I think we can be as strong as men. Why don't we just mix everything and prove that, you know, women can win European Open Championship? And of course, then, you know, all the statistics and all, like I said at the beginning, only one woman in top 100, I started getting a little bit negative. What if we can't? You know, it's not really good. But on the other hand, I do think we need women. At this point still, I think we need women championships, titles, categories, because we are still in the society where, you know, we are just being talked down to. Sometimes it's even sexist. I was lucky not to experience sexism in chess. However, I know many girls have. And maybe I was lucky I don't have a story about that, or I just, you know, just forgot about it. But, you know, as I said, I see something when man is talking down to me in chess, I see that as a motivation. You know, okay, you can talk down to me, but I'm better at you in chess, and I'm gonna prove it. So, but however, other girls can. So why do we need women, for example, category in chess? So first of all, yeah, it's a safe environment. Girl needs to, you know, be comfortable where she is, comfortable environment. Like she needs to have friends there, you know, she's gonna be thrown at the open category. There's so many boys. There could be bullying, there could be sexism, you know, there could be just so much negative things that I feel like a lot of girls can experience. And, you know, girls need to support girls, women need to support women. And that's why I feel like we need, at least at the beginning, for little girls to have girl category, not to be thrown directly to the sharks, because you never know what could happen. And at the beginning, of course, there's bigger motivation because there's smaller, let's say, competition. So you kind of just want to win, first of all. You start somewhere. You cannot just start at the World Championship. You have to start somewhere. And for example, if you start at district championship in the girls section and you win it, you know you're good, you're motivated, you want more. But when the girl is ready, she can absolutely just compete in the open section. You know, it's not. That's why, you know, it's cool that the woman can compete in the open section. Like whenever they're ready. If the girl doesn't feel comfortable to compete in the open section, why should she? You know, it's just if she experienced bad, I don't know, things in there, bad words, some people being talked down to, and so on. Like you don't need this kind of negativity in their life. They will quit chess if there's a women's section. So, for example, that's why we still do need women tournaments. For that reason, until there's enough women in chess that we can overcome this together. If there's like 40% of women in chess and we all play on open tournament, we have each other there, we can talk there. We do not experience these things. But for example, I played European Open Championship a few times already, and there's been like 5 to 10 girls each time, and other were men. I personally don't feel uncomfortable with that, but some girls might do because there's no company, there's no friends, bad experiences, or some negative thoughts. I don't know. However, of course, there's also many bad reasons why we should stop the one category, and that is what Denise said. I believed only I can become one grandmaster. I couldn't believe I become more, just because we have this title. If we only had open titles, I would be motivated to become international master immediately, or FIDE master, some title that FIDE cannot take away from you. And it just kind of can impact negatively, yeah. So motivation is only until we become best in our category. For example, if we win under 12 girls, that's all, we think we reached the limit. But we have to be taught by our coaches, our mentors, our parents from the beginning that it's okay. You can start here, start somewhere, but you can go all in. You can compete with men. You can be the best there too. Just it all starts somewhere. And of course, the girl by herself needs to know where she's comfortable with, but she also needs support. Trainers, parents, and of course, mentors. So yeah, and also what Judith Bolger said, having a girl or woman category admits that we are weaker than men. I mean, I don't believe that, but statistics do show that. But I also believe that through the years, when society changes and when we start, living differently, equally, and there are more women in chess, I do believe that maybe we can prove that wrong. However, until the time comes, I just don't think we can do anything about it. Because, yeah, a lot of girls are quitting chess at the young age, around 12, 13, they stop. Why? Of course, social reasons. They prefer other things. Chess is a very different sport from others. They prefer friends, social life, maybe some other hobbies, while men or boys, also puberty, I think, feel here it's a factor because men mature later than women. For example, I knew I started getting, maturing at like age of 14, but we have a very talented Slovenian guy. I think he's like 16-year-old now, and he's like fully in chess. He doesn't care about other factors. Me at 14, I cared about so many other things, just tournament, not only tournament, also like school, boys, dresses, everything. While I just look at him and all he can talk about is chess. And also I feel like, of course, when he will start maturing, he will change, but it's also later that he matures, so he has more time to focus on one thing. So I feel like there are just so many factors between gender differences that could affect why there's so little women in chess and why we quit chess much earlier than men, and why we have lower statistics. Yeah. So yeah, in conclusion, I feel like at least at the time being, you know, women categories and titles are a good thing. I used to be very much against them because, you know, as a feminist, you believe in equality. You want equal everything, like tournaments, payments for everyone. But if we have women category and we demand equal payment as for men category, I feel like this is not feminism. We just want something more, even though we have worse statistics. And if we do demand equal payment for women and men in this like different categories, it does admit that we admit to ourselves we are worse. So I was very much against women section and women titles and so on when I started thinking about this. Of course, when I was young, I didn't care. I just wanted to be a woman grandmaster. But then when I started thinking about these things, I was very much against it. However, I feel like it can have so much positive things to bring in women in chess. And we need women idols. When I was growing up, I had Judith Polgar as my idol, and she was the only woman. What if we had more so we could choose, like, okay, I want to play like this one, I want to play like this one. So we just need more women like that will inspire us. And we can only do that at the beginning with the girl tournaments and women titles just for aspiration. And then when we can reach a certain level of idols or like certain level of players, I hope that once we can get rid of this woman category, because I do believe women can do as great as men, and I hope I'm right. But of course, as with the research has not been done on chess players, you never know what actually does affect us. Yeah. So of course, I really want you to hear also your opinion about this, because I feel like this is such a controversial topic that I actually still don't know an answer to. When an interview still asks me, why is there a woman category in chess? I still have to, like, I always tell him I could talk to you about this for 30 minutes, you know, there's this, but there's also this. So, yeah, I hope that I gave you some insight on my story and why I think that, you know, there's very good thing that we have this woman empowerment in chess, and that we should be supporting it just for the sake that we need more of that. We need more motivation. We need to support each other, and women need to support women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, for touching and personal story of yours. And I think you are a wonderful chess ambassador in Slovenia for the young girls, but not only in Slovenia. And once again, thank you for taking the time, because you are also playing at the tournament. Yeah. And as Selina said, you know, you like to take really day off from chess, switch off and do things like you really don't, you know, nothing with the chess. So I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, if I can share also to your to the presentation you did it when I was a little girl, and we were speaking about the girls category, and of course I played mostly in the with the guys. For me, it was such a huge motivation to play and to win, because there were always prizes, you know. We got medals, cups. I didn't care, but there was always some nice prize, you know, to all. And I don't know what, you know, and I always came and I said, I wanted to win this, and I wanted to. And for me, for a girl, it was really the biggest motivation to win some prize, or there were a couple of prizes. I could go as the first girl and choose what I want, you know. So, and also, as you were speaking about the woman grandmaster or international master, and I'm also the kind of opinion, okay, for me, it was also like I'd like to achieve the woman grandmaster, and then let's see, you know, where I can go, how far, where is my limit, and because at some moment you achieve some level, you realize your capability, what is your strength, and you realize with the support of people behind you, around you, that you can achieve more, you know. But as a small girl, of course, you don't care if you are like Megama EM, or I think there are other things in your head, you know. So it would be very nice, also great to hear like from your experience, like girls.
Maybe from our experience, so in Germany, the work I do is mostly not with the
players, and I think if we look at the list with like positives and negatives, what we really often forget is that this group of women or even men that want to reach a title is a super small one, right? And the one that then like get to the WGM level and want to aim higher. So it's like a super small proportion where it's like all these advantages of like a safe environment and feeling more comfortable and having a bigger motivation and stuff like that. That is actually what's true for the big majority of the players, whereas most of the reasons, again, these different categories actually of women, which I think is why we very often, especially for young girls, push for this, because we also often think that if we get the numbers first, probably keep the majority of people, and we see how much the girls enjoy these girls camps or something like this, you know, where they're in a group together. We think that then the rest will come automatically.
Yeah, I do have to say I did make this list mostly from my experience. So basically, you're saying it's much different when you think of it as a young girl that's not titled, that doesn't really.
Yeah, or if we look at the pure numbers, so we as a chess federation, for example, say, okay, what is the best for the majority of our players, the majority of our girls, and the majority of both our girls and women, you know, they're not aiming to make chess a profession. They just want to have a good time, and I think it's really important to keep them and look what kind of tournaments they feel comfortable with. And I mean, we even discussed like whether, for example, if we ever decide to get rid of, for example, different categories, whether it only makes sense to do that really at the high class level, but keep them at the low class level, because there we see that really girls enjoy it, and whether we just have to make it like two completely different conversations, whether because we have very different goals for them.
Yeah, goals are also different. I do agree. Yeah.
You know, I have a funny story about what you're telling. I was born in '86, and Greece in the category of 86, 87 or 86, 85 had like 15 or 20 girls. Our favorite thing was to play in school championship with boys. And there was one year, I think I was at 6th grade or 5th grade, and first, second, third place was girls, and then 3 more girls were first, second, and third place in girls. And it was the best type of work because we're very good friends, all of us. There were too many women. I don't know what happened after the 90s and why Greece has only Sabrina and Anastasia, but we were a lot of girls, you know. I could name like 20, 30 girls having fun in Greek championships, and we didn't care. There were lots of us playing in the open category, you know, by choice. And men were afraid of us. Boys were afraid of us. I can tell you that for sure. But I think it's, I understand your point, being lonely. Boys,
Yeah, I mean, it could affect, like, at some point, you know, it's better when you're in a group and you support each other, like, oh, you're first, I'm second, goodbye, boys.
We girls playing in the boys category or four and their friends, it would be better. I think that's the problem. We don't want to be, you know, a lonely sheep in a wolf's pack, something like that.
Yeah. It's just more comfortable to feel like that. I do agree. Yeah. It's awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again for your time.
Thank you.
Then now we reach the last session of intensive program, and I'm very happy that Chief Arbiter of the Women European Championship found her time, Jiřina Prokopova. She was the first FIDE arbiter in Czech Republic, and she's the youngest arbiter category A in the did I say it correctly?
Yes.
Yeah. And one of my idea when I was preparing the concept for this conference was that I wanted to show that you to play chess or to be connected or devoted chess, you don't necessarily need to be the top players. Chess has so many areas that you can get involved, and one of them is also an arbiter. I will now change the presentation.
this is yours.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. So you've already heard what should be my message. So I was asked to talk about myself and about what it's like to be an arbiter. But the point of the presentation is that the world of chess is very rich and there are many opportunities what we can do. So I could be a streamer, a commentator, author, photographer, you name it, coach, of course, and so on, and or anybody else. And it would be an example of how after you enter the chess world, there are lots of opportunities that you can take other than just trying to become a champion and trying to represent your country as a player. So I will tell you a story about how I became an arbiter, but you can take it just as an illustration of or inspiration what could be a story of somebody else in something a little different. So I started to play chess, as many of you said as well, with my family. So my grandfather taught me to play, and then I was playing with my dad. And later on, when that was going well, we found a teacher, which was in a village a little further from the town. Later on, we even got some after-school classes, and we actually had very nice team at our school, elementary school, and we even won a national championship. So that was very, very interesting to have this experience from the beginning. And I don't remember much from the time when I was actually playing, when I was at that age, but I do remember my first tournament outside of my town. Our tournament, we had this Grand Prix series of rapid tournaments for children. And this was the first time I went somewhere, and our tournaments usually have like these subtitles. Like this is a tournament playing for Mayor's Cup or something. And this town, Hořice, is very famous for these. Everybody from the Czech Republic, of course, knows them. So these are like these thin wafers with like a creamy filling inside, and they are like yay big or something. But I didn't know that, and I went to this first tournament, and I actually managed to win the girls category. And I won this wafer, but it was like 1 meter long, and like I was small. I'm still short, but I was smaller, and so this was like a huge reward. And I came home like so excited that I won this wafer, and that was a great motivation to start. Yeah, so I wasn't great, but I was okay. And after some time, I got a coach, and I started training a little bit. But I was also very dedicated student. So anytime there was a choice, school or chess, I always chose a school. So that was basically why I didn't dedicate more time trying to become better. But what I did was to became a part of the chess world, and I found lots of friends. I was going to lots of these chess training camps, which are very famous in our country. And later on, I was also going there as a supervisor, even like teaching a little bit of chess and playing games with children and so on. And like I built friendships for life, I'm sure. And it's all these people are still part of my life, and I can't imagine it being any other way. And it also leads to other opportunities. So these friends told me, hey, why don't you come and work with us on this tournament? So I'm not sure who here played in a Pardubice. I think there is no tournament like that one. You have like 1,000 people there in this hockey arena. All kinds of tournaments you can imagine. Rapid blade, teams, children, grandmasters. Everybody is, it's like big celebration of chess. And I started working there in an IT center. So we were always set up in this like changing room in the in the arena, and we were there like
15, 18 hours a day or something. It was crazy for 3 weeks straight. And we were doing everything from printing, like the arrows that you see in the playing hall, you should go there, and making pairings, recording the games, doing everything that is happening in the big background. And so that was like a very fortunate experience, because I came across like one of the best organizers in the world. And suddenly I saw what are all the aspects that you have to think about when you are organizing a tournament. So this was incredibly interesting, and it taught me a lot about like preparation and teamwork. And this team was like, again, one of the best I've ever worked with, and always striving to like do better and prepare everything in the best way so the players can enjoy the game. So we can prepare it for them, so other people can play. So at the time I was not inclined to play, but I loved chess, I loved the atmosphere, I loved the people, and I was sure that I want to stay in that atmosphere. And working at this festival just like started something, and it was one of the first steps. And for many, many years, I couldn't imagine summer without Pardubice, right? So in my personal life, as I said, I always favored school. So I studied physics. I have a master's degree in applied physics. I studied astronomy and telescopes and all sorts of stuff. Then I was trying to continue for PhD and learn more. And I always thought, like, I always wanted to be a physicist, so I have to be a physicist, right? So that's the plan. But at some point, I was like going to school, and I couldn't like see the point anymore. Why should I be like sitting in this class, like general relativity semester 3 or something, and I don't even know what they are talking about anymore? And I felt depleted, and like I don't enjoy it anymore. And on the other hand, when I went to a chess tournament, I felt energized and happy, and this is like what I want to do. So I thought, okay, I'm gonna quit. And that's the irony, where like first I didn't become a chess player because I was so much focusing on school, and then I ended up leaving physics and becoming like sort of professional arbiter maybe. So I started working as an arbiter when I was 15. My dear friend Jarda Benák is responsible for that. He was trying to bring more arbiters, and especially more girl arbiters, in our chess federation. And with me, it kind of sticked. So I got some first experience, and there is no better place to get experience as an arbiter than Czech Republic. We have like so many different tournaments, and all the time. So I feel like very privileged to be here in the like center of Europe, where you have everything like just under your nose, and you can try all different types of tournaments, which is like great. So I collected my norms, and I became a FIDE arbiter. And so sometimes people ask, like, how long does it take before you are good arbiter, right? So I felt like getting the norms was like getting your driver's license. So you did some driving during the part where you are doing the course, and then you get the driver's license. But are you a good driver? Well, maybe you need a little bit more experience. But I wanted to also thank some people who taught me how to be an arbiter and who helped me on the way. So I already mentioned Jarda. There was also Ladislav Benák, who was at the time the most experienced arbiter in our country. And I was doing my FIDE arbiter seminar under Mr. Filipovic. So that was my first encounter with somebody who did like world championship. And he was like talking about these stories about like Kasparov, right? And he met everybody. He was to like 50 Olympiads, and it was like fascinating for me to see that we have this person here, and like he can tell us all these things, because like there are somewhere we spent, like with my friend Yardel, like hours and hours talking about like potential things that can happen during the game, right? So you are prepared, you know, you study the regulations and you are thinking like, what would I do if this happened or this happened? And there were always like these open questions, like, well, what would we actually do if this happened? Well, I don't know. So maybe we have to ask somebody. So there was always like this idea, if I meet enough people, then I will find the right answers, right? They have to be somewhere. Somebody must know like how to interpret the rules in the correct way, and there must be the right answer. So I was excited that this was like the next step, and now I will know, right? So the search continues, but I also want to thank Petr Pisk, who also invited me for this conference, who helped me to get to the tournaments and to actually get the experience, because I think he believed in me after seeing me at the Czech Open and other tournaments, and he introduced me to some other organizers, and like without people like that, it's very hard to get appointed, to get somebody to like give you a shot, and like why should I take this girl instead of like somebody I already know? So it's again, you need a lot of luck and good people around. Okay, so then I got already some experience, and I was thinking, for example, when I was applying for this FIDE arbiter title, like this is not easy. When I'm reading these regulations, I don't know how to fill in the application, and so I was thinking, okay, so maybe if I become like a member of Arbiters Commission, I can do something about it. So I after some time, I started to be interested in this sort of work, or like this rule doesn't make sense to me. Maybe if I go to Arbiters Commission, either like I can get some answers, or maybe I can steer up some discussion and we can maybe change the rule, right? Because there is no reason to like say this rule is stupid and you have to follow it anyway. So the only way in my mind was like go to the commission and get people to change the rule. So that was the plan. And so I started first as a member of Czech Arbiters Commission, then I became a chairman. I also, for some time, I was on the board of Czech Chess Federation. I'm currently the only person who is on both European Arbiters Council and FIDE Arbiters Commission. And so and I actually got to be in the area of FIDE Arbiters Commission in charge of titles. So I organized, like together with my colleagues, a workshop how to fill in these applications. And then I was also part of the team which improved the regulations so they are clearer now, and hopefully it's easier for other people to fill in the application. But if you work at these places, you realize how very, very difficult and slow the process of change is, and that you need a lot of patience, and you need a lot of conviction to invest so much time and energy into things like that. So it is not easy, but at the beginning I was so excited to like go to Congress and listen to the debates and to be part of these commissions. And I was trying to bring some experience I learned back to Czech Republic, because after I went to my first international tournaments, I saw, well, the things that we know are very limited, and there are so many different points of view that we should have considered. And so I remember at my first Olympiad, I was like asking everybody, so what's your system of arbiters in your federation? And what do you do in your federation? And I was trying to find, like, there must be one federation which is the best system, right? So we just need to copy that. That will be easy. So that was the time when I organized some projects, like, for example, some financial aid for arbiters who get appointments abroad, so that Czech Chess Federation can give them some money for the travel expenses. Then also like some project like the Arbiters Conference, because I thought that we need a platform where we can share our experience, and I managed to organize an event where like lots of arbiters came, and for the time this was a lot of fun. Another interesting part of that was also the Czech Chess Federation gave me the opportunity to do this 1-year course with Czech Olympic Committee of sport diplomacy. And this was a course for people from different sports, and they were trying to train us to be better officials. And what was interesting about that was that there are so many relatable problems in sports where you wouldn't expect it. Like they're in athletics and swimming, and they are dealing with the same issues that we are dealing in like chess federation. Like for example, today we mentioned several times that sometimes girls drop out when they are teenagers. Same thing happens in other sports. So it is not just the fault of chess, for example. And it was like so interesting to get a different viewpoint of these like other great people, and it was also an opportunity for me to learn about anti-cheating, because that was the time where like all these cases with people who were using phone to find a solution during the game was starting happening. And somebody from the Czech Chess Federation came to me and said, well, you are chairman of Arbiters Commission, you should solve the anti-cheating. I was like, right, that's gonna be easy. And then I had the opportunity to write a thesis to like finish this course about anti-cheating. And like halfway through the paper, I was like depressed, like, okay, it's over, there's nothing we can do. But then I kept writing, and it ended up being very interesting for me because I had this extra time to do some research, and I ended up writing like 50 pages about anti-cheating and made some recommendations for the National Federation, and even got like a prize for the best paper in the class. So it was a nice experience. Another part of my experience was lecturing. So first I started lecturing on national level for arbiters of like the first classes as the chairman of commission and so on. And I was collecting norms from FIDE arbiters seminars. So if you want to become a FIDE lecturer to lecture other FIDE arbiters, you need 3 norms from similar ones where you pose as an assistant. So I did one with Anastasia Sorokina, who is one of the probably biggest role models for arbiters, and from the girls' side, and one with Alec McFarlane and one with Andrzej Filipovic. And all of them had like completely different approach, completely different curriculum, completely different test. And like it was again like so interesting for me to see how the same subject can be approached from so many different sides. And then I got the title, and it was my turn to do the seminar. I was like, okay, so how am I supposed to run the same seminar as somebody who was like deputy chief arbiter at the Olympiad, or like went to 40 Olympiads, or how many? Like, why would anyone even like apply for that? Like, how do I compare? But actually, when I started doing that, and this seminar was actually organized by Eva during the championship in Bratislava, and I actually found out that it was like very fun for me, and I found out that I actually have things to share and that I have experience to share, and I think I am very analytical in my thinking, and I have to simplify things so much that like I can understand them. So I think that after that process is finished, I can convey it to other people in a like not such a bad way. So it ended up being very nice, and I did more seminars afterwards, some online, one hybrid, which was not a good idea. I don't recommend that. But definitely sharing the experience seems like a very rewarding part of the job. So yeah. Afterwards, I did get like lots of interesting appointments. I got to go to different kind of places. So you have all these advantages of being an arbiter, right? After your game is finished, usually you are like asked to leave, or spectators are not even allowed in the area, but arbiters can be there all the time. Right? They are safe. They are in charge of taking care of things. So we don't have to go anywhere. We can stay and watch the games. We have access everywhere. We get to travel. We have some kind of certainty of stipend, right? So at the beginning, we were always making jokes. So if I go to this tournament, I would have to be at least 8th to get as much money as I would if I'm just gonna work there as an arbiter, and so on. So it gives you some kind of certainty, and it's definitely interesting. So I got to go to places like Montenegro as deputy chief arbiter to work with Takis Nikolopoulos, and when I went to my first Olympiad, I was the youngest international arbiter in the world, and I was so excited to see everybody there, and then it was more interesting for me after I got to the position where I got like the deputy chief arbiter or the chief arbiter. I enjoyed that so much more than just watching like one match, because you get to like organize the chaos, right? There's like so many things happening, and it's up to you that everything will be under control. And I always had like very strong sense of fairness, and I always see the playing hall as like small like microorganism which I'm in charge of, and I can ensure that even if work isn't fair, this playing hall will be fair, and everything will be exactly as it's supposed to be according to the rules. So that's what I like about being an arbiter. Another part is also that even if you are not a player, you still somehow represent your country. And since I also was a part of the board, I got an opportunity to represent at the Congress as a delegate, and there were not that many girls, that's true, and but I felt there very comfortable, and I thought that it was nice to meet everybody and to see how these things are done, and I was happy to represent Czech Republic even in this position. But then the COVID came, and we started to experiment with these online events. And after first I was not asked to work on any, so I was not very interested. Then I tried the first one. I was in charge of one Zoom meeting, and I was supposed to like watch the players, and I thought, oh my god, this is the worst job ever. And I was like, how are we going to do this? But okay, that was just the first impression, and that was only because it was new, and we didn't know what we are doing, and we were not using the right tools, and we were not using the system was not in place yet. And after that was like rectified, we found the right platform, we found the right approach, and we managed everything. It became like actually very interesting thing to do, and I felt like I found myself in it, because that was even more a challenge to like handle the chaos. Because if you have an online event and it's like World Championship, then you have to understand it's overhaul all time zones, because the whole world is involved, and you need to handle the communication. So you have like Slack channel with the arbiters, and then you have a WhatsApp group with the captains and the players, and they're everywhere in the world, right? So your phone is ringing all the time, and then as long as the event is going, 2 weeks before and a week afterwards. And during the tournament, you are like answering like these messages and looking at this platform and handling the chat on Zoom, and all these different things are happening at the same time. And I completely fell in love with that, and after it had this like extra effect that when I came back after COVID, I now feel it's like a little boring because not much is happening in the playing hall anymore, and I am kind of battling with that right now. And it is usually said that the best arbiter is the one that sees everything but is not seen. So you are not going to be, if you are an arbiter, you are not going to be on cover of magazines. Nobody cares, really. Nobody is good. There will not be an article, Jiřina Prokopova was a sector arbiter at the Olympiad. There is always somebody sector arbiter, so there would always have to be articles like that. So like it's not important. But sometimes it happens that somebody is trying to write an article and they are looking for a subject, and then they ring you and say, "Oh, we would like to say something about chess." So that's always nice, and then I always feel like lots of pressure to answer the questions. So, what do arbiters do? And like, yeah, well, you know, we are just trying to make sure that everybody follows the rules. And then I was asked to tell you about how our day looks like. What are we actually doing if we are arbiters? So first, you need to get appointed. So in case you would be interested in becoming an arbiter, there are several different types of competitions. There can be private ones and the official ones. So for the official ones, you would need to be appointed. That means that you need to be somewhere in the hierarchy of international titles. You need usually to answer some call of interest, and you need to know the right people, I would say. That's not just because they would favor you over somebody else, but that's because if they don't know you, they can't appoint you, because if they don't know you, how could they? And so that's not easy, and certainly not certain. So everywhere you go, you always work on building your own brand. Like, I am hard worker, right? I will always put the pieces in the middle of the square, and I will always put the score sheets on the right side, and I will always like do this and that. And sometimes that's not enough, and sometimes you get lucky. And then there are private events. So some arbiters are not even interested in the official ones. We have very good international arbiter category 8 in Czech Republic, Mr. Votruba, who is always the chief arbiter at Vajkanze, so top event, but he is never interested in going to the Olympiads or other stuff. He's just working with private organizer every year, and that's good enough for him. So that's also possible. Like, we have guys who are always working with like Czech tour organizers and so on. So if you are new, it's not easy to get that on that way or that way. So either you have to befriend the organizers, or you have to like try to climb in the hierarchy of the official way. Okay, so you've been appointed, and now let's say you are a chief arbiter and you arrive to the playing hall. It is said that arbiters are the link between the organizer and the player. So you are trying to convince the organizer that they should fulfill all the requirements so the players are happy. And you are doing that while the organizer is the one who is hiring you. So it is not always easy to like request things from him, because you are sent here, let's say by FIDE or the ECU. I don't know you. And like, for example, when I arrived into Montenegro, I was in charge of one playing hall as a deputy chief arbiter. And I remember this guy was his expression like, "Who is this little girl who is telling me that the lighting is not good enough over there?" And then we bonded over astrophysics and everything was okay. But the first impression was not easy. So you have to, as an arbiter, you have to fight for the players and convince the organizers that it's really important that there will be carpet. Because imagine if we were playing here and all the heels were clapping on the marble floor, right? So details like that can be important. And usually you have to start working with the organizer well in advance, because if you arrive at the day of the tournament, it's not like they can put carpet there, right? So after you try to make sure that the conditions are up to the requirements. Then it's time to inform everybody about the rules, inform your arbiters team what they are supposed to do, and prepare everything for the start of the round. So before the round, what we are doing, well, for example, we are in charge of the broadcast. We have to put the name tags on the table, or the score sheet, turn on the clocks, and all the things like that. But it's also, if you are a chief arbiter, you have to think in like a bigger picture. Did the organizer organize like analyzing room for the players? Is there a place for like smoking? Is there a place where players can go to the toilet, but so the spectators don't have access to that place? And check all these things like extra, which are not always visible on the first view. And like for example that the broadcast is working and so on, because if one of the things is not going to be working, it's going to be you are gonna be the person who people will go complain to. So it's better to be prepared for that. During the round, that's the best part. You are watching the games. You are making sure everybody is writing their moves, that everybody will make the time control, that nobody is disturbing the players. The conditions are good. The temperature is good. The lighting is good the whole time. Nothing changes, and so on. After the round, you collect all the results. You make the pairings. Sometimes that's easy. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you also need like team composition from the captains for the next round, and it can get a bit more complicated with that. But otherwise, you just need to prepare everything for the next round, and the circle is completed. After the round, you have to award the prizes. So sometimes you have to calculate norms. You have to print out the diplomas. Sometimes you have to send out the games for like fair play analysis and so on. So there are many things on top of like just standing there and saying now you can start playing, which are well a little hidden. What are the challenges we are dealing with? So the obvious ones are just solving disputes. A player can have a claim, and then you are like summoned, and you have to solve the problem. So of course we have regulations for that, and in theory everything should be written in the regulations. But that's not always the case, and that's on purpose, because the regulations have to give you freedom to find the logical and the right answer. So you cannot just have all possible situations that can happen written down and say and just like find it in a manual. It's impossible. So you are just trying to find analogies with the things that are described in the regulations, and then find the right answer. But that is still just like the theoretical example. That's the stuff that you are doing at the seminars. But in the real life, you have to deal with real people. So you have this claim that there is threefold repetition, and in theory it should be easy. You should just check, and sometimes it is, but sometimes you have to deal with emotional people. And one international master is saying, why do you need to check this? This is obvious. I'm international master. We don't need to like lose time with this. And the opponent is, no, there is no threefold repetition. You are completely wrong. And then both of them start arguing, and they are disturbing everybody else. And you have to like calm them down, take them somewhere else, and then like solve the problem. So it involves surprising amount of people skills and dealing with chess players' emotions. Sometimes when they are distracted during the critical part of the game, or when the result is not what they desired for, you are the first person that they can get angry about, right? And then you are there like from the morning trying to like improve the lighting so they are happy, and your reward is like coming to the playing hall and being screamed at because of the rules that you didn't written and like not necessarily agree with, but just like have to be there to make sure that they will be followed. So there is sometimes a lot of emotions, and you have to understand that they are not necessarily angry with you, but they are like angry next to you. Then there is a lot of compromising. So as I said, you are hired by the organizer, right? Either it's a private organizer or appointed one. But in both cases, they are the person who will pay you. So you are supposed to tell him when he's doing something wrong or something is missing, something is not good enough. But wouldn't it be like easier to just like let them do what they want, and then they might invite you again, right? So there is like this question of what can I afford to tell him without like him thinking, oh, this arbiter is trouble, I will not take him next time, or her. And there is also the idea that the same rules apply to everybody, right? Because if you are supposed to leave your phone at the door, this should apply to everybody. That's clear rule. But what to do if there is some VIP person who is keeping the phone and they don't want to let it go? Should you like tell them to go out and say there are same rules for everybody, get the hell out of here? Like you have to understand there are like subtleties in in the decision making, and you have to think about what's best for the competition and what's best for chess in general. So is it better to make somebody angry, or like make a compromise, like send somebody with that person if they really have to have the thing with them the whole time, and find some compromise. Another thing is, for example, the problems with anti-cheating. So we have this idea that if the playing hall was completely empty, it would be just like glass ball where there are players in the middle and nobody else. That would be the ideal case for the arbiters. We wouldn't have to check anything because there would be no threat. But in order to have successful chess events where people want to go and where they want to enjoy it, we need to sometimes let the spectators in and let the media in so they can take the pictures which we can post on social media, and have the spectators to enjoy the atmosphere inside. And that's like a higher point of view which needs to be considered. And it's all about finding the right compromise. Diplomacy, I've already mentioned that it involves a lot of people skills, and it took me a long time to find the right way to talk to people, to know, like, if I want this person to wear their badge, how should I say it? Like, what's the tone of voice? How can I approach them? Or this VIP who I don't want them to be like talking so loud. I know that if this person, I have to make a joke to make them leave because I don't want to make them angry. And always like trying to find the right road to where I need to get them to go, right? So another interesting example of that is the structure of arbiters, which is like only semi-professional. It is very hard to be a professional international arbiter, and even if you are, it's not like in football, for example, where you have a board of arbiters who are appointing people and then evaluating people and so on. We are all more or less equal. We are like appointing each other and we are evaluating each other. And sometimes you go to one tournament and this person is your chief arbiter. Then if you go to the next one and you are his match arbiter. So then you are asked, like, give them some feedback. Or like when I was starting, when I was 15, I started my first tournament. So when I was 25, I was telling people I have 10 years of experience. And soon I will be able to say that I've been arbiter half of my life. And when I was 15, not all my colleagues were always thrilled when I was like telling them, you are doing that wrong. And I'm doing it like this for 50 years. And so there was a long period where I was trying to find the right words and the right way to give people feedback if I saw them not doing something in like the correct way. And that's also an ongoing process, and I hope I will figure it out sometimes. The last thing I wanted to mention you have to deal with, or is a challenge, is the perception of arbiters. Because we are dealing with lots of things each round. There are always decisions to be made. There are always things to think about. And lots of arbiter job is just like insurance policy. Like, I have to do this in case this happens. And then this is like a work which is lost, because if nothing goes wrong, nobody will know. So some other people then might say, oh, nobody could predict that. There was nothing I could have done. So they don't try, because like it's a waste of time if nothing goes wrong. So very often arbiters, it is said, anytime something happened, arbiters screw up. Like, there was one case at the Olympiad where it was an appeal, and that means that all the arbiters are bad. It's not really fair, because we were dealing with like 50 cases every day, and then one went wrong, and then that's the only thing anybody talks about. And so lots of even captains in our country have this like view that the arbiters are just paid spectators who are like taking place, and sometimes their phone rings, and it would just be better if they were not there at all. And I was trying very hard when I was working on the commissions to do something about that, to like show that arbiters are better, and also to like motivate arbiters to want to be better, and like to turn off their phones and so on. So I hope that one day the perception of arbiters will improve, and that some of them will take it more seriously, and some other parties will show some understanding that we are also just people also. Okay, so I thought that for the interactive part, maybe you could try reply to some questions. You all have like blogs, and I could give you some time to think about it. Okay, so let's say we have a Swiss tournament, and this is the color preferences, and I could give you like 10 minutes to think about it, and you can come up with the pairings for the next round. Okay, I'm just joking. But okay, why is it important that arbiters know how to make pairings if you can just like push a button on a computer and the pairings show up? So what would you say is the reason?
You can rely on IT, on the technique. Sometimes electricity when it comes up.
Yes, that's all. And it did happen. It did happen. But the most simple reason is that players sometimes come to and ask, why do I have black again? Or why do I play Peter and not Michael? And you have to be able to give them a reasonable answer. So there is some kind of sense of responsibility that even though I am not doing these pairings using cards and like just my knowledge of a Swiss pairing system, that I'm still responsible. It's still my pairings, and I should understand what I am doing. Okay, so these are questions from like arbiter tests. This one is my favorite. So let's say we have a league match, and after 1 hour, like doors open, a cleaning lady comes in and screams, "Everybody out!" And what do you do as an arbiter if you are there? So they were playing for an hour, all games are in progress. What can you do in that case? Sorry? Yeah. So this actually happened in one of our leagues in the Czech Republic, and we always say it as at seminars that as an example that arbiter needs to like find out everything first and then make a decision. and they have to think twice before making a decision because you can't take it back. So what happened, for example, in this case, and this is definitely not something that you can find in the books or that you can like learn about in advance. It's just something that you have to solve on the spot and use some kind of like your judgment and creative thinking. So what happened in this case was the arbiter said, oh, so this means that the local team was not able to get a room for where we could play. So that means they just lose by default on all eight boards. And this guy, okay. So they were started like putting the boards back and everything. And then the captain of the home team was like, actually, we have the second room just next door. Maybe we could go there. And the arbiter was like, okay, great idea. So let's go there. And the guests were like, but we already won. why would we go there? And also you don't want to play. So now the guests lose by default 8-0. So like both solutions could be possible under certain circumstances, but you just can't make both of them at the same time because first you have to think more about, find out all the circumstances, ask the captain, do you have another room, and what can be done about it, and so on.
Can I ask how it was solved? So eventually the party was asked to take the decision.
Would be probably better in this case, yeah.
So you know if it was really like
I think they appealed or something. I don't really remember. Another example from my tests for first-class arbiters in Czech Republic is we have one player who is low on time in an endgame, and his opponent at some point screams time. So the white player is startled, looks at the clock, and see I still have 1 second, and then he loses on time, or she loses on time, and you as an arbiter, what should you do in such a case? Well, they lost on time, but it was caused by the action of the other player. So what is it that can we do about it? Is there like other solution, or like is there am I like constrained by the rules, or can I use my judgment and do what feels right?
But it's bothering your opponent.
Yeah, but now the game is over, right? Because you already lost on time. You don't have any time.
Yeah,
so
but
you can
appeal on that.
Sorry?
Appeal on that because it was forced. It was unfair play.
Yeah, but like we want to avoid any appeals, so we are just trying to think about the decision right now. Like both of them can appeal.
I don't think the one part screen time while there were 2 seconds. And second, we must see if the arbiter was upon the game, because that is also crucial.
Yeah,
it's
a
the game.
It's
you
a
must
good
punish the player who shouted time. If he's not,
yeah.
You're getting for free.
We have one expert at the back.
We have several experts.
Strong warning for the shouter and 2 minutes for the player who lost the time and the game.
Yeah, so I like to put this question into the test, and usually I'm like very open to different solutions, and I think the important thing to remember is that there is no clear right answer. In this case, there is like some people even tell me like I would throw him out of the competition because this is such an unfair behavior that this shouldn't be tolerated, and so on. So I like to see how people think and what they come up with under pressure during the test, and like this would be very acceptable solution. So I'm over time, but I just try to say quickly a few more things because in my title I promised to talk about why it matters to have an arbiters. So first of all, the obvious part, we are the part of the organizing team. We are trying to make sure that everything is prepared, everything is working, and the environment will be favorable, and the conditions for the players will be up to the required standard, and that everything will be under control. So that's the obvious part. The next point of view is that if you appoint a certain person, if I appoint Mr. Nikolopoulos to a championship, I can be sure that the tournament will go smoothly and everything will be as it's supposed to be. That he is guarantee of quality. I can be sure that this will ensure that everything will go well. For example, we have been dealing with some fake tournaments where players were getting some norms. Maybe they happened, maybe they didn't happen. I would like to think if my name was under such a tournament, that nobody would think that this was staged, that the tournament was not played fairly, and some players received norms even if they shouldn't. So I would like even other arbiters to be part of this, like a solution, and being responsible enough to never put their name under such tournaments. And if you know somebody and they are, as I said, building their brand, they're like, this is me as an arbiter, and this is my philosophy, that they would never do that. So if you see this name on this match, that all third parties can be sure that this match happened exactly as it was written. And we often say that there is a difference between a game in a park with your friend and the game that is played in a tournament. In the same way that there is a difference between listening to a song on YouTube and going to a live concert where you can see the live performance. Because one is an experience and one is something else. So I think the authority figure of the arbiter is very much part of the structure of the tournament. He's there to observe that, or she's there to observe that everything is being followed. And I think the very presence of the arbiter helps players to make the right decision. It happens, for example, that you are watching a game and somebody touches a piece, and then you see them hesitating for a second, and then they like look up at you, shrug, and like, okay, I'll move the piece because you saw me, I touched it, and they will not make trouble because they see that there is this authority figure who is making sure that they are following the rules. So it helps them make the right decision. So I think these are my reasons why I think that a work of arbiters is important. Okay, and this is the very last part. I just wanted to say that the message of the presentation was that the world of chess is rich and it always offers new opportunities. So for me, it was now more interesting tournaments like this one, which I'm very grateful for. But I've also found a new opportunity for me when I was working on online events. I found the Tornala platform when I was working on European championships, and I fell in love with the philosophy of the platform and how it worked. And they were happy to work with me because I had lots of experience as an arbiter, and this opened a door for me to something I didn't expect. I could never think about this in advance and to plan or to study to become something like that. It just happened because of the experience I gathered. That they were happy to work with me because I knew a lot of people in Europe, and they hired me as their European representative. And as I had a lot of experience as an arbiter, I knew what are the sorts of things that arbiters would want from a platform. What are the features that you would want your pairing program to have, and so on. So I felt very very useful in that position, and like I found a place where I can like use all my experience. And I was also lecturing, which I had experience with. I was teaching people how to use the platform. I was doing some tech support where I was helping people to like successfully conclude their tournaments. I was preparing teaching materials which was like, I think my education prepared me for that, where I was able to like simplify things and make it easy for a lot of people to understand. And then when I went like further and further, I started to do more things in the company. So I was, for example, asked to come up with a marketing plan. And so I didn't know anything about it. But again, I like research, so I tried to think about what can we improve to do better, to like convince more people that this platform is like really useful and it will benefit your tournaments, which I really believe in. So it's easier for me to try to sell it. And during that work, I realized, well, we should have a better homepage where we should like use more simple terms to explain to people how good is the platform and what features we have, so they can understand and actually use it for their tournaments. And then they were like, okay, so why don't you design the page? So suddenly I became a designer, and I was trying to come up, again, I was researching and trying to come up with a way how to convey this message, how to make people understand that this could be helpful for them. And so this is what I am now doing. Currently, I am trying to redesign the platform so it's more user-friendly for all the users. And so I am dealing with user experience and user interface, which is like completely new area for me. But somehow it all made sense that I ended up there. And I think it's the best job I ever had, and I really enjoy it a lot. And I would like to say that this is exactly the kind of thing that can happen if you try lots of different things, and if you let the experience to lead you somewhere on its own, and that it will like develop somewhere. And I call this last chapter "Journey Never Ends," because I also think that it's not about trying to find something what you are meant to do. I think that what you are meant to do can change during that journey. And I think I was at the right place before, and I'm at the right place right now. And it's just important to keep it in mind and trying to think, do I still enjoy the thing that I'm doing? And if not, try to find some other ways how you can find something that you will enjoy more. So again, my point was just to show that the world of chess is rich and full of opportunities, and that there is more than just playing. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Eugenia. Very inspirational young lady. And I'm really happy that I invited you and also show that, as you said, that to be connected with chess, it doesn't mean you need to play chess and you need to be top grandmaster. Yeah, and you are one of the example. Thanks. You have now opportunity to ask questions.
Yes, I've got a question. First of all, thank you very much. You are one of the greatest ambassadors for the idea of this year to show that chess is so much more than only being a professional chess player. So I want to you to be more used for these kind of events to spread the virus of becoming a chess professional. And you really created the magic of the profession, being an arbiter. I wanted to become one myself. By listening to
I had the same feeling when I was listening to you.
Your professional life. But tell me, can you, being a lady, make the ends with this profession? Would you advise your daughter, for example, to become one?
No, well, I think it's a very nice hobby, but I am not sure it's a very good career choice. For example, one of my colleagues just recently, last week, got appointed as a chief arbiter of Europe or a world event, can't remember. and she had to turn it down because she would lose money by going there because she would miss her job, and the conditions were not good enough for her to go. So it's not easy. Well, I've talked a few times about how you are building your own brand, but at the same time, you cannot set your own prices, and you cannot negotiate with the organizers. You have to just follow the appointments, which are like unreliable, and there is no certainty in anything. Even if you are doing a good job, it doesn't mean that you will be appointed again. And so unless you have like a long-term relationship with some private organizer where you can be sure that they will invite you again, doing it like on this level, just the world and European championships, is, I think, very dangerous, because you can end up not having enough to live on. I think even if you are doing these extra things like lecturing and so on, some of my friends are doing some coaching also, or some organizing. Some arbiters are trying to find like a niche that, like, for example, I will also be an organizer and I will buy electronic boards, so everybody will invite me together and they will have this extra advantage that I come with electronic boards, so they don't have to get there anywhere else, and so on. So people are trying it from different directions, but there are very few of those who would be just doing arbiter job. It's just like too unreliable.
But I think that's very good also point that you are telling that as Laura, she was earlier mentioning this young lady, why she decided actually to go for a study, because she's having some worries about her financial part of the life, that it's normal because you need to do the earnings, you need to pay your bills, and did you have a feeling that men's colleagues are maybe better paid, or it's the status like it is currently?
No, I with about the gender issues, I don't think there are any difference in pay.
It's just the ways it is.
Yeah, it's. I'm not sure if we are getting as much appointed as men, or less or more. I know that now there are some quotas. I'm not biggest fan of quotas, because then like somebody tells me, oh, you've been appointed to be a chief arbiter of this online event. That's because they wanted a woman, because otherwise I would get it. And yeah, so I don't like to hear like, I think it's just as bad not to be appointed just because you are a woman, as like being appointed just because you are a woman. So I'm not sure if it's helping or not helping. Maybe it will help in the long run.
Questions? If not, then I would say that we close for the day.
That was scary, interesting. Yeah, prosím.
Omlouvám se tedy, že jsem
Vůbec. Skvělý to bylo.
It was very intense today, but I hope you all enjoyed it. We have unfortunately bad weather. Really, I'm not sure we are going to. We wanted to go for a dinner, but let's see. Tomorrow we meet you again at 9 o'clock. So we have a few more sessions. We will be speaking about more about the projects, operational projects for the girls and women, and we will have also Sergey coming speaking about coaching the team.
With the experience from China, there's many examples exactly of the Olympiad.
So if you know some coach trainer this year, and that might be interesting, and of course can show up. From my side, it's thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you very much.
And see you then tomorrow.